Down in the village square, everyone loses it at once. People bolt in every direction, tripping over each other. Something's coming and it's bad. Their fearless leader, if you can call him that, is just a bald guy everyone calls boss, and right now he's got no plan, just panic. What do we do? Where do we even run? An old villager just shrugs, as clueless as the rest of them. But up on the church tower, a pink-haired stranger is shouting for everyone to get inside fast. Not everyone's sold, though. One guy's clutching a baby, eyeing this pink-haired newcomer like she's trouble, since his wife specifically warned him about trusting strangers. But stranger or not, there's no time to argue. Boss gets yanked along as the chaos closes in around them. And there's the reason for all the screaming, a monster straight out of a nightmare roaring out of the dust. Just as it looks hopeless, a blinding burst of light rips through the sky. God punishment, her spell answers the monster's roar with one of her own. The beast gets swallowed in crackling blue lightning, and for 1 second even Boss forgets to be scared. He's just staring, jaw on the floor. There she is, cape whipping in the wind, sparks dancing off her fingertips. It's dangerous, she warns the villagers, so stay inside. Boss, meanwhile, is having a full-on moment, blushing like he just met a celebrity as she promises, "I will protect you. Down, boy." He's already yelling for everyone to head to church, but his buddy's skeptical until he drops the line of the day. "My wife said trust the pink-haired lady, she looks like a female lead." Somehow, that settles it. Villagers pile into shelter, helping the ones who can't move fast enough. For once, everybody's actually working together. While they hide, she turns and walks the other way, straight toward whatever's still out there. Her face says it all, calm, focused, and done being polite about it. Mercury's barrier, another spell blooms to life around her, sealing the village off from the worst of it. Then she's on the offensive, cutting straight into whatever's lurking in the dark. Lightning wraps around her fist as she goes toe-to-toe with the thing, and honestly she looks like she's enjoying this a little. The creature reels, its armor sparking under the strikes, losing ground fast. One more hit and it's down for good, just a smoking husk where a monster used to be. But there's no time to celebrate. There are too many, she mutters, scanning the horizon. It's endless. Still, she can't just stand here. "I have to go," she decides. "There's someone else out there she can't leave behind. I have to go save Tessalid," she whispers, and just like that, the mission gets personal. A memory surfaces, someone's voice calling her name, Ailette, and recognition flickers across her face. She reaches out toward whatever's forming in front of her, cross pendant swinging, bracing for what's next. And there it is, something dark unfurling out of a field of glowing, unnatural flowers. A figure steps forward wrapped in black and blood-red, chains rattling, not exactly a friendly welcome. She braces herself, cape snapping in the wind, staring the newcomer down. "Newborn chaos and evil," she murmurs the name like it costs her something to say it. Someone nearby puts it together out loud. "Could it be the final boss you mentioned?" "Yes," she confirms, by another name, and then she says it, "Reed." For a moment, everything else falls away, just two people with their eyes locked on each other. Her expression is unreadable, somewhere between grief and recognition. The heavy moment doesn't last. Boss is already peeking around a corner like the nosy neighbor he is. Then he sees it, something's happened to his wife, and he's screaming her name, "Honey." There she is, right in the middle of an explosion, looking absolutely terrified. The stranger sprints in to help while Boss loses it completely. "Oh, Grandpa." He scrambles over rubble, screaming at everyone to stay inside the barrier. A little late for that advice, honestly. But it works out. Husband and wife reunite in one piece, fussing over each other. "Where have you been?" "In the studio, apparently." "Sure, buddy." Their reunion is short-lived. A skeletal, blue-glowing horror rises up right behind them. She's straight back into the fight, magic and steel clashing against the thing's attacks. The blast catches the old woman off guard, sending her flying. So she grabs a blade and puts herself between the monster and the couple, no hesitation. Power crackles around her again as she squares up for round 2. Something else is reaching for her now, a clawed, blood-red hand closing in from the shadows. She stands her ground anyway, hair whipping, ready for whatever this new threat is. Alarm bells go off in her head, something huge just activated. This. A warning flashes across the sky itself. The transcendent skill Shadow Devour has just been unleashed. Reed's transcendent skill. Even the powers watching over this world go quiet, holding their breath along with her. It's impossible, someone breathes, as the sky itself seems to tear open. She's driven to her knees, swallowed in blinding light, pushed right to her limit. When the light finally fades, she's still standing, wiping her mouth, shaken but alive. She and Boss look around dazed. Somehow they made it. The old couple rushes over, checking her over. Turns out whatever that power was, it left the church and everyone in it untouched. The three of them huddle together, relief written all over their faces. What happened? Did the final boss help you? Someone asks. Even she's not totally sure. I don't know either, she admits. Whatever it was, its momentum's broken now, so she tells the elders to hide in the church while she heads into the dungeon to finish the job herself. Alone, they gasp. She waves off the worry. Don't worry, elders, I'll be fine. God is watching over me. She finishes with a wink, cheeky as ever, like she isn't about to walk into a dungeon alone. The old couple is floored. How can you be so faithful? They gush, apparently converted into believers on the spot. Come back alive, I'll pray for you. Somewhere watching it all, the spirit that built this world just smiles, satisfied, quietly proud. Her smile fades the second she's alone. Tessalid, she thinks, just wait a little bit longer. She takes off, running toward the smoke rising in the distance, no hesitation left in her at all. Deep inside a frozen, cathedral-like dungeon, snow drifts down like the whole place is holding its breath. Every stained glass window glows an icy blue, gorgeous, also extremely evil layer-coated. Islet strides through alone, eyes sharp, already all business. The system flashes a warning. She's just stepped into the A-class dungeon known as the Sculptor's Workshop. And of course, the dungeons hit a burst state, cranking the danger all the way up to S level. She pulls up a tracking rune, jaw tight, muttering the only thing on her mind: where is Tessalid? Agnes calls out to her and the pair freeze at the sight ahead, rows of eerie statues lining the whole hall. Agnes admires the craftsmanship, calling it strange but delicate, even beautiful. She has no idea yet what she's really looking at. Islet agrees quietly. Something about this place feels deeply wrong. Because these aren't statues at all, each one used to be a living person, sculpted alive by demons. Islet's mind races back to the source material, this exact chapter of the novel she remembers. And in it, Tessalid ends up just like these poor souls. Tortured to death slowly in agony, she snaps back to herself. They need to find him now. Something up ahead stops her cold. Oh no, unbelievable, she gasps. A demon lurks in the shadows, grumbling that he was in the market for a beautiful human woman. Enter the dungeon's boss, the underworld's 799th ranked demon, Sculptor Silavan himself, and he thinks he's just found the perfect material. He's giddy, gushing she'd be perfect for his crying silver angel piece in progress. Cute hobby, terrible business model. Islet just stares him down. How fortunate, she deadpans, and you already know that tone means trouble for him. She's not here to chat, she doesn't have time for this. Light floods the chamber as she unleashes her purifying power, full blast. She's airborne, glowing, and very clearly done being polite. The demon's smug grin evaporates fast. She slams into him with everything she's got. Even mid-collapse, he's still snarling about her arrogant attitude. Some guys never learn. The whole chamber starts caving in around them. Islet touches down, breathing hard, scanning the wreckage. One more strike, she screams die and drives the finishing blow home. The demon sculptor goes up in a final blaze of light. But victory comes with a price. The entire dungeon starts coming down around her. The system chimes in anyway. Congratulations, she's officially taken down the underworld's 799th ranked demon. Great timing for a pop-up, honestly. Chunks of stone keep raining down through the dust. Islet pushes through the debris, one thought pounding louder than the collapse: find Tessalid. She spots something beneath the rubble and her voice cracks: Tess. She scrambles closer, heart in her throat. Tessalid, she screams and pulls him free. Everything goes quiet and dark for a moment, the weight of what she's just found sinking in. This whole moment, she realizes, never even made it into the novel. Chapter 17 covered it in just 3 throwaway pages. She never knew a dying Tessalid would look like this in person. Never imagined it would be described in such brutal detail either. Terry, she breathes, he's lost way too much blood. Agnes hesitates, afraid this kid might already be gone. Islet cuts her off flat, he isn't dead. She steadies herself. Terry, I'm sorry, this is going to hurt a little, she warns him. She doesn't hesitate, cutting deep into her own skin without flinching. Her own blood spills into the wound, carrying whatever power she has left straight into him. He jerks awake with a scream of pain and she holds him tight. It's okay, Terry, she promises. I'm here, she whispers, swearing everything is going to be all right. Something angelic stirs around them, a soft promise, he'll be okay now. A single feather drifts down, and for a second, it really does feel okay. Even torn and bloodied, that wing is a small miracle. Agnes says they need to move, but even she hesitates. She has to ask, why is Tessalid all alone down here? Shouldn't they be looking for the rest of his subjugation squad too? Islet's answer comes back ice cold, there's no need for that. Because those teammates are exactly who sold Terry out to end up like this in the first place. She cradles him close, pouring every last bit of healing magic she has into keeping him alive. Blue light wraps around them both, steady and warm. Meanwhile, far from that healing light, a small gold coin drops through the dust of a totally different disaster. It clatters down into the dirt, catching the light. A desperate hand snatches it up fast. Its owner staggers up out of the smoke, alive against all odds. Hee, I survived, he laughs, half hysterical, I'm alive. No time to celebrate though, he's already barking orders, move now. We'll escape from here, he shouts, holding up the coin like a golden ticket, and his soldier snaps back, yes, Captain. And just like that, the very people who left Tessalid to die go sprinting off to save their own skins. A week after that whole dungeon disaster, Islet's little countryside house is doing a very convincing impression of peaceful and normal. In the kitchen, something's simmering, because apparently nursing a half-dead regressor back to health means becoming a soup chef now. She tastes her own creation and nods, very pleased with herself. Agnes, is Tessalid still asleep? She calls out, hope creeping into her voice. She heads down the hall to go check on him herself, spoon still in hand. Agnes shakes her head, still not a single sign that he's waking up. It's been a full week since they got here, and honestly, given how brutal his run through the Civil War was, recovery was never going to be quick. But it's not just the physical damage. Whatever timeline Tessalid lived through this time around, it really put him through hell. Turns out even back in the Apollo dungeon, things were already going sideways for him. His own order of knights sold him out just to save their own skins. Islet's stunned, but Agnes explains it grimly. Every single regression, Tessalid ends up living some version of a nightmare. 17 do-overs in, and somehow the whole world keeps finding new ways to want him dead. That settles it for Islet. Asleep or not, she's checking on him in person, secret soup in hand. Maybe the smell alone will do the trick, she jokes, heading upstairs. He might just open his eyes for this. Then she freezes at the top of the stairs. Something's different. And there it is, Tessalid bolts upright with a gasp, wide awake at last. Tessalid, she blurts, half joking that her secret soup must have magic powers after all. She checks him over, asking if anything else hurts, relieved to find the wounds healed clean. She'd been so worried he'd never wake up. Good news, his shoulder moves fine and there's no fever. Then she trails off, watching him a little too closely. Terry, she asks slowly, something about him feels off. He just stares back, blank and distant, like he's looking at a total stranger. Somewhere behind the scenes, the mysterious voices running this whole story start whispering that their male lead might have aphasia. Turns out saving him from the death he was originally supposed to have back in Chapter 17 came with a side effect. Islet shrugs it off for now. Anyway, you're awake, try this, I just boiled it. He just stares at the spoon in his hand like he's never seen one before. Eat it, she urges gently. You haven't eaten properly, you just slept for a week. You need your strength back, she insists, watching him closely. He finally takes a bite, slow and careful. He chews in complete silence and Islet watches, waiting for a reaction. Then out of nowhere, a single tear rolls down his cheek. What? Islet panics, completely blindsided by the waterworks. Agnes isn't buying it either, demanding to know exactly how good the soup is. Islet just stammers, caught totally off guard. Tessalid keeps crying, quietly registering that this small kindness never once happened in the original story. The voice that shapes the world seems to already understand something Eilert doesn't. For someone who's endured this much pain, more suffering isn't what hits hardest. What actually breaks him is a simple, small act of kindness, something he never got before. Eilert goes quiet too, watching him with a whole new kind of concern. Then Agnes switches gears entirely. After 17 regressions, Tessalid should be an absolute powerhouse of aura by now, but there isn't a trace of it. She stares at him, running the numbers in her head, and none of them add up. Eilert's jaw drops. That cannot be right. It gets worse. Agnes says it is not just the aura that's missing. His divine power, also gone completely. Eilert loses it, and Agnes puts it in the bluntest terms possible. Their supposedly overpowered male lead is now, functionally, a level 1 newbie. Agnes can't even process it, and that's when Tessalid casually drops the real bombshell, innocently asking Eilert who he even is. Agnes Aislet, the household's top instructor, quietly calls it. That's the answer right there. Somewhere behind the scenes, the story's own critics groan over this totally unplanned plot twist. One voice jokes it's just some random guy getting nerfed. The powers running this whole tower disagree. This is not a nerf, it's a full reset. Not long after, Tessalid is up and wandering the house, muttering quietly to himself. He makes a beeline for the bookshelf like he's got somewhere urgent to be. Agnes and Eilert trail behind, watching him curiously from the stairs. Is he really about to start reading the second he comes to his senses? They're almost touched by his sudden passion for learning until they clock the title in his hands, a book on awakening a child's learning ability. Turns out that's not some deep philosophical choice. It is literally a kid's picture book, and both girls are stunned. He devours it anyway, dead serious, eyes glued to every single page. Then he grabs another and another. The stack next to him just keeps growing. 10 fairy tales deep already. Agnes jokes his taste in literature is a little questionable. Eilert isn't so sure that's really what's going on. Because the truth is way more heartbreaking. Tessalid isn't reading for fun, he's teaching himself language back from zero. All that cramming catches up with him fast, and he looks seconds from passing out again. Eilert rushes over. Terry, are you okay? Don't push yourself so hard, she scolds. She grips his arm, honestly rattled at how hard he's willing to push himself just to catch up. Meanwhile, in the fairy tale still stuck in his head, a little bear and bunny are thanking each other over shared food. Tessalid looks up at Eilert and echoes the same simple words, thank you. It was delicious, he adds, borrowing the exact phrasing straight out of his bedtime reading. It's clumsy, a little robotic even, but every single word out of him right now feels like a small miracle. Then he hesitates, holding up his stuffed bear like he's building up to something. And then he asks it plain and devastating, who are you? Eilert's whole face falls. He just holds the picture book back up to her, waiting for an answer like it's the most natural question in the world. She's just a kid here, gathering flowers like the world isn't about to get very complicated on her. And there he is in the next room, young Tessalid, quiet as ever, already catching her eye. The boy never puts a book down. Even back then he was basically married to his reading. Her companion frets over him. The boy's lost his ability to speak or write, and burying himself in books is apparently his idea of therapy. She watches him with real worry. This clearly isn't just a passing phase. Someone has to call her name twice before she even looks up. Her mind is clearly somewhere else too. Then the gut punch. The boy looks right at her and asks who she even is. He's forgotten her completely. Eilert brushes it off with a quiet it's not like that, but you can tell that one actually stung. Because if we're honest, what really bothers her isn't the forgetting itself. It's the look in his eyes, ever since hollow, like whoever he used to be just checked out. Worse, his power vanished right along with his memory. Whatever happened to this kid took everything at once. And Eilert can't shake the feeling there's a lot more going on here than anyone's telling her. Meanwhile, alone at night, Tessalid scribbles something down, then rips it up like it's evidence. Sparks flicker in the dark, and Eilert's watching close, wide-eyed, like she already suspects he's hiding something. A single candle flame in the black, small, deliberate, very secret late-night ritual energy. Tesselid lights it himself, eyes down, doing whatever this is in complete silence. And Ailette doesn't just let it go, she walks right up on him mid-ritual. Jump forward to now, Ailette's hammering a crate shut while musing that she thought she had this guy completely figured out. Turns out there's a whole side of him she's never actually seen until right now. Because right now he's just smiling at her easy, warm, a world away from that empty-eyed kid from the flashback. They're packing crates together like it's just another ordinary day. Her friend watches him haul boxes around, clearly still stunned by the whole transformation. Ailette admits she still worries sometimes, but underneath it all, she says, he's still exactly who he always was. The steady, kind side of him that apparently never actually left. To her, he's still the same guy underneath it all, powers or memories or not. Then the flashback drops its punchline, young Tesselid, memory crashing back all at once, looking right at her and saying her full name like it just clicked. Back in the present, Ailette's still turning it all over in her head, there's clearly history weighing on her. Then it hits her, wait, he's talking, properly, clearly, like the aphasia that silenced him just up and vanished. He shrugs it off, he'd only forgotten how to speak and write and just needed time to get his memories back. But he's got bigger news. It's been a while, Ailette, he says, and something about the way he says it feels loaded. She agrees it's been about 3 months for her, except he corrects her. For him, it's been way, way longer. She doesn't even get the question out before he answers it. He already knows exactly what she's about to ask. That he's regressed, time-looped, whatever you want to call it, he's lived through this before. He doesn't even flinch at the accusation, just stands there like a man who's had this exact conversation before. She asks which regression this even is. His answer, the 17th, 17, said as casually as ordering coffee. So she cuts right to it, 17 resets deep, what's the actual plan here? He says he needs to get back to the church, and completely deadpan, she's just standing there holding a sweet potato, thoroughly unbothered by any of this. He can't go back just yet though, she already felt it. He says he's lost every scrap of his power. And there it is, a chain-like seal branded straight into his arm. Ailette's face says it all, that is very much not a fashion choice. He confirms it flatly, it's a seal, plain and simple. It's choking off his sacred power and his aura entirely, and even he sounds unsettled explaining it. The only way to break the curse, apparently, is racking up good deeds, cosmic karma points, basically. And he's dead set on clawing that strength back, whatever it takes, so he can finally return. Ailette doesn't even hesitate, she's already offering to help again. That confident little smirk of hers means someone out there is about to have a very bad day. I'm on your side, she tells him, plain and simple, no hesitation, no conditions attached. Cue chaos, a gang of bandits torching a village, cackling about kidnapping and looting like the biggest cartoon villains alive. Villagers are screaming for help, and then one bandit's whole world gets rudely interrupted by a boot he never saw coming. And there they are, our cursed hero and his fully armed partner, ready to clean house. Job well done, apparently, because next thing you know, it's already over. Word spreads fast, a whole gang that's been terrorizing the region, taken down by just 2 people. Even the orcs are talking about it. Word is these 2 can win a fight at 170 to 1. One of them's basically decided to take an early retirement from murder. Naturally, the rumor mill goes completely off the rails. Fairy siblings, a 50-year marriage, a scandalous elopement, take your pick. Somebody's husband is out here describing Tesselid like he personally fell out of heaven, sculpted jawline and all. But not everyone listening in is just gossiping for fun. A couple of strangers perk right up at the mention of silver hair. These 2 are clearly listening for a reason, not just killing time at the market. Notification pops up, dungeon cleared. Tesselid and Ailette just torched the Harpy Queen, ranked 780th strongest demon in the whole underworld. Look at her, not a scratch on Ailette, feathers still drifting down around her like she just walked out of a storm she started herself. The men they just freed are absolutely sobbing with relief. Thank you, they cry. We really thought we'd spend the rest of our lives getting pecked at by that harpy. Tesselid just shrugs it off. All I did was open the prison door, he says, now hurry up and get to the exit gate. He clenches his fist, and if you look closely, that curse mark on his wrist is fading just a little. His strength is trickling back to him piece by piece, but by his own admission it's still not enough. Aelet holds something out to him. Tessalid, take this, she says, a prize pulled straight from the dungeon's loot. She waves it off like it's nothing, calling it just a disposable trash drop from an S-class dungeon. He thanks her by name and promises to put it to good use. Out pops a tiny, chatty little creature, the so-called scale that judges souls, gushing about how he torched the Harpy Queen without even drawing his sword. That little scale immediately turns into the smoothest flirt in the room, cooing at Aelet to come live with it. She looks like she needs a shower. A ring of blue light swallows them both, and off they go straight through a portal to somewhere new. Aelet tries to grab Tessalid's attention with something urgent, and somewhere else a rumor is already spreading. Maybe, just maybe, Tessalid is still alive. Tessalid spots movement through the trees 2 knights from his old order. Hide yourself, he warns her fast. Aelet peers through the leaves and recognizes them instantly, Iphael and Hestio. 2 familiar faces from Tessalid's old unit, still marching around in those crisp white robes like nothing ever happened. The pair are arguing over what they just saw. Silver hair is rare enough that it can't just be some random coincidence, right? Someone shuts the gossip down hard enough, nothing more to hear. The official story going around: Tessalid died arrogant, trusting nothing but his holy sword when a dungeon collapsed on him. The commander doubles down, calling him a disgrace to the knights, a guy whose arrogance brought nothing but disaster. Hidden in the bushes, Aelet is fuming listening to them trash talk him like that. Tessalid just listens, jaw tight, giving absolutely nothing away. Hestio barks at the others to fall back to their positions. Iphael isn't ready to drop it. The commander cuts him off cold. Your actual mission is finding the missing saint, not chasing ghost stories about Tessalid. 8 years with nothing to show for it, and he's done being patient. Cross me again and I'll hold you accountable, he warns. Now move out. The 2 trudge off, clearly not buying that this is really the mission they should be running. Hestio can't shake the feeling, unlucky as he can be sometimes. She knows exactly what kind of man Tessalid really is. The second the commander's out of earshot, Iphael and Hestio spin around and completely lose it. That's really him, they shriek. He's a ghost. Aelet can't resist the roast. You just said he was alive, she points out, and now you're treating him like a ghost. Pick a lane. Iphael spirals even harder once he clocks Aelet. Wait, aren't you the pink-haired girl from the doll's mansion? Are you dead too? Is everybody a ghost now? He grabs her cheeks like he's checking she's actually solid. She just deadpans right back at him. Reunions, huh? Once things settle, Hestio asks how the institution's holding up. Tessalid admits that being dead means he's completely out of the loop. Iphael can't hold it in either. If you're alive, get back to the church, he scolds. Everyone thinks you're the arrogant idiot who caused a bust and died. Tessalid sets the record straight. The dungeon had already collapsed before they abandoned him there. Iphael's face falls. Are you even okay? He asks quietly. Hestio's anger flips straight toward the order instead. That bastard commander, she says, come back with us and defeat those guys to restore your honor. Not yet. Tessalid admits he's lost so much strength he can't even draw his holy sword, and showing up this week could get him finished off for good. They're stunned into silence. Then you need us more than ever, they say. Tessalid changes the subject fast. He's actually on his way to Greenwell Village, chasing a rumor that the saint has finally turned up. Alone with his thoughts, Tessalid admits what he actually needs right now isn't the church, and it isn't even his sword, just Aelet. Another knight blurts out the name like it's a ghost story come true, Tessalid. And there he is, Vice Captain Recto himself, greeted with a stiff little hello. Vice Captain Recto, like nobody's quite sure how to talk to a dead man. Tessalid turns to Aelet with a request hanging in the air. Aelet, I have a favor to ask. The air crackles between them as she waits to hear exactly what he needs. Aelet studies him carefully, still piecing together how the boy she once helped save is standing here at all. Startled, she manages, and it's a pleasure to meet you here, the kind of line you say when you're still not over the shock. Her face does a full lap of confusion before she manages another word. Rewind 2 weeks, the Knights of Radiance are staring down total annihilation. Their target, the sculptor's workshop dungeon, was supposed to be handled quietly. Instead, it's left them bloodied and barely standing. Turns out the quiet dungeon just got a serious upgrade. A chaos devil showed up and the threat rating jumped straight to S-class. Standing in front of that thing, the whole squad reaches the same grim conclusion at once. None of them are walking out of here. The demon, some kind of twisted sculptor, practically squeals at meeting a chaos devil in person, gushing about using the freshest materials for his next masterpiece. Then it turns those glowing red eyes on the knights and asks, almost bored, "So, which one of you should I sculpt?" Power crackles through the dark like static before a lightning strike. Someone floats the idea out loud: sacrifice just one person and maybe the rest walk away. One knight, sweating bullets, starts wondering if he could be the one who survives. The mob turns on their own vice captain. "You go, you're the squad leader, isn't protecting us literally your job?" One older knight flatly suggests just killing him outright, while another begs everyone to stop before this goes any further. Tessalid draws himself up and refuses point blank. No one will be sacrificed. We protect each other, that's the whole code he's standing on, even as the room turns against him. The Chaos Devil watches this little mutiny with cold, hungry amusement. "Give me that guy," it says simply, nodding at Tessalid like he's already been sold. "If you sell me that foolish holy knight," the demon purrs, dangling the deal in front of them. Its expression doesn't so much as flicker. To a demon, this is just business. "I'll let the rest of you live," it promises. Come on, demons always keep their bargains. Historically, that particular promise has aged great. Gold coins rain down like it's already sealing the deal. "Sell the material to me." "Hand him over," the captain barks. "Grab Tessalid now." Somewhere behind him, someone just whispers, "Stunned, Captain." It turns into a scramble, hands grabbing, Tessalid struggling against his own squadmates. The demon leans in almost gently. "Sorry, Tessalid, you just have to die. It's better than everyone dying, right?" The knights stop even pretending to feel bad about it. "Protect each other." "We can't, we won't. We'll kill you to survive." Coins spill through the dark, sealing the trade in gold. More of it tumbles down, stamped and gleaming the way blood money always does. A hand closes around one last coin. The deal's officially done. The captain mutters the quiet part out loud. "If it's revealed we made a deal with the devil, none of us will be safe." So he decides how the story gets told. Tessalid believed in the holy sword and caused a dungeon burst. Convenient how the dead guy always gets blamed. With the cover story locked in, the captain figures the whole mess is buried for good. Except Tessalid is very much alive, standing there in a deep red coat like nothing happened. How is that guy still alive? The captain sputters, realizing that if the truth gets out, the Holy Emperor will know exactly what they did. Tessalid, ever polite, greets the cloaked figure in front of him. "It's a pleasure to meet you here." He explains what he remembers, waking up stranded somewhere remote, everything since he entered the dungeon just gone. He's the only one who made it out. His memories coming back slowly, he says, nothing to worry about. The captain's face says otherwise. One of the conspirators breathes out in relief. He doesn't remember. Which means, for now, the truth stays buried from the Holy Emperor as long as it stays that way. Tessalid just stands there among the very people who sold him out, none the wiser. Cut back to the present. Bia and Islet side by side, both about to get pulled into whatever comes next. The knights grumble about it but fall in line anyway. "I don't like it, but let's do as Tessalid says for now." The captain turns on the charm for Islet. They're all traveling together since the area's dangerous and he's heard she's the alchemist who saved Tessalid's life. Off to the side, someone's spiraling. "I'm going to die, I'm going to die." A knight nearby completely loses it, screaming that they're all going to die. Blood spatters through the air as the moment turns violent and ugly. Islet stares down at what's left of him, quietly horrified. She explains it calmly. This is a dungeon drain phenomenon, toxic waste leaking straight out of the dungeon itself. Hate, sorrow, fear, jealousy, despair, all of it seeping up from below. This man's hooked on it, and without a healer, ordinary people just can't take it. The captain flashes Islet a smile. "Don't worry, they'll all travel together and closing the dungeon is easy, just find the sealed box hidden in the deep part." So please follow me, he says, already leading the way. Eyelet isn't so sure. Something in her gut says it won't be nearly that easy. That deep part is apparently crawling with deadly disease, the kind that would flatten anyone less skilled than a master. The group steps through a shimmering portal, deeper into the dark. And then it clicks for Eyelet all at once. They're not just closing a dungeon, they're walking her straight to where they plan to finish off Tessalid. She keeps walking anyway, boots echoing, refusing to let any of it show on her face. A system message flashes up, cold and official. They've entered the A-rank dungeon, bottom of Pandora, now inside an active plague zone. Move, Tessalid pushes forward through the group, clearly not planning to sit this one out. The dungeon's inner structure looms ahead, lit in sickly purple. A massive stone archway swallows the whole party as they step inside. They press deeper, tiny figures swallowed by the dark corridor. A huge building, Eyelet murmurs, taking it in. This is the entrance to the deep part. Behind her, the captain mutters to his accomplice, "Now's the time." Eyelet keeps moving, footsteps echoing off stone she can't quite see the end of. Something's off and she knows it. Her eyes stay sharp, scanning every shadow. Deep in the dark ahead, something massive stirs, and it's exactly where they're headed. She turns, sharp-eyed and braced. Something's coming and she already knows it's bad. Someone bellows his full name across the ruins, Tessilio Argent, not exactly the kind of shout you want aimed at you. A knight yanks Ayelet back, blade at her throat. "If you want to save this woman, listen to me." Terry gets his orders: climb down that cliff, bring back the box holding the dungeon's core, or she pays for it. More knights fall in behind him, blades drawn, just in case he gets any bright ideas. The whole group crowds the ledge, waiting to see if he'll actually go through with it. Terry steps toward the drop, darkness waiting below. He doesn't hesitate. He goes over the edge, the shadows swallowing him whole. Up top, someone calls out Terry. Ayelet just scoffs. "Heh, that's just like him, like this is business as usual." The brown-haired knight smirks. With Terry's personality, there's no way he'd turn his back on a hostage. Exactly what they counted on. And the real kicker, that dungeon is soaked in plague. Even if he finds the core, the poison should finish him off for free. Ayelet, that's the only name he says before he moves. "I'll be back," he tells her. "You don't need to worry," he adds, which is usually exactly what someone says right before doing something extremely worrying. Then he jumps, no rope, no hesitation, straight into the dark. Ayelet screams his name, thrashing against the arm locked around her. Down below, Terry hits the ground hard, alone in the dark, breathing through it. Everything, the thought trails off. There's more going on here than anyone up top realizes. Ayelet's face gives nothing away as she stares at the spot where he vanished. He is actually going exactly according to plan. Turns out this whole disaster was scripted from the start. Rewind a little. Ayelet greets the vice captain, all smiles, then turns to Terry, who leans in with a quiet request. "Ayelet, I have a favor to ask." Because Terry already knew about the curse burned into someone's arm, chains and all. And the one sure way to break a curse like that, the old wisdom says, is sacrifice. Down in the dungeon rubble, two figures move through the wreckage, small against the dark. So for the one person who once helped him. He threw himself off that cliff without a second thought and called it a fair trade. Up top, a blonde ally chuckles over Ayelet's fainting act. "You're good at acting, haha." Privately, Ayelet admits she genuinely thought he'd jump without a rope. "I forgot about the fall prevention charm I gave you." Turns out he was never actually in freefall, just very good at looking doomed. He just grins, thanks. The enemy knights round on the blonde alchemist, demanding to know who she is. Since when does a mere alchemist drop a trained soldier? The vice captain laughs it off. Terry's part of the deal is done, so no more reason to play nice with the hostage. Big mistake. Ayelet's smile is gone. "You're dead." She plants herself on the wreckage, glaring daggers. "Are you trying to kill me too, not just Terry?" More knights close in, swords raised, ready to finish the job. "Try it if you can," she dares them, eyes blazing. Her jaw sets, she is not bluffing. Seconds later, two of them are on the ground groaning, and it was not a fair fight in her favor. "Kill her," the vice captain screams at whoever he's got left standing. By the end, Ayelet's the only one still standing, sword planted in the ground, bodies scattered around her. The vice captain, bloodied and broken, throws up a hand. "Wait." What did we do wrong? We just wanted to survive. A little late for regrets, buddy. Another one on the ground tries the same angle. Would you have made a different choice in that situation? As if that excuses any of it. The vice captain grins through the blood and tries one more twist of the knife. Terry jumped to save her, and whether she realizes it or not, eventually he is. Ailette goes still, processing that half-finished sentence. A memory surfaces Terry's face. Gentle Tessalid, she murmurs. Because the rest of that sentence lands like a blade, he was created to do just that, built for sacrifice, not survival. Something in Ailette snaps and her fist finds its mark. I can't listen to you anymore, she says. That is the end of his sentence permanently. Silence, she slaps a skill on him before he can spin one more lie. He grabs his throat, panicking. He cannot speak at all. Ailette lays it out cold. The only reason he's still breathing is to testify to Terry's innocence in court. Keep babbling nonsense, though. And she might just change her mind about that. He laughs anyway, half delirious, blood on his face. Nearby, another wounded knight begs just to breathe, while Ailette flatly asks what skill she actually hit him with. Turns out silence just blocks speech, simple as that, but this guy is apparently a healer, and a healer who can't cast. Is a healer whose own weakened body is now defenseless against the plague eating away at him. Which raises a scarier question: is Terry even okay down there? He doesn't have any healing abilities of his own. Ailette goes quiet. Just in case, though, she'd given him something before he jumped. Something that, combined with his own limits, should buy Terry maybe 20 minutes down there. Should. Except it's already been 30. Then why? Ailette can't even finish the thought. Up on the crumbling ledge, Ailette plants her feet and makes up her mind. Talking her out of this won't work. She's going down there to save him no matter what. The voice that shapes the world, yes, that is a real title she has, reads the look on Ailette's face and caves. Fine, find a way down, fast. She braces herself for whatever Ailette's about to do next. Spoiler, it's reckless. And there she goes. Ailette doesn't climb down, she jumps, sword in hand, straight into the dark. Ailette, are you out of your mind? The voice shrieks, watching her plunge into the ruined depths below. Somewhere down in the dark, a countdown ticks upward. Pandora's plague just hit stage 2 and it's climbing fast. Stage 7, stage 8, whatever's eating away down there isn't slowing down, and neither is Ailette. She rides the fall through a hail of ice and rubble, eyes locked forward, refusing to blink. Pandora's plague maxes out. Whatever is happening to him, it's happening right now. She hits the ground in one piece. Phew, I made it, she breathes, wasting no time on relief. Sword drawn, she pushes forward into the dark toward whatever is left of him. From somewhere far off, a familiar voice watches her go. Indeed, just what I'd expect from my disciple. A thread of golden light leads her straight to him. Tessalid, that's you, right? She calls out, refusing to lose hope. She scrambles closer. Are you okay? Can you stand? You told me, her voice catches. Not to worry, and then you go and scare me like this, a weak voice answers back, Ailette. He reaches for her hand, barely able to move. Why did you come? He asks. It's strange, he murmurs, holding onto her. How many times now? How many times are you the one who comes to save me? His voice trails off, uncertain, or maybe he just doesn't want to say the rest out loud. But something's wrong. There's a darkness behind his eyes that shouldn't be there. Is it a vain hope? He whispers, fading. Ailette's face drops. What is this? Terry, wake up. Terry, don't you dare let this dungeon's darkness swallow you whole, she shouts, refusing to let go of him. Once he can breathe again, the Psyllid tells her what happened. He found the dungeon's core, but it was so dark down there he couldn't even move. Ailette remembers now. Frosty's always been afraid of the dark ever since they were kids. Well, she says gently, let's go back. Since it's dark, she tells him, taking his hand, I'll walk with you. Light gathers in her palm, a small golden promise pushing back the dark around them. Far away, her golden-haired mentor lifts his head, watching this whole rescue unfold like he can somehow see it. Yes, is all he says, like he already knew she'd pull this off. The Psyllid finds enough strength to summon one last burst of power, fist blazing to help clear their way out. He pulls her into a tight hug, dungeon core still clutched in his hand, like he can't quite believe they made it. One last burst of light and then solid ground, they're out. Nearby, a pile of knocked-out knights lies groaning in the dirt. "Did you do this?" the Silid asks, staring. "You think I'd just let them walk away after what they did to you?" Islet shrugs. "Are you going to nag me about it?" "No, it's just," the Silid says quietly, "it feels new having someone stand up for me." "I'll go close the dungeon," Islet says, all business again. He just stares back, speechless. Cue the world's most random pep talk, something about their sweet potatoes being made with a lot of effort. Priorities, people. "Well then," her mentor chuckles from afar, "to help our little sweet potato, I suppose I'll do my part too," as Islet mows down another wave of knights single-handed. "Revocation of silence," she intones, and one of the downed knights suddenly finds his voice again, gagging and gasping for it. "You foolish woman," he spits. "Do you think you'll get away with attacking the Knights of Radiance? I'll send you to hell right alongside Tessalid." "It's you who's headed to hell," Islet fires back. "You made a deal with demons, think the Inquisition will let that slide? There's no evidence," he stammers. How do you even know that?" he chokes out. Islet already knows the demon's gold coins in his pocket came straight from the newborn chaos itself. "No matter how many you throw away," she says, "watching the coins burn, they always come crawling back to you, don't they? That right there is proof you struck a deal with the devil. How do you think the Order of the Sun Palace handles people like you once they know everything?" She crosses her arms, unbothered. "Even a fool like me can guess. Torture first, then a nice bonfire at the stake." His face goes pale as ash. "No, absolutely not the Inquisition, anything but that. If I have to die horribly under torture anyway." His eyes go wide and wrong, like he's already decided something terrible. Something rips loose right in front of her. Islet flinches back, a small dark shape twisting in her grip. A scream tears through the dark as whatever he's just done starts consuming him whole. The screaming doesn't stop. Something is very, very wrong here. Green energy rips through the air in jagged claws, tearing the space itself apart. A warning flashes bright and ugly. The dungeon's hidden boss has just shown up, Demon Realm rank 791, Grelius, the so-called Sentinel of Disaster. "A hidden boss?" Islet mutters, watching it unfold. The thing rumbles at the panicking knight. "It was you who summoned me." "You sick people," Islet growls, sword already moving. "I'll make you regret this." One clean strike later and it's over. "Rest in peace," she says, and mostly means it for herself. The curse writhes in its death throes, snarling one last threat before its voice fades to a whisper, "Rest in peace." Sparks scatter across a battlefield soaked in cursed green light, one lone silhouette standing where the horror used to be. Ailette watches quietly, senses on edge, waiting to see what happens next. A hand reaches for hers and someone murmurs her name. Tessalid grips his blade tight and steps forward. "I'll do it," he says, and Ailette lets him take point. "Wait, Tessalid, this guy," she mutters, sensing something's changed. A sealed emblem shatters apart in chains. He's just gotten his full strength back. Power floods back into him, chains snapping as light bursts around his back. The curse's voice slithers around him. "I'll give you the true rest called death. Revere it, accept it." Tessalid just smirks. "Sweet words," he mutters, "but death's gonna have to wait." Unfortunately for the curse, he's already forging his answer, a blade of light. "You cannot give me rest," he growls, raising his sword high. The fight crashes downward, a crimson shape plummeting past the skull's grinning face. He swings with everything he's got, carving clean through the dark. "Impressive," someone murmurs, while off to the side Ailette and her blonde friend just gawk. "Wow, that's amazing." Blondie whistles low. "He's improved a lot since I last saw him." "That's true," Ailette agrees, "but the compatibility isn't great." Blondie just shrugs. "Give him 15 minutes and he'll solo an S-rank boss solo." She keeps her own blade close anyway, just in case. No matter how sharp his swordsmanship gets, he's still got zero healing of his own to fall back on. And against something that spews corrosion, fire, and plague non-stop, that's a losing math problem. Then a golden circle blooms, healing magic rushing in right on cue. Tessalid blinks, feeling his wounds knit shut mid-fight. Ailette grins from afar, fingers sparking with light. "Should be helpful," she says, cool as ever. Alone among the ruins, she keeps the spell flowing, quietly proud of her work. Somewhere in the dark, the curse catches the scent. There was a healer. She doesn't even notice she's standing in a graveyard of monster corpses. I just made myself a target, she realizes, way too late. A clawed hand lunges out of the dark. I can smell the rotten blood and bone dust of my kin on you. How dare you harm the household of death, it snarls from the shadows. I'll kill you first, its voice roars and Ailette freezes on the spot. Tasselid doesn't hesitate for a second, he's already sprinting to reach her. He tears through the chains in a burst of light, right in the nick of time. He slams the attack aside before it ever reaches her. Chains coil tight around him, but he refuses to give an inch. Blue sacred flame ignites across his hand. This is a whole new gear. The curse recoils with a pained groan as the fire bites in. It lets out a shriek as the flame swallows it whole. One last thrash of the chains, one last scream. You bastard, Tasselid spits, sword crackling with light as he closes in. The chains shatter apart, the curse losing its grip fast. He pours everything into one final, blinding strike. The curse's face dissolves into blue mist, its power finally breaking. One more clean cut and it's all but over. Its crown cracks apart, the last of its defiance bleeding out. And just like that he's gone, vanished without a trace. The blast rocks the ruins, and for a second nobody can tell who's still standing. Then a hand closes around the hilt steady, it's over. Oh no, stop, it begs, but there's no stopping this one now. Tasselid answers with his finishing move, the baptism of judgment. The dust settles and Ailette's still on her feet, safe. A system message flashes up. They just took down the dungeon's hidden boss, some 750 first-ranked demon lord nobody even knew was there. A brand new skill drops right into her hands, Dance of Annihilation. Plus a loot item, a harvest scythe, still smoking from the fight. Tasselid, are you hurt, she asks. He just waves it off, it's nothing serious. She heals him up anyway. It's good to have a healer around, he admits with a small smile. By the way, can I take this loot item, she asks, already holding up the scythe, this scythe. Take it all, he says, I owe you way more than that. Really, thanks, I was actually planning a gift for someone, she grins. There's a guy here with a really pretty scapula and ilium. Tasselid just stares, what do you mean? By pretty, cue the weirdest bone-based compliment ever given. Case in point, she is still ribbing some poor guy, insisting he is basically just a walking bag of bones. Turns out that is an old joke between her and Tasselid. A talking scale keeps reminding her this is technically her 17th life, so she had better show some insight. Tasselid tries to sound wise, saying maturity is about quality of experience, not quantity. Ailette clocks that as a very roundabout way of admitting he has never dated anyone. The scale pipes up to say the same rule applies to her, and Ailette shuts the peanut gallery down with a sharp, quiet God. Then, out of nowhere, Tasselid gets quietly serious, admitting there is no version of this where he stops caring about her. Someone nearby flags her down with something else to look at, and Ailette is already leaning in. There is a second gift waiting to be unwrapped, and Tasselid is not letting her put it off. Inside is a full combat skill called the Dance of Annihilation, a sword style built for cutting through entire enemy lines at once. With her new power settling in, Ailette cannot help but show off how much stronger she feels, and Tasselid, ever the deadpan, just offers a quiet congrats. She returns the compliment. He is back to full strength too, and with that settled they are finally cleared to head back to the Holy Order. First though, there is cleanup duty. A pile of knocked-out knights still needs collecting before they can leave the dungeon behind. Tasselid's attention drifts to his own arm, where the seal that has been holding him back has finally broken. Whatever was locking his power down, most of it just came undone. The rest, he figures, will sort itself out eventually. Word that Tasselid Argent is alive spreads through the order like wildfire, especially since everyone attended his funeral, and he even dragged back a knight who was also supposed to be dead. Rumors escalate fast. With some whispering he struck a deal with the devil himself just to survive. Here is the kicker though, the man at the center of the scandal is an inquisitor, the very knight whose job is hunting down heretics. His house, the Argent family, backs the ministry of the gospel, so this return from the dead is about to shake up more than a few political tables. One knight bursts in on his father, practically shaking his own brother. Tasselid is somehow alive. Dad already knows and would like him to keep his voice down about it. That is Canoil Audrek, minister of the gospel, and his son Halcyon is not ready to let this slide. He blames Tessalid for killing their family's eldest son. Flashback 4 months and there is Canoil seething, naming his dead son Ilion and swearing there will be a reckoning. But Canoil is playing the long game. Tessalid is now the rising star of the Inquisition, and moving against him recklessly could tip the whole balance of church power, a math problem Halcyon clearly hates. Meanwhile, somewhere else entirely, a very different conversation is unfolding, one that is all about finding the Saintess. Whoever she is, someone very much wants her recruited, by any means necessary. Back with Islet, she is fully done waiting around, loudly declaring the whole situation so inconvenient. She is stuck outside while the actual Knights of Radiance get hauled off for questioning, and she is not shy about pointing out that is no way to treat the literal owner of the Holy Sword. Tessalid corrects her, though she is not just famous for the sword. She is also, by his own account, one of the most hated people in the world right now, and Islet cannot decide if his matter-of-fact self-deprecation is more baffling or just plain sad. Anyway, she figures, that is not even the real reason they are being held up. Even a church that has grown into its own nation cannot escape politics. The whole order is split down the middle between the Gospel faction and the Inquisition faction. 2 factions, 1 church, and nowhere near enough trust between them. One side is obsessed with harsh law and judgment, the other cares more about expanding real-world power, and honestly neither has particularly clean hands. Tessalid just shrugs it off. Which side is worse really depends on who you ask. Islet figures the real holdup is just tangled church politics, so while they wait she decides it is finally time to check some overdue system notifications. Turns out she is still owed a reward from finishing some old tutorial quest. The voice that shapes the world is practically vibrating with excitement, waiting for her to open it, way more excited than Islet herself. She is asked to pick a specialty for her reward: holy power, cooking, auras cultivation, or alchemy. The second she even considers auras instead, the voice has a full meltdown, stomping around demanding to know why she would betray her own specialty. It is blatantly, hilariously obvious this god sponsored the Holy Power Prize itself and really wants her to pick it. She caves, picks Holy Power, and the reward comes flying in. Wrapped up in a big ribboned box, dropped right into her lap. Inside is the apostolic leader's robe, a costume so absurdly overpowered it boosts her charm and charisma by 200%, supposedly to make her missionary work easier. Islet is genuinely starstruck by it. Even the scale admits it is a little into the dress too, and Islet just about melts, gushing about how great the gods are being to her. For a second it really does feel like she is living in a fantasy novel, right up until she remembers she cannot actually wear the thing. It is just way too fancy for life on the road, and no amount of divine sulking is going to change that. From the outside, all Tessalid sees is his companion cheerfully waving at empty air again, which, fair, is exactly what is happening. Then a knight marches up with news: the Cardinal Council has finally reached a decision. And it is not the good kind of decision. Tessalid is led away in chains. Islet is stunned, demanding someone explain what is going on. He is being blamed for triggering a dungeon burst, even though Islet insists there is proof the Knights of Radiance framed him. The answer she gets: rules are rules. He still stands trial. Islet is fuming. This whole thing reeks of a stitch-up. Tessalid, weirdly calm about being arrested, says he is fine with it. He has just got one request. Take care of his companion, he asks, since she has just awakened divine power and is here for her ordination. The knight brushes it off easily enough. One particular knight steps up with a smirk, promising he will personally make sure she is well taken care of, and somehow that sounds a lot more ominous than reassuring. He turns back to Tessalid with a saccharine reminder to just focus on his trial and not worry about a thing. Tessalid clearly is not buying the act for a second, watching him go with nothing but suspicion. Harry glances back at her without a word. That silence says more than any speech could. Thank you, he murmurs to the guard, calm as ever even while getting cuffed like a criminal. The corridor swallows him in fog and footsteps, dragging him further away from her. Terry, Ayelet finally breathes his name out, like it physically hurts to watch this. You can practically see the meter in her head, and her frustration just keeps climbing. Before she can be ordained, a cleric tells her she has to survive a trial before the observers, but first, 3 days locked away alone to purify body and spirit. Agnes has never heard of any such trial and calls it out as bogus, while Ayelet mutters that it feels like someone is trying to wedge her and Terry apart. A knight falls in step behind her, all faux casual curiosity, saying he just had to see the woman Tessalid dragged in. Terry tells her the knight's name flat out, Halcyon Ordrek, the man who will be overseeing her whole trial, so she had better remember it. Ordrek, that explains the attitude. If he wants to play clear enemy, fine by her, she is ready to match him jerk for jerk. Out loud, though, she flashes her sweetest smile and swears she will follow every procedure to the letter, the face of someone plotting something. Ordrek just stares her down, arms crossed, clearly not buying a word of it. Manners, he barks, accusing her of dazzling the rookie with that smile and insisting he is not so easily charmed. Ayelet and Agnes just trade a "what is this man even on about" look while he lectures her on a month of doctrine training plus a month serving his knights, if she even passes. Only after all that, he adds, does she get ordained, and he has zero tolerance for sloppy healers. "Keep your conduct in check once you're under my command," he snaps, then storms off without so much as a goodbye. Ayelet just stands there, jaw practically on the floor at the sheer nerve of the guy. Agnes pulls her aside and calls the whole service period story nonsense. There is no such rule, then nods toward the room up ahead. Turns out it is literally the cell where novice priests get locked up to reflect on their mistakes. Cute euphemism for a prison. The door slams and locks behind her and her eyes go wide as it sinks in, she is stuck in here. A basket thuds down just outside the door, her rations apparently. A servant slides it over with a flat "here's today's meal," not even bothering to look sorry about it. She peeks inside, bread, wine, water, that's it until the trial, and silently roasts it, hard as a rock but sure, very spiritual. The servant bows out with an "I'll be going now," leaving her hunched over her sad little bucket of dinner. That's when she finally snaps, smashing the rock-hard bread to pieces and yelling that a Korean lives on rice, not this. She just keeps pounding away, taking out 3 days of pent-up frustration on one very unlucky loaf. Days later, wine in hand, she casually drops that she's changing the whole plan, and Agnes about chokes since she was supposed to stay undercover. The original plan was cute and quiet, get ordained, then shadow Terry as his healer on his dungeon runs. Agnes points out how weirdly patient that was for her. Even the so-called voice that shapes the world, basically the universe's own snarky narrator, is not thrilled she was going to stay quietly buried in this corrupt order. She cracks open the wine with a satisfying pop, savoring the moment like she's about to drop a bombshell. And there it is, no more hiding. She's about to reveal herself as the exact saint this whole kingdom has been desperately hunting for. She flashes a confident grin, basically announcing herself to an empty room. That's her surprise. Agnes is floored and the cosmic peanut gallery chimes in too, one voice thrilled by such a heretical saint, another already dreading what this does to the story. The rest of the cosmic commentary track leans all the way into the chaos, blessing her new arc with zero shame while she just gives it a cheeky little wave hello. Meanwhile, across the capital, someone spots a familiar face striding through, the head of the Saint search team back at the sanctuary. Bystanders are already whispering, weren't they supposed to be out on an expedition? Did they actually find something? He confirms it flatly, yes, this is about Greenwell Village. An elderly couple recount it like a miracle. Some young woman with insane power torched a horde of monsters in a blink and threw up a massive protective barrier to save them all. Asked what she looked like, the answer lands like a gut punch for anyone paying attention. Young woman, pink hair, green eyes. The knight murmurs they have been hunting this saint for 8 straight years, and wonders out loud if they somehow missed her the entire time. Then the real bombshell drops. Sir Tessalid, the knight everyone assumed was dead, has turned up alive straight out of Greenwell. And he did not come back alone. He's got a young woman with pink hair right at his side. Sir Clovis takes off down the stairs, daring to actually hope maybe finally they have found their real saint. Back with Ailette, the voice that shapes the world is having an absolute meltdown over her plan. It practically shrieks at her, is the apostle of an absent god seriously about to go pretend to be the saint? Calling it flat-out heresy, the voice storms off in a dramatic huff, wailing on its way out. And just like that, the connection goes dead silent. She's officially on her own now. She stares at her own hands, stunned. Wait, did that thing seriously just block her? Before she can spiral about it, another one of those cosmic voices pipes up, hinting there's actually an opportunity buried in this whole disaster. She has absolutely no idea what that's supposed to mean, and it shows all over her face. She sits with it for a second, turning the cryptic little hint over and over in her head. Then it clicks, understanding washes over her face as a golden glow starts building around her like something huge is about to happen. Meet Ailette. She has got that look on her face, the one that says she is about to do something either very smart or very reckless. She is stepping straight into the divine realm itself, no big deal apparently for a girl with a standing invitation. Yep, divine realm, sparkles and all, she has clearly done this before. But she is not here to sightsee with the gods, she is hunting down some kind of VIP points shop. Someone clocks her arrival instantly, wondering out loud who she is. Apparently she is not exactly a stranger around here. It is the old shopkeeper, and she remembers Ailette right away, the lady who bought the save artifact last time, a regular customer. The bell dings and the old woman is already sizing her up, back for that watch she was eyeing last time. Nope, Ailette has bigger plans today. She wants the holy grail of rituals and she wants it now. The old fortune teller nearly swallows her pipe. That thing does not come cheap. 72,000 points flat, basically her entire savings, so of course she tries to haggle. The answer is a hard no. No discounts here, but the old woman throws in a free fortune reading as a consolation prize. How generous. Smoke curls around her hand and the mood shifts fast. This is not the fun kind of fortune telling. Something ancient stirs in that mist, spelling out a symbol for fate itself. The reading is grim. There is a sinister aura hanging over the guy Ailette is sweet on. Whoever he is in for a brutal time when the wheat harvest festival rolls around. The old woman starts cackling into her pipe, which is never a good sign. She teases Ailette, saying the second she heard the word crush, one guy popped straight into her head. Ailette, not about to dignify that with a response, tries to make her exit. Grail's right there on the shelf, the old woman says, and then adds there is more. She warns Ailette not to blindly trust everything she thinks she already knows. The fortune is clear on one thing, even the possessed have no idea what is actually coming. And her parting warning lands close to home. A shadow like a disaster is lurking around Ailette herself now. Cryptic as ever, Ailette does not wait around for clarification, she is already stepping out. But that warning sticks with her, you can see it all over her face. Rewind a bit because this grail already has history. This is the holy grail of rituals, an honest-to-goodness artifact, and Ailette has already put it to use once before. Her friend catches her holding it and wants answers. What exactly did she use this thing for? Her answer? She bought a literal holy artifact to make a phone call. Sure, why not? It is even enhanced to make the drinks taste better while she is at it. Her friend just blinks. A phone call to who exactly? Turns out her direct line to her god got cut off completely, blocked, no less. But this grail is her workaround, so she starts an awkward prayer. Dear God, are you sleeping? Doesn't matter. The ritual lets her talk straight to him no matter who blocked who, as long as she offers something with real sincerity behind it. So she pours out a drink as the offering, courtesy of a technique from something called the scales that judges souls. Delicious sincerity, apparently. All that build-up, and now she is just standing there blanking on what to actually say first. Her mind drifts for a second, flashes of softer, brighter memories before she pulls herself back to the moment. All she really wants is to not end up on this god's bad side. So she just goes for it. Honored God, could you maybe unblock her? The offering glows to life in the cup. Message sent. The answer comes back instantly. The voice that shapes the world swears he has never blocked anybody ever. Ailette lights up. There he is. He even admits to acting a little unseemly earlier, character growth from an actual god. Then he cuts to the real question: does she actually want to be a saint, or does she just feel stuck doing it? She is honest with him, it never felt like a choice so much as an obligation, and she is worried the church will slow her down now that her grace period is over. He tells her, gently, she does not need to force it. She is not fully convinced. He explains the mechanics honestly. More faith means more power for him, but even a modest sect of 10,000 followers would be plenty. This was never about whether he liked her or not, she says. She realizes just how generous he is actually being with her. He warns her the existing church is extreme and exclusive, so caution is warranted, but spreading his own religion still has to happen. Then the bigger picture drops. This entire world exists in a state abandoned by its original god, and it shows nothing is running right. It is holding together on fumes, barely propped up by some male lead's painful return, whatever that story is. Bottom line, this world needs a replacement god. And Ayelet's pitch is simple. A kind, gentle god like him is exactly what this broken world needs. She says it flat out: this is not optional anymore, it is a necessity. And something about that declaration actually makes him glow. And just like that, a quest pops up. Mission of the Order Leader, Stage 1, difficulty unknown, cool, very reassuring. Her job is to spread his reputation across the whole continent, but carefully, since promoting him too loudly could get her branded a heretic. Safer bet: infiltrate the Order first. Feathers drift down around her like she has just been blessed, or knighted, possibly both. No penalty if she picks the wrong target, an unknown reward if she succeeds, zero downside if she fails. Basically a freebie. Full permission, full support, no strings attached. Ayelet is genuinely touched. Thank you, honored god. She does sneak in one request though: please do not ever block her again, and he gets genuinely offended, insisting he never blocked her in the first place. She grins and pushes her luck a little further. Then you have to protect me, stay right by my side. And he agrees so hard, he basically promises to be overprotective from here on out. Cut back to the present, the church where Ayelet actually has somewhere to be. Footsteps echo in armor down the hall. Someone is making an entrance. He strolls in casual as ever, a little late, sure, but figures the test probably has not even started, and the two guys already in the room look like they have seen a ghost. They clearly recognize him, and they are not thrilled about it. Turns out it is Clovis, the Saints' search captain himself, and nobody expected him to show up as a fellow test taker. The proctor does not skip a beat. Everyone is here, so let's get this test started. He calls her up first by name, Miss Ayelet Roadline. First task simple enough on paper: heal the injured bird in that cage. Then comes the real test: show them the full extent of her divine power, consecration, purification, all of it. Ayelet does not flinch. Understood, she says, she will prove it. And she does. The whole room floods with gold light, and even the two knights who thought they had seen everything are stunned speechless. Ayelet plants her feet in a garden that looks almost too pretty to be real and takes a breath. Ready or not, the truth is about to come out. That tight braid and the crisp white coat aren't just fashion, this is her full holy night look, and she's dressed like she means business. Around her the flowers practically glow. Somebody is about to make an entrance. Those green eyes go steely. This isn't nerves, this is calculation. How should I reveal that I'm a saint, she mutters, like she's picking out a party outfit instead of dropping the biggest reveal of her life. Nearby, Agnes lays out the rules. To officially earn her holy title, Ayelet has to prove herself in healing, purification, and consecration. Agnes tuts that the test is almost insultingly simple for someone packing Ayelet's firepower. How about this? Ayelet grins. I bring down divine punishment instead, and somewhere nearby a poor bystander looks like he just saw his life flash before his eyes. Turns out sweet, proper Agnes has a delightfully unhinged side when she's plotting. The cosmic forces themselves basically dare her to go all out, though a booming voice barks at her not to get reckless. Divine descent comes with a nasty side effect, a sacred fever as the price. Ayelet shrugs off the warning. If a fever is the price of admission, fine, she'll pay it. Something massive is coming, and the knights nearby go pale before they even see it. Up on the golden staircase, jaws are already hitting the floor. A barrier snaps into place, Mercury's barrier, because apparently even a miracle needs a safety net. And there she is. Islet descends the golden hall wrapped in pure light. This is her divine descent, full power, no filter. One knight lets out a strangled little yelp. Honestly, fair reaction. Golden Boy himself can barely stay on his feet. The divine power rolling off her is that intense. "Who is that woman?" he blurts out. "Buckle up, you're about to find out." Someone elbows him to watch his mouth. You don't yell at a walking miracle. A dove settles gently into her palm, glowing like it just got blessed, because it did. The whisper spreads through the hall like wildfire. The saint, Islet, has just publicly outed herself, no takebacks. Kneeling before her, the golden-haired knight finally breaks the silence. Call him Sir Halcyon. "After 8 years of searching, I have finally found you," he says. His knight order under the temple is now hers to command. Islet doesn't waste a second. She orders the Cardinal Council summoned, both of them like she already runs the place. Sir Halcyon, though, wants none of it. He turns down the temple's protection flat out and asks everyone in the room to keep today quiet. "That is nonsense, Your Holiness," he pushes back, insisting she at least meet the head of the pro-Inquisition faction. Islet's face flickers. She clearly knows exactly who that faction leader is, and it's not a fond memory. "How can you divide the representative of God into factions?" Sir Halcyon groans, practically face-palming at temple politics. Islet goes quiet, eyes down. Whatever memory just surfaced, it isn't a happy one. Sir Halcyon kneels lower, admitting he's fully aware of the political mess tangled up inside the Holy See. Islet cuts through it all with one clean line: "Stop trying to use me in your internal disputes." Mic drop, halo included. Then, because apparently even saints have a petty streak, she turns to needle Sir Halcyon a little more. "The advice you gave me was very impressive," she says, with a smile that is way too pleased with itself. His fellow knight goes bright red, trying to walk back whatever he just said, and Islet, not helping at all, points out that Sir Halcyon has a real gift for digging his own grave. She's got a look on her face like she's filing all of this away for later blackmail. Her knight, meanwhile, is trying very hard not to combust from second-hand embarrassment. "I'll help you keep quiet about today," she offers. "I'll release you during the wheat harvest festival." Generous, terrifying, classic saint behavior. Turning to the rest of the room, she lays down the real order. "Everyone else, please keep this a secret until then. No pressure, just divine business as usual." Cut to a flashback someone clearly won't live down, getting chewed out for passing shady written notes and skipping the proper honorifics. What kind of saint resorts to threats? One knight mutters, "Buddy, you have no idea." Somewhere else entirely, a much heavier scene is starting. "I have one last request," a voice says, and the mood drops instantly. The scene cuts to a grand courthouse, cold, stone, tall pillars, exactly the kind of place where verdicts get handed down. Footsteps echo down the hall. This is the Silid, the knight the others used to call Frosty, and he's walking in cuffed. "Everyone, please take your seats," the presiding official announces. "I will now begin the trial." The Silid stands there in restraints, expression carved from stone. Whatever's coming, he's already bracing for it. Up in the gallery, Islet watches quietly. The whole Knight Order is here, and word is they've already confessed everything in the heresy investigation. This trial is about to get ugly. The evidence against him looks airtight, no room to argue, but Islet isn't so sure that's the whole story. One of the knights cracks completely under pressure. "We did make a deal with a demon," he blurts, "but it was Tessilio who caused the dungeon burst. Our unit disregarded orders and triggered it ourselves." Another knight piles on, pinning the whole disaster on the Silid. Islet just sighs. She saw this coming from a mile away. The officials at the bench take it all in, letting the accusations pile up. Asked to defend himself, the Silid gives exactly one word: no. From the gallery, a hooded figure grits her teeth, Islet, obviously, hissing "You stubborn fool" under her breath. "Staying silent is only going to make this worse," she mutters, "but I knew you'd do exactly this. That's why I already made a request." Down at the stand, his cuffed hands rest on the rail while someone off to the side watches in silence, waiting for the right moment. That someone finally speaks up. "Cardinal, I request a witness." the room is about to get a lot more interesting. One of the accusing knights flinches hard at that, like he already knows exactly who's about to walk in. Footsteps approach. Whoever this witness is, their timing could not be worse for the knights still spinning their story right when the cracks are starting to show. In Greenwall Village, a small group of locals gets marched forward under escort, murmurs rippling down the line as everyone wonders who's really behind this visit. One look at the new arrival and the crowd freezes solid. Whispers turn to gasps as somebody blurts out that person is. A couple of the men in the crowd go pale on the spot, clearly recognizing a face they hoped they'd never see again. An elderly woman shuffles forward on her cane, practically glowing with excitement at the sight of their important guest. "Who is it?" someone finally asks out loud, unable to place the visitor's face. That tight jaw says he's already bracing for a scene he'd rather avoid. Through the village's old iron gate the visitor steps in, and every eye in Greenwall turns his way. "Hello, I am Derek Bram, village chief of Greenwall," the flustered chief blurts out, quickly followed by Women's Association President Joan Lyle and the chief's wife Rose Bram, all falling over themselves to greet the man they call Youth President Dion Richter. The scene flashes back to the original trial. A shackled witness recalls the night a dungeon burst tore the village apart. "Survivors?" someone gasps in disbelief. "The villagers you abandoned and left behind," the prosecutor presses, "they all survived." Off to the side, a pink-haired girl watches every word in silence. A village witness contradicts the official story. "That silver-haired knight went up the mountain alone. No, I saw them all climbing together from that morning." Another witness swoons over her memory of it. "I remember, because the whole Women's Association came out just to see the handsome paladin." An old woman and her bald companion back up the story, insisting they saw the whole group enter the dungeon together while out picking wild strawberries. "My wife can't lie, it's in her genes," her husband roars, while a young boy chimes in that he saw the same group come bursting out of the dungeon in a blind panic. One of the accused pleads his case. "And not long after, monsters poured out like waves. I really thought I was going to die." A voice cuts in immediately, "Thaw, that's a lie." The shackled defendants swear to the gods they're telling the truth, but the murmuring crowd has clearly already made up its mind. The verdict lands like a hammer. The so-called heretical Chanyang Knights are sentenced to burn at the stake, while the court declares Tessalid Argent, the silver-haired knight, not guilty. Back in the present, Tessalid takes off in a hurry, clearly rattled by something. He cuts through the temple's quiet halls, footsteps echoing off marble he's walked 100 times before. Elsewhere, the saintess allows herself a small nod. Sending Sir Clovis to fetch real witnesses from Greenwall was exactly the right move. Yeah, she mutters to herself, "If you're the one who stirred the pot, you'd better be the one to put the lid back on." "Your Holiness," Sir Clovis calls out, and for just a second her heartbeat skips. "The wheat harvest festival is tomorrow, you need to prepare," he reminds her. "Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere," she says coolly. "As planned, I'll announce that I'm the saintess tomorrow." "I suppose I'll be the one escorting you to the festival then?" he asks, falling into step beside her. "I'll need your help getting in," she tells him, "but when it's time to leave, I won't need an escort." He blinks, caught off guard. The protocol for a saintess is the same as for a princess. It seems you don't realize you're required to have an escort at every official function. She just lets the corner of her mouth curl. She's got other plans entirely. "I'll be receiving not just the bishop's ordination," she tells him, "but the official appointment to the position, too. A place where an escort won't even be necessary anymore," she adds, letting the implication hang in the air. Sir Clovis's face drops. "Wait, does that mean?" "Your Holiness," he blurts, the realization finally landing. Without another word, she turns and walks off down the corridor, leaving him standing there. "Well then, I'll head back to my quarters for now. See you tomorrow, Sir Clovis, take care," she calls back while he's left muttering, just who the hell is she? He can't shake the thought, just how much does this woman actually know about the inner workings of the Holy Temple? Alone with her thoughts, she reflects, "Well, we got Tessalid through his trial safely." The Wheat Harvest Festival, she recalls, is one of the temple's June feasts, held to celebrate the harvest of wheat and barley. As part of it, the holy temple performs a ritual where a handful of barley is burned as a sacred offering. Starting with the Pope, then the cardinals, then ordinary priests by rank, everyone climbs to the altar in strict order. It's supposed to be a simple gesture, tossing a little grain into the sacred fire, but depending on who performs it, the flame's size and color can shift dramatically. Naturally, the church treats a bright, towering flame as a great omen. However, she thinks, watching the flame with a flicker of unease. A vision warns her plainly. The man she cares for is wrapped up in a conspiracy, and he's about to face a harsh fate at the very festival to come. Yes, Tessalid is about to get tormented all over again, she says, a spark in her eyes like she's already 3 steps ahead. Some cryptic system practically orders her to hunt him down and torment him further, and she shuts that down cold. I can't let that happen. A gift box appears out of nowhere, wrapped in an obnoxiously huge pink bow, tagged as the Divine Archbishop costume set. Apparently, it's sponsored gear designed to pump up her charm and charisma, all to make her evangelism activities easier. Subtle. She studies the outfit for a beat, weighing just how far she's willing to lean into the role. Behind the scenes, the pieces of her plan quietly slide into place. Whatever mysterious force is running the show, the so-called voice that shapes the world, seems more than satisfied with where this is heading. Night settles over the cathedral, quiet before the storm. Morning breaks bright and clear. Festival day has finally arrived. Down in the courtyard, the ceremony gets underway as an attendant carries the offering bowl toward the sacred flame. The air shimmers with anticipation as the ritual builds toward its centerpiece. Master of the Holy Sword, please proceed, comes the call, and Tessalid steps forward to answer it. Yes, I'll go right away, the young priest answers, hurrying off at Tessalid's word. Before that I have a question, Tessalid says, stopping him. Wasn't there someone recently ordained as a priest? The young man blinks. Pardon. The name is Ailette Roadline. Do you know anything about her? Pink hair, green eyes, a remarkably skilled woman. The priest just shakes his head. I haven't heard of anyone by that name. I see, Tessalid murmurs, clearly disappointed. He has no idea he's already standing in front of her. Well then, let's proceed with the ritual first, he says, pushing the question aside for now. The ritual chamber goes eerily quiet, and something in the air feels like it's about to go very wrong. A lone figure steps toward the blinding light at the altar, and the chapter cuts out right as the real trouble is about to begin. Our guy is already mid-search, muttering the one question that's about to eat his whole day. Where did Ailette go? A cold thought creeps in on him. Is he really being dragged through this exhausting loop all over again? Alone again, that one word hangs a lot heavier than it should. Round and round it goes, the same scene, the same silence, repeating over and over again. He walks the empty halls alone, jaw set, already bracing for whatever this cycle's got planned for him this time. The sacred grounds stretch out around him, quiet and gleaming, deceptively peaceful for what's about to go down. Mist rolls in low over the temple grounds as the day's ceremony gets underway. A young acolyte steps up to a robed priest. Brother, please offer your prayers. The priest solemnly receives the ceremonial case. The ritual is already rolling forward. Off to the side, Tessalid watches the whole ceremony with an unreadable, simmering look. Careful hands set the sacred piece into place for the offering. Offer it quickly, the senior priest snaps, before the flames of sanctification begin to fade. Something surges through the light, a vow taking shape. I will tear it down, drag it all down with me. Your authority threatens us, someone hisses, sealing an uneasy handshake. Tessalid's mind drifts back. There was a time he fought tooth and nail just to avoid ending up right here. Now, he says, and sets his plan in motion. Whatever he's been building toward starts right here. Ritual tokens scatter through the air, like he's flipping this whole ceremony on its head. A wall of blue flame roars up out of nowhere, crackling and very much alive. The blue fire twists, curdling into thick, dark smoke right before everyone's eyes. Smoke rolls out over the courtyard, swallowing the light whole. And there he stands, dead calm in the middle of it all, like this is exactly what he wanted. Rain starts to fall as confusion ripples through the crowd. Wait, huh? What is that? The priest stammers, going pale. This can't be. Another priest chokes out that torch hasn't gone dark in 200 years, not even through the worst storms. And now it's out completely, 2 centuries of sacred fire snuffed in an instant. Rain keeps falling over the smoking ruin of the flame, like the sky itself is holding its breath. Panic spreads through the crowd. What are they supposed to do if the flame is really, truly out? One very nervous official mutters that this was not the plan and now it's damage control time before anyone gets caught. Smooth. Lord Tessalid, what is going on? God has refused your offering. This is the wrath of someone shouts, cut off mid-sentence. Word spreads like wildfire, the wrath of strict order and virtue, and the master of the holy sword standing right there as the one who put it out. That's right, someone declares, a disgraceful sin has clearly been committed here. The crowd presses in, demanding he say something, anything at all. Lord Tessalid, they call again. He doesn't even flinch. From somewhere deep and dark, a voice murmurs that it's unbearably bored and unbearably empty. I'm suffocating, the same voice whispers, drifting through the void. Someone please, it begs, before I lose my mind completely. A pulse of light begins to gather out of nowhere. Something like fabric ripples into shape inside the glow. A young priest turns to the senior clergy, almost pleading the sacred flame can still be reignited, right? The priests huddle together, scrambling for any answer at all. The senior priest breaks out in a cold sweat, clearly not loving where this is headed. All eyes snap upward as something starts to happen. The smoke curls and thins, clearing to reveal something none of them expected. Tessalid stands amid the fading smoke, watching, waiting like he already knows exactly what's coming. Rays of light spill outward, brighter with every second. His composure finally cracks, eyes wide, breath caught, like he can't quite believe what he's seeing. A column of blinding light rises up out of the ashes of the ceremony. And suddenly we're somewhere else entirely, a flower-draped arch, soft and golden, straight out of a memory. A wedding from some other point in time. A bride with pink hair walked down the aisle in white. Petals and lace everywhere. This was clearly a very big day for somebody. Her face comes into focus beneath the veil, calm, glowing green eyes steady on him. Back in the present, a hush ripples through the crowd. Who is that woman, and where did she even come from? Heads turn one by one, footsteps echoing through the stunned silence. Isn't that Sir Clovis escorting her? Someone whispers, he's the saints. The search party captain goes rigid, recognition dawning fast. His eyes land on her necklace. In that case, she must be. Blue light gathers and swirls around her, unmistakable and completely otherworldly. A hand reaches out through the glow, delicate and sure. The magic wraps tighter, pulling her fully into focus. And there she is, the missing saint, standing in the flesh at last. Cut to a quieter memory, Ailette addressing him with mock formality. Well, Lord Tessalid. Please try again, she teases, clearly enjoying this a little too much. She flashes him a grin that says she's not letting this go anytime soon. She's dressed for the occasion, every inch the bride, every inch the saint underneath it. Her hand drifts to the pendant at her throat, a small private gesture. He looks up at her, caught off guard all over again by just how much she gets to him. Why do you look at me like that? He wonders quietly to himself. Then the warning comes, low and serious. If it's ever revealed that you're a saint, the church will bury you in obligations and responsibilities. I know, because I lived it myself. And yet, he admits, his own greed only lets him see her, nothing and no one else. His gaze doesn't waver, not for a second. And other thoughts, he adds, trailing off, clearly holding back a lot more than he's letting on. Those unspoken thoughts settle into something simple, a ring, slipped quietly into place. Side by side, the two of them look every bit the picture of a happy ending. If you're here, he tells her, everything is going to be all right. The ring catches the light like a promise sealing itself. They walk off together, hand in hand, leaving the ceremony behind them. So stay by my side, he asks, simple and completely sincere. It'll turn out well, right? Someone murmurs, hoping out loud. Their hands stay linked among the flowers, steady and sure. The wedding presses on, two people quietly betting everything on each other. Petals drift past her veil, soft and unhurried. The memory rewinds even further, 2 kids now, a little pink-haired girl and a little silver-haired boy. Don't worry, Terry, young Ailette tells him, all confidence, just trust me. That same pendant, even back then already hers, already meaningful. "Let me introduce this person to you," a blond man says, stepping forward. The knight beside him goes wide-eyed on the spot, clearly not expecting any of this. Snap back to now, the priests are frozen, stammering that person is the saint. Someone finally shouts, "We've been waiting 10 years. Sir Clovis," someone calls, and the knight turns sharply. He straightens up at once, every bit the dutiful escort. A stern, gray-haired official steps in. "Congratulations on completing the mission, but why wasn't the Cardinal Council notified in advance?" Meet Bezalis Argent, Minister of the Inspection Department, and clearly not a fan of surprises. "I requested it be done this way," Tessalid answers flatly, Alet right at his side, and the crowd murmurs, "The saint herself." There must have been a reason for postponing the meeting with the Cardinal Council," Bezalis presses, not buying it yet. "First, it would have been far better to meet with His Holiness," he starts, already building his case. Alet turns, calling gently for Sir Clovis. She looks completely at ease up here, like 10 years of hiding never happened at all. One onlooker mutters that she looks an awful lot like the Cardinal, a comment that clearly isn't going unnoticed. Bezalis's expression sharpens, filing that little detail away for later. Alet steps forward, composed and completely unbothered by the scrutiny. "We already arranged for that information to stay private," she says calmly. "But I never intended to stay hidden forever, so here I am." Tessalid watches her with quiet worry. He knows exactly how hard the church is about to come down trying to control her. And those aren't shoulders built to carry all that weight alone, not that she'd ever admit it. "So," she says, turning to face the crowd head-on, "let us finally exchange greetings. 10 years missing," and she walks back in like she owns the place. Every inch the saint they'd been praying for, poised, radiant, completely unshaken. Not intimidated in the slightest, and honestly, after everything she's been through, good luck to anyone who tries. We open on the holy city in full bloom, and there she is, tucked at the edge of the frame like she is not about to flip this whole cathedral upside down. That is our girl, Alet, dressed like a bride for God and looking about as thrilled as you would expect. Today is the big day, her ordination as saintess. Try not to notice all the fine print. And here comes trouble in a tailored robe, Bezalis Argent. Word around the cathedral is he is father to Knight Clovis Argent and godfather to a stigmatic named Tessalid, though godfather is generous when he treats the guy like church property. Never once been weak a day in his life, and it shows. Every word out of him drips with quiet arrogance. With the Pope bedridden, Bezalis is basically the face of the pro-Inquisition faction now. And factions, as we are about to see, do not play nice. Interfaction number 2, Cardinal de Cal-Rabanish, all smiles and soft hands. First move, a polite little probe. Was that 8th level divine power everyone felt 5 days ago actually hers? Meet de Cal-Rabanish, Minister of the Sacred Ministry, the faction built to counter Bezalis and his Inquisition crowd. Charming exterior, plenty of ambition underneath. Bezalis clocks him instantly. A seasoned political animal, he thinks. He is not about to let his guard down. Alet bows in, explaining she got Sir Clovis's permission to greet them both today, playing it humble for now. She waves off the fancy honorifics, not even ordained yet, she says. Bezalis just chuckles, a little too pleased with himself. De Cal jumps at the opening. Why wait, he could ordain her himself right here. Bezalis nearly chokes. That is nonsense, he snaps. How dare the Minister of the Sacred Ministry try to steal the lead here? Bezalis fumes. His argument, equal rank does not mean equal prestige, and technically any cardinal can run a ceremony. He looks about ready to pop a vein over a promotion opportunity dressed up as a wedding. De Cal smooths it right over, just an old-fashioned custom, he says, easily settled with the saint's own approval. Alet watches both of them and thinks it plainly. They are obsessed, already scheming how to use her ordination in their own little turf war. Both cardinals lean in, practically shouting over each other for her answer. One insists she must wait for the Pope. Alet, cutting clean through the noise, says she actually has something else to tell them. She drops it. She wants her own order of knights built on the saintess's own power. The whole room short-circuits. Dead silence, then a very confused, what does that even mean? She means it literally, just 2 members for now, herself and Sir Tessalid, and speak of the devil and he walks. Bizalis finally finds his voice. Hold on, he says, this is awfully sudden. He backpedals fast, technically her command is her right, no issue there at all. He tries a different angle, keeping up with Tessalid might be a bit rough for her. Ayelet is not buying the concern. Of course he will fulfill his duty, she says flatly. Her expression stays maddeningly unreadable. Then she raises the stakes even higher. The two of them will clear S-class dungeons or higher. A bearded cardinal nearly loses it. What on earth is she even saying? She doubles down, she could do it alone too if it comes to that. Somebody mutters it has to be a bluff. Bizalis tries to reel her back in. Esteemed or not, she cannot just unilaterally decide the fate of an entire order, herself included. He points out that call belongs to the Cardinal Council, not her. Technically, a saintess holds no official rank at all. Ayelet clocks exactly what he just admitted. He presses the point further, so as a member of the congregation, she should simply fall in line. So she says, fine, then give her an official appointment, a high-ranking position, name it. And she wants it right now. The room goes dead silent, jaws somewhere on the marble floor. What did she just say? Someone stammers. She wants actual authority. Someone finally asks it outright. Is she really saying this out in the open? Surely a saintess cannot hold that kind of power, right? Somebody finally says the quiet part loud. Does she want to become a cardinal herself? She does not flinch. There are specific ranks reserved for anyone who can wield something called divine descent, aren't there? The look on her face says she already knows the answer. Decal's mask slips. How does she know that? He had assumed she was just an outsider, clueless about church politics. Big mistake. Bizalis tries to jump back in. The bearded cardinal is losing it. This has never happened before. It needs a full council discussion. He is clearly having the worst day of his career. Ayelet just watches them scramble, saying nothing at all. Bizalis tries one more time to cut her off. Saintess, please refrain from. He does not get to finish that sentence. His jaw is clenched so tight you could crack a walnut on it. And that is when the wind picks up. Who, she asks, dares to even ask her that? Light starts pooling around her like the room itself is bowing first. Even her fingertips are glowing gold now. Divine descent, full power, no warning label. The light swallows the entire hall whole. Bizalis and the others are left standing in it, completely overwhelmed. A blazing circle of light burns itself into the floor beneath her feet. One by one, the cardinals and priests hit their knees, not by choice, more like their bodies just decided for them. Someone finally puts words to it. 9th level divine power, the kind that is not supposed to exist in a human body. Somewhere under all that light, there is a very human feeling running through her too, scared and furious, all at once. Through it all, Tessalid just watches, breathless, saying her name like he is seeing her for the very first time. She lets the light settle. She only asked for what the regulations already allow her, she says, cool as ever. Is it really so hard, she asks, to just recognize what she is rightfully owed? Then the warning shot. Do not, she says, even think about using her as a pawn in their little power games again. She stands there radiant and completely unbothered, message delivered. Her gown is still catching light like it has got a mind of its own. Bizalis, to his credit, actually admits it. He made a mistake. Their opponent, it turns out, is no ordinary saintess. The realization spreads across another cardinal's face, slow and unwelcome. She is the one chosen directly by God, someone finally admits. And thinking they could train her to heal like some tool of the church was, frankly, absurd. One good look at those newly gold eyes and the message is crystal clear. This saintess writes her own rules now. The unspoken consensus settles over the whole cathedral. Try to use this woman and divine retribution is guaranteed, no mistake about it. Deep in the cathedral, feathers drift through golden light as a voice calls out, well then, let's proceed with the ordination and appointment first. A hush falls over the hall as the voice rings out again, who will place their hand on my head? The line to touch holiness turns into a shoving match. No one, it's first come, first served, someone barks and suddenly every priest in the room wants the job. Then a single steady hand slips through the chaos, quietly claiming both the ordination and the appointment for herself. It will be done by myself, she declares, and the whole cathedral floods with golden light. And there she stands, hair like moonlight, hands raised to accept the crown of sainthood all on her own. Word spreads fast. A young knight straightens up sharp as footsteps echo closer, asking to be introduced to the new saint all over again. He's clearly out to make a good first impression. A priest drops to one knee the moment she appears. I greet your holiness, the saint. More of the clergy fall in line to bow before her, the whole hall practically glowing with reverence. Somewhere else in the temple, an older voice mutters through gritted teeth, "It cannot be. Not everyone here is thrilled about this sudden rise to sainthood." He looks away, resigned. Whatever this new saint decides to do, her intentions unreadable. Nobody here has the power to stop her. But at least, he tells himself, catching his breath, there's still a shred of hope left in this mess. From down the hall, someone else calls out to her with that same reverent title, and he can only watch the scene unfold from a distance. Cutting straight to business, she demands to know exactly how long this so-called grace period will last before she's officially recognized. The answer: she and her partner, the Holy Sword Knight, need to clear 3 S-rank dungeons first. No shortcuts to sainthood here. One of the older advisors strokes his chin, quietly impressed. That's a good idea, he murmurs, already scheming. Turns out every S-rank dungeon found so far has been cleared out already, not a single living boss left standing. Too dangerous to sit on. Leave an S-rank dungeon too long and it risks bursting, so they always get cleared fast, bones and all. Worse, S-rank dungeons barely show up to begin with. Just finding one could eat up serious time. By their math, this whole grace period could stretch out for years. Without missing a beat, she agrees to the terms. Years, months, whatever she's in. She flashes a knowing smile because, unlike everyone else in the room, she already has a plan. Turns out she already knows about a dungeon no one else has found yet. I trust in the search capabilities of the Holy Palace, she says sweetly while clearly not waiting on them. I'll go ahead, you'll come see it, right? She sets the terms with a smile. Since the official search will take forever anyway, she'll just meet her partner again in 3 days. Right on cue, her knight catches up, reaching for her hand before she can slip off without him. Their hands find each other, gold light catching on her bracelet, a small, quiet moment before whatever's coming next. For a second, it's just the two of them, standing closer than either lets on. Then something shifts, a flicker of blue light where there shouldn't be one. A massive magic circle blooms out of nowhere, humming with power neither of them triggered. The rune swallows the light around them whole. In a burst of ice and light, she's just gone. The witnesses left behind can only scream the obvious: the saint has disappeared. Back at the temple, panic spreads fast. That light was a teleportation stone. She's been sent to that ice castle thing, one cleric blurts out, promptly corrected. It's not the 100-year ice castle, it's the Millennium one. Somewhere in the southern Rilken Peninsula. Someone find that dungeon now. Orders fly, gather every knight available immediately. The stern old cardinal doesn't wait around either, snapping at young Clovis to follow him. Hurry and find the saint and the holy sword, that's the only order that matters right now. A column of knights marches out through the light, boots hitting stone in perfect unison. Not everyone here is worried though. One figure just wonders out loud what kind of saint could possibly be this strong, and adds, with a little too much amusement, that it'll be fun watching how long she survives. There's also the small matter of how she knew about a dungeon nobody else had even found yet. Whatever the answer, one thing's obvious: this saint is operating on a completely different level. For a moment, everything goes quiet, the chaos of the dungeon giving way to something calmer up ahead. And there he is, her knight, cutting through the wreckage, cradling her in his arms and calling her name like it's the only word he remembers: Ailette. She stirs just enough to apologize, sheepish, even half-conscious. I'm sorry, I must have surprised you a lot. He's not amused. Her whole body's burning up, and he knows exactly why using the divine descent always wrecks her like this. So why, he asks, would she pull something this reckless again? She just smiles through the fever. 2 days, that's all she needs, and she's already got plans for exactly how to spend them, starting with him. I'll entrust my 2 days to you, she says, and Terry's expression says he understood the assignment immediately. The garden goes quiet around them, the two of them wrapped up in each other and nothing else. Somewhere off in the bushes, a very unlucky bystander gets an eyeful they did not sign up for. Meanwhile, the two of them lean in, and let's just say the rest of this scene fades tastefully into the greenery. Afterward, Terry just sits there, dazed, quietly asking the universe why she does this to him. Whatever her answer is, the garden keeps their secret. Elsewhere, far from that garden, footsteps echo down a much colder hallway. A voice in the dark simply notes, "The saint has appeared," like they were expecting her. The scene pulls back to reveal a chessboard, pieces arranged like a plan already in motion, and she's apparently just become a piece on it. A hand closes around a rook. Exactly as you said, someone confirms, cold and satisfied. Now the real question, what happens next? Because someone already flagged this saint as a problem for their plans. A figure in ornate robes turns, ready to answer. Well, the figure begins, already toying with the next move. "What do you want to do?" comes the question again, and this time the whole board gets swept off the table. The camera pulls back for a reveal nobody wanted. The man calling the shots is Pope Benedict himself. He bows his head to something unseen, humble as ever. "I merely follow your commands as your servant." All for the greater good, he insists, conveniently the excuse every villain reaches for first. A darker voice finds it all very funny. How fitting that the very first human to team up with the forces of chaos turns out to be the Pope. He doesn't flinch. In his mind, this is still the righteous path, strict order above all, whatever the cost. The voice in the shadows just laughs it off. What a joke of a fanatic. Then again, it hardly matters to them either way. "Give the order," the Pope says. "What do you want done?" And there it is, spelled out plain, chaos and evil standing right at the heart of the Holy Church. Well, the figure muses, savoring the moment before the real answer comes. The reveal lands hard. It's chaos, all grown up now and very interested in the new saint who just wandered onto the board. And on that gorgeous, ominous note, the chapter closes. The saint's story is just getting started, and she's already got some very dangerous company on her guest list. 2 days flat on her back and our girl is finally waking up, morning light pouring over her like she's the main character. Because, well, she is. That first groggy hum as her eyes crack open, still not totally sure which century she's in. Outside, the garden just keeps doing its garden thing, all soft light and flowers, blissfully unaware she's about to get an earful. And there it is, the big stretch and a triumphant wah, because nothing says "I survived" like flailing your arms at the ceiling. Turns out she was out cold for exactly 2 days, and yeah, she confirms it groggily, like waking up from a nap that got wildly out of hand. Even the weird cosmic peanut gallery watching over her breathes a sigh of relief. The world itself sighs, the soul-judging scale looks relieved, and the confidentiality guy clicks his tongue like an annoyed uncle. Yeah, everybody was worried. She throws a fist in the air, declaring she could wrestle a bear barehanded right now, and right on cue a quest ping drops in. Mission of the Cult of Words, Stage 1, difficulty completely unknown. Cool, 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 cool. A gorgeous picnic basket just materializes out of nowhere and she's staring at it like it fell out of the sky. Which, honestly, it basically did. Turns out it's a miracle basket that multiplies whatever food goes inside. A gift from the voice that shapes the world, because apparently even gods know she's too busy to cook. She just sits there, a second, hand on her chin, completely charmed. Free infinite food, not a bad way to wake up. Her name gets called from the kitchen. Meet Tessalid, the silver-haired guy who has clearly appointed himself her personal chef today. And there he is, sleeves rolled up, actually cooking. Domestic Tessalid is a whole vibe. The two of them sit down together for a proper meal, and for a second it's less gearing up for a dungeon raid and more cute breakfast date. She's genuinely floored by the food, demanding to know when exactly he picked up a whisk. His answer, he found a cookbook. Somewhere between coma watch duty, this man became a chef, multitasking king. The mood shifts a little. Whatever he did to help her, he's hoping he never has to use it on her again. Turns out her fever wouldn't break, and he got so desperate he actually considered dragging her out to an ice lake and hugging her through it over and over. Extreme, but also weirdly sweet. She just breathes his name, quietly taking that in. Watching him, it hits her just how scared he must have been the whole time she was out. She promises to be more careful and actually apologizes for scaring him half to death. And then, the quiet thank you that means more than any of it. Meanwhile, the Cosmic Peanut Gallery is having a whole separate meltdown backstage. The confidentiality guy is confused why he even brought up the Ice Lake plan when he could have just skipped it. The soul judging scale is annoyed the fever wasn't hypothermia instead, and the balance critic starts rambling about genre tropes. One of them actually suggests swapping her whole affliction ticket just to fix the vibe, before someone finally yells at them to shut up, because hello, this is supposed to be a tender moment. She throws her arms up, delighted, blissfully unaware the scale guy is smugly congratulating himself for already having swapped her outfit while she was out. Yeah, let's not think too hard about that one. New clothes, courtesy of forces well beyond her understanding, she just rolls with it. Wait, hold on, did he change her clothes? Cue the world's most awkward question. Tesselid stammers his way through an explanation that goes nowhere fast, and she mercifully lets him off the hook before it gets any weirder. He tacks on a quiet thank you for everything, and I'm sorry, while the mischievous little judge of souls just grins in the background like it's got front row seats to the best show in town. Then it's straight back to business, when she heading out for the Rilken Peninsula. Tomorrow morning works, she figures, especially with a transit stone conveniently nearby. Then comes the real question. Does she actually know what she's walking into with this Millennium Ice Castle dungeon? Cut to Agnes, chains and all, already deep in dungeon briefing mode. Ayelet asks if she knows the old fairy tale of the Snow Queen. Agnes does, obviously, but she's side-eyeing the random pop quiz. So here's story time. Once upon a time, a nasty little demon set up shop out in the frozen wilds. This demon built a cursed mirror that made anything reflected in it look hideous, and decided the perfect move was flying it up to heaven to show an angel. Great plan, truly. Naturally, he fumbles it on the way up and the whole thing shatters. Classic. The shards rain down into the human world, because of course they do. 2 of those shards land right in the eyes and heart of a boy named Kai. Rough day for Kai. Slowly, the shards turn him ice cold inside, until the only thing he finds beautiful anymore is snow itself. That's when the Snow Queen herself shows up, looking like she's literally stitched together out of a million snowflakes. 2 kisses on the forehead later, she whisks him off to her ice castle. Back home, his childhood friend Gerda notices he's gone. And Gerda, no hesitation, sets off on a whole adventure to track him down. She finds him, cries real hot tears right onto his frozen heart and melts the shard clean out. Happy ending, Kai snaps out of it. The 2 head home together and even the peanut gallery approves, pleasantly surprised the endgame couple is just childhood best friends. Low effort, high payoff, apparently. But here's the twist nobody tells kids. The Snow Queen was originally a divine spirit and losing Kai breaks something in her. She spirals straight into corruption. And that's how a heartbroken goddess ends up striking a deal with something a lot darker. The demon promises to bring Kai back to her on one condition: she has to hunt down every last shard of that cursed mirror. Problem is, she can't leave the ice castle herself, so she sends out clones and uses actual humans to smuggle the shards back to her. Which means every unlucky soul dragged into that dungeon becomes part of her collection scheme, whether they like it or not. With only 2 shards left to complete the mirror, her whole territory's gone fully demonic and people just start vanishing. Now she's stuck waiting endlessly for the next unlucky courier. So the mission's simple on paper: retrieve those last 2 shards and the raid's done. Somewhere in there someone's also cheerfully going, hey, I'm right here, I know you can't see me but I appreciate the effort, which, sure, very reassuring. Tesselid volunteers on the spot to be the one who physically carries the shards, no hesitation. She goes quiet because apparently he's played this exact courier role before back in previous loops. And that role comes with a catch she's clearly not thrilled about. Rather than actually finish that thought, she just changes the subject and wanders off to check the vegetable garden. Tesselid follows, gets roped into potato duty instead and just rolls with it. Smooth deflection works every time. The afternoon just kind of drifts by like that, sunlight through the leaves, one last quiet day before everything gets complicated again. Then the scene cuts, banners snapping in the wind somewhere far from that cozy garden. A whole squad of knights has tracked down the target, their commander practically buzzing after finally locating the place. Orders in hand, faces go serious. This isn't a drill. And there it is, the shimmering blue tier in reality that leads straight into the Millennium Ice Castle. The commander barks the order, Templar knights fanning out to hold position and wait on backup. Someone tries to relay the order to the vice captain, who just stands there mouthing nothing. Awkward silence where words should be. Someone finally clocks it. Oh right, he literally can't talk. Anyone know when that wears off? Cut to Ailette casually admitting she just plain forgot to lift the silencing spell she put on him. Oops, no further explanation offered. Gear packed, she's asked if she's ready to move. Yeah, just about there, she says, one last beat before showtime. Suited up and side by side, the two of them look every bit like a team ready to walk into a fairy tale gone wrong together. And with one last grin, it's go time, let's get to work. Agnes and the Scyllid clock, the crowd gathering for this hunt, Templar Knights and the Order of Grace, each saddled with their own babysitters from the Castle of Swords and the Castle of Gospels. Word spreads fast among the knights, the demonic energy pouring out of this gate is nearly SS rank, and some of them can't believe the plan is to send in just 2 power players to shut it down. Relax, someone shrugs. If she handled things at Thanksgiving, she can handle this too. One knight isn't buying it. The so-called master of the Holy Sword has only ever proven himself at a rank, hardly reassuring for a job like this. Good thing they packed elite backup, just in case. The doubt gnaws at him, nobody here trusts him, and for a second he wonders if they're right too. Agnes shuts that down fast. The version of him people distrust is a ghost from his first life, not who he is now. And him, she tells him plainly, is the only knight she actually trusts. He goes quiet for a beat, but she's already grinning and dragging him forward with an easy okay, let's go Tilda. Word rips through the ranks like wildfire, Her Holiness the Saintess has arrived, and suddenly everyone's standing up a lot straighter. The welcome is loud enough to knock her over. You've arrived. Good morning. And privately, Agnes wonders if that little scene she made back at Thanksgiving is somehow paying off. Hands reach for her like she's some kind of celebrity, and she can't shake the feeling she's basically become a boss fight herself. Someone formally welcomes Her Holiness, and just like that, the mission officially kicks off. The plan is set. The Templar Knights and the Order of Grace are going into this dungeon together, no splitting up. Rex Easter, commander of the Order of Grace, introduces himself properly, then introduces his tightly wound vice commander, Halcyon Audrek, who greets everyone with all the warmth of a slammed door. He's gotten so quiet lately, someone teases, and Agnes plays along with a knowing laugh while Halcyon quietly short-circuits in the background. Playing innocent the whole time, Agnes praises the group for tracking the dungeon down, then drops the fun part: the boss inside is estimated to be ranked somewhere in the 300s. This is shaping up tougher than any S-rank dungeon they've cracked so far, and someone floats sending in scouts first. Agnes waves it off. She says she's already got everything they need. And the most important detail of all, she says, letting the moment hang. Cue the world's least flattering fashion show. Everyone bundles up in thick furs for a dungeon that's apparently determined to freeze them solid. Okay, let's go in, Agnes calls out, right before the first blast of Arctic wind nearly takes her face off. She grits her teeth through the whiteout, barely able to see 2 feet in front of her. The system finally confirms it. They've entered the S-rank dungeon known as Eternal Permafrost, the Millennium Ice Castle. Rex and Halcyon are faring a lot worse, eyes slammed shut against the blizzard, whining that it's way too cold for any of this. Then the storm breaks just enough to reveal it, an entire castle, frozen solid, looming over the mountains. Halcyon's ready to charge straight and the boss has to be in there, but Agnes shuts it down flat. Going in now would be pointless. Instead, she redirects the whole group. There's somewhere else they need to check first. Halcyon isn't convinced, muttering to himself, does she actually know something, or is she just guessing? Or he thinks darkly, is she just planning to let them all freeze to death out here for fun? The group presses on anyway, scaling a brutal ice cliff while the storm does its best to peel them right off it. Agnes checks her system map mid-climb. According to this, whatever they are looking for should be right around here. A quieter moment slips in, her hand brushing against a frozen vine, a beat that feels heavier than it should. Oh, something catches her eye. They've found it. It's a massive ice sculpture, carved with unsettling precision, and right on cue the system fires off a warning. The Snow Queen's clone has awakened. The blizzard cranks up even harder, and the knights are half convinced they are about to get blown off the mountain and turned into human snowmen. Agnes fights to stay upright, grabbing for anything solid as the wind tries to rip her off her feet. Then cutting through the wind, a single word, "Hey, something's talking to them." The Psyllid doesn't hesitate. He steps in front of her. "Stay behind me." Halcyon's already pointing, voice cracking, "Hey, look over there." Something is moving, stirring to life inside the ice sculpture itself. A voice drifts out of the ice, aimed straight at the Psyllid. "You've come back for me. I've been waiting for you, my beautiful boy," she coos, as he raises his sword to meet whatever this thing actually is. Rex and Agnes trade a look. Do they attack now? And why exactly is their supposed supervisor just standing there? Halcyon hedges his bets. He won't move first, but if Agnes gives the order, he's in. Rex isn't having it. He accuses Halcyon outright of using this whole support mission as cover to sabotage his night order. Agnes cuts the bickering off cold. No attack needed. She's already spotted a glowing fragment resting right on the sculpture's lips. That fragment is the real target, and if they play this right, she says, the Snow Queen will just hand it over herself. Even Agnes admits the plan sounds a little unhinged, right as the Ice Queen murmurs a single name, Kai. "You are destined to be by my side forever," the Snow Queen declares, and the temperature drops even further. She drifts closer to the Psyllid, unblinking, completely fixated. The system confirms the worst possible headline: the Snow Queen's clone has chosen Kai. "There you are, my Kai," she whispers, reaching for him like he's the only thing that's ever existed. "Come here," she coos. "I'll set the mirror's shards back into your eyes and heart, just like before," and that promise sounds a whole lot more like a threat. She leans in close. "Rose is blooming out of nowhere with my kiss." Rex, Halcyon, and everyone else within earshot lose it completely. Run away. Chaos breaks out as the ghostly queen lunges, and the whole squad scrambles for their lives. Somewhere in the stampede, someone screams the line of the chapter, "The devil is coming to kiss us." Robes whip in the wind as the whole crowd bolts, someone screaming that the devil himself is coming in for a kiss. Something huge is moving through the blizzard, its footsteps crunching closer with every step. A pale figure drifts through the whiteout, and whatever it is, it clearly isn't in a hurry. The cloaked shape looms in close now, snow swirling off a hem the color of deep winter. "Oh my Kai," the ice-carved figure coos, fingers curling like she's waited an eternity for this reunion. "Let's go back together," she murmurs, closing in for a kiss carved right out of a fairy tale. "To my ice castle," she whispers, and the whole frozen fantasy starts pulling him under. Then the real guy snaps awake mid-kiss and yanks back hard. "Wah, what are you doing?" Someone deadpans the obvious, "Please maintain your dignity, your majesty, this is sexual harassment." Out in the storm, it's just cold and painful for everyone caught in this frozen mess. Turns out one of the ice fragments from that kissing clone's mouth slipped straight into her palm, so now the real fight starts. She eyes the last piece still out there, already reaching for it. "Sister, let me ask you one thing," she says, grabbing hold before the fragment can slip away again. "Those fragments are supposed to be locked in your eyes and heart, so why were you about to kiss him on the mouth? That's." The ice double shrieks, the world's least convincing defense. "Kai seduced me first, how can I not kiss those lips?" "Kai wanted it too, right?" she insists before rounding on her rival. "I'm the one he wants a kiss from, hand over the rest of it." "No, I'm going to kiss Kai," Ice X wails as the illusion finally starts coming apart at the seams. The real Kai just stands there, unbothered, muttering that this whole ordeal counts as harassment too. Ice crackles and reforms out of the storm. "Just wait and see, Gerda," the shape warns, rebuilding itself piece by piece. My true self will not forgive you, the reforming figure snarls, snow swirling into something almost whole again. Eyelet isn't having any of the fairy tale casting. Who are you calling Gerda? She snaps back. A notification flashes, the Snow Queen's clone has officially been vanquished. Somewhere behind her, a bystander mutters that the saint is honestly kind of terrifying. The snowstorm finally settles, and that's when someone notices something's off. Your eye. All eyes land on her face, snow still drifting past, everyone waiting to see what that means. Kai grabs her wrist before she can move. It's not okay, he says, pulling her in close. The rest of the group loses it. Tessalid, how dare you be so... Eyelet and her knights step into a dungeon that looks more like a cathedral, sculpted entirely from gleaming ice. Her eyes go wide with wonder. It's pretty, she breathes, and for a second nobody in the party can argue. Every chandelier, every wall carved in impossible glittering detail. Everything is intricately crafted from ice, someone murmurs. Someone wonders aloud if whoever built this place had a soft spot for art. Cute theory, wildly wrong as it turns out. One of the knights stops dead in front of a towering statue. Wow, in a place like this, such a sacred statue, he mutters, awestruck. The figure is breathtaking, wings spread, carved with such tenderness it almost looks alive. It's incredibly beautiful, the knight says, and his companion can only whisper, "Oh, my dear God." Then the truth lands like a punch. Demon, someone says flatly, and another knight recoils, a co-corpse. Eyelet realizes with a chill what she's looking at. One of the twisted tools demon artists use back in the demon realm itself. There's a glaze, she explains, that slowly hardens a living creature's body into a statue. Demon sculptors use it to make their masterpieces. That angel statue is no different. Someone probably posed it after grafting wings straight onto a living person's back. This person likely died slowly over the 2 weeks it took the glaze to fully harden. Every sculpture in this place is a grave. One knight goes pale and can't even finish his sentence. The blonde knight cuts the silence short. Now let's move on. Someone freezes at the sight of it all until a sharp shove and a barked order gets them moving again. Move. A deep crack booms somewhere behind them in the ice, and Eyelet's stomach drops. Sir Senail, Eyelet screams as the ceiling above him groans like it's about to give way. Someone finally clocks the guilty look on a knight's face. What's wrong? Isn't it right, comes the answer, to return a corpse defiled by a demon back to dust. Turns out he'd smashed one of the glazed statues himself. I merely shattered it out of respect for the dead, he snaps. Respect? Someone echoes, unconvinced. Then do you think Her Grace and I left the other one standing because we don't understand respect for the dead? He shoots back. The Silid's voice goes cold. You've caused trouble. Eyelet is already reaching for her sword. Everyone prepare yourselves. Something surges through the ice around them, violent and alive. The whole room seems to shudder. One of the knights stares at her own trembling hands. What is this? Could it be because of me? Eyelet doesn't have time to comfort her. Dungeons are always full of traps, especially in a castle like this one. You shouldn't touch anything randomly. A knight looks straight up and his blood runs cold. You up there. Huge icicles come raining down on the entire party, and the calm exploration officially turns into a fight for their lives. The Silid shoves Eyelet clear as the ice shatters right where she was standing, a scream ripping through the hall. He plants himself between her and the falling ice without a second thought. Mercury's barrier, he shouts, and a shield snaps into place just in time to save them both. A wall of golden light blooms around the party, feathers of magic scattering the falling ice harmlessly aside. The barrier holds, glowing and humming under the relentless barrage. But even magic like that can only take so much punishment before it starts to crack. Something ancient stirs in the dark beyond the ice, and a voice hisses through the frost. You intruders. A spectral guardian tears itself free of the castle's ice, fury blazing in its eyes. How dare you lay your hands on the castle's possessions? A whole horde of frozen, corrupted spirits rises out of the walls behind it, ready to make them answer for their trespass. Pay for your crimes with your lives, the guardian roars, and Eyelet draws her sword to meet it head-on. Divine punishment, Eyelet calls out, and golden light erupts from her blade. The nearest spirits shriek and dissolve under the holy light, at least for a moment. But the fight is far from over, magic and ice colliding in a blinding storm around them. The guardian herself lunges straight for the party, claws first. A knight gets dragged down under a pile of frozen enemies. There are too many of them, he grunts, struggling to break free. Islet thinks fast. If we stay this close, I won't be able to use divine punishment again. Everyone, prepare for combat. I'll count to 3, then I drop the barrier. The party scrambles into formation. 1, Islet calls while the blonde knight barks, get in formation. 3, Islet drops the barrier and the fight explodes back to life around them. The corrupted spirits swarm in from every side the moment the shield falls. Blades and ice collide in a blur as the whole party fights just to hold their ground. One knight throws himself in front of the others, taking hit after hit to buy the group time. What is this? Why are they so strong? He shouts. Even corrupted, they're still spirits, so holy power barely touches them. We have to fight them the old-fashioned way. Aura, the blonde knight yells, maintain your formation and protect the healer. The party grits through it, bruised and bleeding, but they are holding the line. The ice guardian throws her arms wide and laughs, thrilled by the chaos she's unleashed. The blonde knight takes a hit across the face, blood running freely, but he doesn't fall back. Every strike from these spirits scatters snow and ice that sticks straight to their skin, freezing them instantly, draining their warmth and slowing them down with every hit. The knight's formation has already fallen apart, one of them realizes, and we're stuck in a losing fight. At this rate, as time passes, someone murmurs, it's only going to get more dangerous. The exhaustion is written all over his bruised, frost-bitten face. Islet lets out a frustrated scream mid-fight and someone still finds time to needle Ephael. Hey, shouldn't you be looking after your weak little supporter? What were you even doing while everyone else was awakening their auras? His friend taunts, swords locked between them. Shut up, Ephael snaps back, mid-battle bickering at its finest. One of the girls shrieks as the chaos closes in around her. The fight keeps grinding on, everyone taking hits, nobody able to catch a breath. Magic and steel keep clashing through the frozen halls without any sign of letting up. In a rare quiet second, Ephael tries to play it cool. I was just trying to sneak closer during the chaos, he insists. Islet isn't buying it for a second. What in the world happened to you? First you suddenly declare yourself a saint, someone teases, then announce you're starting a whole third faction. You even went as far as kidnapping Tessalid, he adds. Islet winces. Kidnapping? I think there's a misunderstanding that needs clearing up. Let's get together soon and have a nice chat, all of us, one of them offers. That's if we make it out of here alive, Islet mutters. Yeah, here comes the reply, don't worry. Just for a moment, hands clasped together, a small promise passed between friends in the middle of a war zone. Islet tightens her grip on her sword. I'm sure we'll make it out safely, she says, and this time she sounds like she means it. She raises her blade high, ready to finish this fight whatever it takes. After taking down Grelius, the guardian of disaster, she walks away from that fight with a brand new skill in her back pocket. Say hello to her prize, a skill called Dance of Destruction, and yeah, it looks exactly as metal as it sounds. The system breaks it down for her. This one is built for crowds, perfect for when the enemies show up more than one at a time. Convenient timing because she barely gets a look at the tooltip before more enemies swarm in, giving her the perfect chance to try it out. She grips the hilt tight and throws herself straight into the fight, ready to see what this new move can really do. She drops straight into the thick of it, blade first, no hesitation. Turns out Dance of Destruction is built to dive straight into the heart of the enemy. Formation subtlety was never part of the plan. And somehow, even mid-slaughter, she moves like she is dancing, graceful, controlled, borderline showing off. Every step of that dance rips through the enemy ranks, dozens torn apart with each pass. Cute name for something this brutal. Yeah, the name checks out. This really is a dance of pure destruction. She notes it pairs perfectly with her four-bladed sword and figures they might as well keep breaking through at this rate. She tears through the battlefield without slowing down, carving a path nobody in this dungeon was ready for. She spins into another strike, hair whipping around her like she is the eye of her own personal storm. Her expression stays locked in dead focused, without a flicker of doubt. Nearby soldiers stare in disbelief. wondering out loud if the saintess is really pulling off an actual aura technique. One worn-down young knight gets a quick warning shouted his way to watch himself. The Silid keeps his eyes sharp, reminding everyone enemies are still crawling all over this place. Nobody gets to relax yet. One rescued knight breathes out a quiet thank you, grateful just to still be standing. The Silid does not sugarcoat it. Without this rescue, they would all have been dead a long time ago. Islet lets out a long breath. It is finally over. The two of them stand together in the sudden quiet, swords still drawn, the battlefield finally still around them. The celebration does not last long. A knight cries out for the fallen Sir Senil, and blame starts flying that the Knight Order was nearly wiped out under Sir Clovis's watch. Rex Easter does not hold back either, sneering that this Knight Order apparently does not even grasp basic tactics. He goes further, straight up questioning whether these knights are even qualified, and gets warned to watch his mouth. Rex plays innocent, but before the argument can spiral further, someone shuts it down cold. Enough. Islet steps in and calls it out. Is this really the time for a turf war, just because they still have the strength left to argue? She points out the obvious: people are hurt, soaked, and freezing, and nobody is taking care of them. Time to regroup, not bicker. She calls for the injured to be treated and a proper meal to warm everyone up, and the knights cheer her on like she just saved the day twice over. A fire gets going to chase off the cold while everyone regroups. Islet works some quiet warmth into an injured hand, and the knight can only blink in awe. Oh, saintess. Except there is a snag someone has to bring up. Turns out the knights ditched all their rations, soaked through and contaminated by demonic energy, leaving the whole camp cold and starving at once. Good news, her satchel is immune to that whole demonic contamination problem, so at least her stash is still safe to eat. She mulls it over for a second, already scheming something bigger. She tells Rex not to sweat it. She is about to show this whole camp an honest-to-goodness miracle. She flexes, fully committed to the bit, and reaches for her secret weapon. Enter the basic picnic basket. Humble name, ridiculous power. It is a reward she picked up from a spirit ages ago, and finally, the perfect moment to break it out. Even the mysterious voice that shapes the world seems pleased with the choice, while the knights just stare, baffled at what she is up to. One knight cannot help but ask the obvious: is she seriously planning to feed 2 entire Knight Orders out of that tiny basket? She just smiles and starts rummaging, trying to remember exactly what she packed. Stew, good a start as any. She explains the trick: whatever amount goes in, more comes back out. That is just how this basket works. She pulls the basket into her lap, clearly enjoying the disbelief on every face around her. Sure enough, the basket delivers soup, sandwiches, stew, roast, biscuits, an entire spread pouring out of what should have been one small meal. The knights lose their minds over it, cheering like they just won the lottery. Someone shouts that whoever doubted their saintess clearly has not met her, while Islet just tells everyone to sit down so she can hand it out properly. She almost slips and calls them Koreans before catching herself. Citizens of the church, eat up, she says. Old habits from another life die hard. The knights inhale it like it is the best meal of their lives, which, after nearly dying, it kind of is. Someone swears they can taste the love in the seasoning, marveling at how she just won over an entire army one bowl at a time. Even the exhausted knights melt over every bite, while Islet nudges the Silid to eat something too. He, of course, insists he is fine. Turns out there is a good reason he is holding back. He still has a literal mirror shard lodged in his mouth. Careful fingers work to pull the shard free, tension written all over his face. Islet leans in close to check on him, noting his breath has gone cold. A small, quiet moment amid all the chaos. No time to waste, that shard needs to come out fast. Once everyone is fed, the Silid rallies the group. The boss room is close now, so it is time to push just a little harder. He touches his own mouth, a little dazed, while somewhere behind him someone shouts an overly enthusiastic yes, saintess. The Silid casually mentions he also lifted Halcyon's old vow of silence. He had honestly forgotten he even cast it, and Halcyon nearly cries with gratitude, vowing to really step it up now. Newly unmuted, Halcyon celebrates by belting out a full impromptu opera number. Dinner just got a free show nobody asked for. The party creeps up to a towering, frost-crusted door deep inside the ice palace, the kind of entrance that screams boss fight ahead. One of the escorts flat out announces it. This is the boss room. Judging by the sweat on his face, he is not exactly thrilled to be this close. The order comes down that only Sir Tessalid and the Holiness herself go inside, everyone else waits at the door. A round of nervous understood Your Holiness follows. Ayelet pulls back her hood that mismatched blue and green stare steady and asks her partner straight up if he's ready. Of course comes the answer, cool as the ice around them. Walking into a demon's lair, just another Tuesday for this guy. The two of them step through the glowing doorway together, leaving everyone else behind. Whatever's waiting on the other side, they're facing it alone. A notice flashes overhead. The rank 401 demon of the abyss, Imelania, the fallen queen of Ai, has appeared. A name like that is never a warm welcome. And there she is in full, a crown of ice and thorns, robes straight out of a nightmare's runway show. This, ladies and gentlemen, is the boss. A voice drifts out of the dark, soft and delighted. Oh, Kai, not a name anyone else in this story has ever called him. You've returned to me as such a beautiful young man, she coos. However these two know each other, it is clearly not the first time. I've been patiently enduring for so long. It was worth the wait, she says, and under all that ice there is real, aching longing. Come now, embrace me, she pleads, arms wide open. This demon queen isn't hunting him, she's been waiting for him. Tessalid does not move in for a hug. Instead he starts talking tactics, reminding Ayelet that Imelania fights in 2 phases. The real fight starts once phase 2 kicks in, he warns. Ayelet just grins and pats her sword. Don't worry, I already know all the strategies. Behind them, an explosion lights up the whole maze along with the fine print, nobody leaves until Imelania is dead. No shortcuts, no do-overs. This is an S-rank dungeon, which means the damage threshold to end it is brutal, usually the kind of number that needs a full raid team. Ayelet hefts her sword anyway. Let's finish this fast so we can clock out early, she jokes, because apparently even demon slaying has shift work energy now. Tessalid takes her hand. I'll handle things until we clear the first phase. You know there are shortcuts to this, right? He adds, wearing the face of a man with a plan he isn't fully explaining yet. Ayelet isn't convinced. You think you can pull that off, she asks. His answer is 2 words, trust me. He flashes her a smug little smirk before striding forward, the exact kind of smirk that precedes something reckless. Off to the side, their blonde ally has absolutely no idea what shortcut he's even talking about. It's just provoking the enemy, someone explains. Provoking, that's basic tanking, right? She asks. Turns out not quite. It's not physical provocation, comes the clarification. Ayelet's eyes go wide. He means the verbal kind, and he's about to talk serious trash to a demon queen obsessed with him. Tessalid steps forward and simply says her name out loud, Imelania. She practically melts on the spot. Ah, Kai said my name, this plan is about to work embarrassingly well. Yes, my lovely boy, go on, speak to me, she gushes, then asks for something even more personal, permission to use her pet name, Lania. You're welcome to call my name and embrace me, my dear, she offers. His reply lands a lot colder. I have something to tell you. I've found someone else, he says flatly. It's time to end this. Let's part ways. Brutal opening move, and he knows it. For a moment she just stares, refusing to process it. Impossible, that's a lie. Then it lands and the mask shatters completely. I'll never forgive you. Congratulations, Tessalid, you just broke a demon queen's heart on purpose. The rage alone is enough to force the fight into its second phase early. The plan worked. It just cost something to pull off. Ayelet's own eye starts working overtime, drawing blood as it locks onto something the rest of them can't see. I can see it with my eye that is filled with shards, she says. A pitch-black specter is clinging to Imelania's back. That specter is the real problem, Imelania's corrupted spirit, and it has to be destroyed for this hunt to ever end. Ayelet, Tessalid calls. Now it's your turn, he tells her. She lines up the strike, and when it lands clean he can't help but grin. Well done. Ayelet draws both blades at once, every bit the finisher stepping up for the kill. Traitor, Imelania shrieks as the blade finds its mark, betrayed twice over now, once by the lie, once by the sword. She reels from the hit, ice cracking across her whole towering form. Now, Tessalid calls and Aelette launches straight into the opening, blade first. She dives through the air after the specter, boots skidding off shattered ice as she closes the gap. Her face sets into pure focus. This is not a girl having second thoughts. The specter thrashes against her blade, chains rattling as it tries to pull free. Aelette brings the sword down hard, cutting straight through whatever's left of its defenses. It hurts. Where are you? The specter cries out, and for 1 second it sounds less like a monster and more like something lost and scared. Meanwhile, Tessalid keeps Imelania's full attention on himself. "Don't take your eyes off me," he says, and somewhere under the ice that stolen voice whispers back, "Kai." Their blonde ally watches in awe. He's taunting her so well the boss can't even find Aelette to look at. Even the mysterious voice that shapes the world apparently rates his tanking skills highly. "Thanks to that, I can just attack without thinking, which is nice," Aelette admits, sword raised and ready. But something nags at her too. She feels a strange sense of unease, quietly wondering if the male lead of round 17 was really always this strong. Tessalid keeps swinging, keeps holding the line, snow whipping around him as the fight drags on. Imelania cries out in pain, the ice crown on her head starting to crack under the pressure. "That's impossible," she whispers, watching her own defenses fail against the two of them. "Incredible, you took down an S-rank boss in just a few minutes," Aelette says, already thinking about looting the place and leaving. Tessalid stops her cold. "It's not over yet." Aelette blinks. What do you mean?" Something in the air just changed and neither of them caused it. Threads of light coil upward and gather into an ornate mirror that definitely was not there a second ago. The mirrors aligned. Tessalid mutters, "What's happening?" Aelette asks before her own voice trails into something else entirely. "Agnes, the Queen of I, isn't the real boss." The reveal continues. The true boss is, nobody loves a cliffhanger reveal mid-sentence. The two of them stand frozen, staring into that mirror as the air crackles around them. "The demon who corrupted the queen," Aelette finishes. "Imelania was never the true villain here. She was a victim wearing one." Right on cue, a new notice appears. The Master of Danshan, rank 353 in the Abyss, Anaxia, the Princess of Mirrors, has appeared, and apparently rank 353 outranks rank 401. Great. Deep in the Snow Queen's frozen throne room, Aelette and Tessalid push forward, and that giant mirror glowing blood red is not a good sign. Aelette freezes mid-step. The Snow Queen is not the boss, she mutters, like she already regrets saying it out loud. Turns out the real final boss is the demon who corrupted the Snow Queen in the first place. Rank 353 in the Abyss, Anaxia, the self-styled Princess of Mirrors, has entered the chat. A shape ripples out of the glass itself, and the mirror that's been creeping everyone out finally spits something out. Swords out, Tessalid and Aelette brace shoulder to shoulder for whatever crawls out next. And out she pops with a cheerful little wave. "Hello, humans, adorable, terrifying, possibly both. Thanks for getting my precious mirror back," the little demon chirps while Aelette just gapes. Wait, that tiny kid is the big bad demon everyone was worried about. "Don't let the pigtails fool you," someone warns. Anaxia's ranked in the demonic 300s, and past rank 300 the power curve gets brutal. Then Anaxia herself waves it off. "Oh, wait a second, I have no intention of fighting you right now. Playing with you isn't worth my time, I'm way too busy," she sniffs. Tessalid just blinks, rude but fair. Turns out Anaxia's got bigger fish to fry. Word is the underground auction just landed a genuine violet-signed artifact, and she is not missing that sale for a couple of humans. Before she vanishes, Tessalid tosses out a quiet question. "You still love that flower, right?" Not exactly small talk. Anaxia's smile turns sharp. It wasn't love, it was obsession," she purrs. "Obsession is a demon's virtue after all, right? Anyway, because of that reason..." She trails off with an irritated snap of her fingers, and you just know that's not the end of it. Anaxia struts off, promising they'll meet again if they survive. Then the text drops the real bomb: the dungeon master ranked 353 in the demon hierarchy has just left the building. Ayelet absolutely loses it. This is completely different from how the story's supposed to go. You don't even understand the value of real estate and you demolish it this easily. Tesselid's already moving. Hurry up, Ayelet, he snaps as the entire castle starts groaning apart around them. Elsewhere, a knight spots Tesselid and asks if the subjugation's already done, right before he feels the floor start to shake under his boots. Ayelet puts it together fast. The actual owner of this dungeon just sealed it shut with everyone still inside. We'll talk details later, hurry and follow me. Rubble rains down as knights scramble for cover, one of them barely dodging a boulder with his life. The castle is collapsing. Someone screams because subtlety is officially off the table. Orders fly, all knights chase after the saintess, and just like that, Ayelet is the one everyone's banking their survival on. Boulders the size of carriages come crashing through the halls, and everyone is sprinting for their lives. Then, glowing out of nowhere in all that chaos, a way out starts to form. The exit gate's over there, saintess. I can see the gate on the bridge, a knight shouts, and for once good news. Ayelet clasps her hands and thanks God right there on the spot, amen and amen, while somewhere the actual voice that shapes the world sits mildly annoyed he didn't do a thing to earn that credit. Ever the saintess, Ayelet holds the line. All right, I'll go last so everyone hurry and pass through. One by one, knights get shoved bodily through the portal, no time for dignity. Ayelet counts every single one through, 1, 2, 3, 4, all the way up to 56, 57, refusing to leave a single soul behind. But her eyes keep darting back, she's still one person short. The whole structure detonates behind her in a wall of ice and debris, and the ground just gives out from under her feet. Falling through the wreckage, she screams the one name that matters, Terry, Tesselid. Somewhere above, he's already yelling back that they have to get out now. She's plummeting fast, the bridge crumbling apart above her in real time. Tesselid dives after her without a second thought, roaring her name into the collapsing dark. Boulders the size of her head tumble past her face as she braces for the worst. Then Tesselid's hand punches through a portal of his own making, magic crackling as he reaches for her. And just like that, she's yanked clean out of the collapsing dungeon and spat out into open, sunlit greenery. They tumble to the grass together, alive, breathless, and very much in one piece. We made it out safely, Tesselid breathes, forehead to forehead with her like he can hardly believe it himself. I was worried, he blurts, and Ayelet just blinks. Sorry, not exactly the reaction he was hoping for. He admits he held back to make sure no one got left behind. Ayelet just stares. Are you really someone who just survived a life-threatening situation? Why do you look so calm after all that? Do you have some kind of psychological condition? She deadpans, nose to nose with him. Romantic, sort of. No, I don't. Thank you for worrying about me, Ayelet, he says right before a chorus of very loud, very fake coughing announces the rest of the knights have caught up. The church cardinals sweep in next, relieved she's back safe and congratulating her on completing her first subjugation. One of the knights offers to personally escort her back to the holy church. Before she can even answer, Tesselid cuts in. He'll be escorting her divine grace himself, thank you very much. The other knights get their orders, proceed home without them. Ayelet tries to protest. No, Sir Tesselid, why are you going through the trouble yourself, but gets cut off flat. Please do as Sir Tesselid said. The two commanders go on ahead. Somebody is not being subtle. With that settled, the order goes out to activate the group teleportation. A crystal flares to life in someone's palm, magic gathering for the jump home. One by one, the rest of the party dissolves into golden light and vanishes. Now then, Tesselid says once the light fades, it's just the two of us. Ayelet reads him instantly. You have something to say, right? Yeah, he admits. May I choose the next S-rank dungeon for the subjugation? He asks, of course. Where do you want to go? He hesitates just a beat before answering. The next dungeon is. Ayelet's eyes flicker, already one step ahead of him. Actually, I have a rough idea about it, because by now she knows exactly where this stubborn man wants to go. His answer hangs in the air, and the chapter leaves us right on the edge of it. Inside the holy church, he finally says, Turns out the next threat isn't hiding in some far-off ruin, it's been sitting inside their own front yard the whole time. Welcome to the Sacred Hall, holy headquarters, and as it turns out, home to some serious office politics. An old cardinal calls the room to order. Time for the debrief. The topic on the table: their squad just cleared the S-rank dungeon known as the Thousand-Year Ice Castle. Knights and clergy file in, robes swishing, all here to hear how the mission gets graded. That's our saintess, Agnes, sizing up the room. 60 Grace Knights strong, and not one cardinal looks happy about it. One of them mutters that they'd honestly hoped Agnes would admit she's out of her depth and ask for help instead. Should she meet their sky-high expectations? Agnes can't believe the nerve on display here. Didn't you see the proof? She fires back. That S-rank skill book only drops from an S-rank boss, and they just took one down. Turns out the church skims a third of every hall as a tithe before anyone else sees a coin. Agnes calls it exactly what it is, a heinous cut of the profits. Then a cardinal drops the real bombshell. The true boss wasn't the Queen of Eyes they'd reported. It was the Princess of Mirrors, and she's still standing. Worse, the dungeon didn't even fall to them. Its master closed it on her own terms, so does this even count as a win? The whole hall sucks in a breath. Agnes is on her feet, furious. They bled for this dungeon, and now it's a half victory. If the Princess of Mirrors had actually fallen too, that's 2 S-rank kills, thank you very much. Under her breath, she writes the cardinal off as some desk jockey who's never faced a real S-rank fight in his life. So she offers him a little perspective. Does he have any idea how dangerous the 400 first-ranked demon in the demon realm actually is? Case in point, the church's own recent tragedy. The so-called vessel of the demon sword, Ilian Audrake, barely scraped past a demon ranked in the mid-500s. A knight taps her shoulder, sweating bullets. Your Holiness. Agnes clocks the mood shift and asks what's going on. Turns out the cardinal she's been roasting isn't just some paper pusher. He's from House Audrake. As in Ilian Audrake's father, whoops. And just like that, some invisible scoreboard chimes in, praising her sharpened tongue for its quick wit. Agnes is mortified. That is not the compliment she needed right now. Then the follow-up lands, a 3-day chat ban courtesy of whatever cosmic system runs this world. She never saw it coming. His Holiness just smiles and tells her she's worked hard. Rich, considering what she's just been through. Yes, Agnes answers, suddenly the picture of politeness. Time to talk about her actual job description. And it is a list: weekly confessions in the Grand Chapel, pilgrimages across the kingdom, healing services for the sick. Oh, and spreading the teachings of the faith too on top of everything else. That's it? She asks, somewhere between awe and dread. Agnes floats an idea: let her handle the front lines and get another saintess for desk duty. One issue: there is no other saintess. Agnes mysteriously confident one will appear soon, just wait and see. The room does not love that answer. Some unseen seer of heavenly secrets fires off a serious warning at her. Apparently teasing a future that hasn't happened yet is playing with fire. Agnes reels from the smackdown. She shakes it off, promises to be careful, and pivots hard to the next dungeon instead. Even the system seems to want her to just stop talking. Then she drops the real ask. She wants to storm the next dungeon tomorrow morning. The knights are floored. Tomorrow. They're still reeling. Tomorrow already, and this time no cagey secrets about the location. Agnes promises she'll actually share it. Bonus: this dungeon is practically next door. Its name, the Library of All Things. One older cardinal clearly is not thrilled about any of this. But permission is granted. Agnes and the knights move out at dawn. Elsewhere, far from the chapel drama, a shrouded figure kneels before a bank of candles. Something far heavier is stirring. Shadow creeps into frame, and it is not alone. Blood pools across the stone floor. Something or someone has just been struck down. An old, crowned king offers a chilling farewell to someone cloaked in darkness. Until we meet again. The figure turns away, crowned power looming behind them like a shadow of things to come. Red eyes, blood at the collar, and a voice like a prayer gone wrong. Prepare for the holy war. The spark of war shall soon arise, the figure promises. The king asks the only question that matters: where is the enemy they must face? The answer comes with a smile. Rejoice, for the church's favorite target, the heretical Ragnif Mage Republic, is about to get exactly what's coming to it. The Mage Republic, just saying the name out loud changes the air in the room. A place with centuries of bad blood against the church. Turns out the mages worship truth and law over gods and have always claimed divine power isn't really divine at all. To the church, that is straight-up blasphemy. Cue the legend everyone conveniently likes to forget, the miracle of the saintess. 2 centuries back, a plague tore through the Ragnif Republic. The church refused to help, so one saintess, Lucretia, couldn't just stand by. She went alone straight into enemy territory, and she saved countless lives doing it. The plague ended. That is exactly when the real trouble started. The Republic never sent her home. Instead, they kept her dressed up as a guest, locked away in a gilded palace. The church never forgot that insult, and the grudge has been simmering ever since. 200 years of hostility later, the two sides are still trading blows, and the church sounds more than ready to finish it. Back in the shadows, the cloaked figure isn't done giving orders. To make more blood flow, you'll need to work harder. The kneeling subordinate answers with a confession that lands like a gut punch. I killed the Tower Master. And there they stand, robes and all, looking very pleased with how this is going. The chapter closes on that smile, and it is not a comforting one. Morning light spills across the cathedral's flower beds as footsteps echo closer, a quiet start before the chaos we all know is coming. Sir Clovis straightens up and greets the arriving saintess with a respectful bow. Your Holiness, he says, all business as usual. You have arrived, he adds, welcoming her in. Inside, a silver-haired cardinal and the pink-haired saintess stand together beneath the stained glass, framed by lilies. Ayelet breezes past with a cheerful good morning for Sir Rex, the picture of business as usual. Rex returns the pleasantries about a morning full of divine blessings, then spots Sir Clovis nearby. Word comes down that a cardinal will personally escort them to the Forbidden Library today. Clovis reminds everyone the Forbidden Library is locked down tight, cardinal supervision only. Then he wonders aloud, is today's visitor from the Gospel faction or the Inquisition? Neither side comes the answer, and the guest turns out to be an old face. Long time no see, Ayelet, says the silver-haired cardinal, catching everyone off guard. Someone announces her properly. Her Eminence Cardinal Cardelia has arrived. A blonde girl comes bounding up shouting Leia. Turns out that is Ayelet's pet nickname among friends. She apologizes for not greeting the cardinal first, sweet as ever. Cardelia waves off the apology, though she catches herself. She can hardly call the new saintess by her first name so casually anymore. Ayelet insists on keeping things casual. After all, Cardelia is basically family, grandmother to her best friend and an old companion of her own swordsmanship teacher. Then she turns to greet someone else standing nearby. The mystery guest flinches, clearly caught off guard by the sudden attention. It's been a long time, Your Holiness, he says quietly. Ayelet pauses, recognizing him at once. Sir Tesselid, she murmurs. A heavy thought crosses her mind. If Cardelia sought Tesselid out today, she must have seen something about how much time he has left. Not exactly light breakfast conversation. Cardelia catches herself rambling and gets down to business, waving Ayelet forward. Time to head to the Forbidden Library. The heavy doors groan open, revealing the restricted section beyond. They descend into a cavernous hall of towering bookshelves, footsteps echoing through the gloom. A warning rings out: these books are so dangerous, even reading the titles is forbidden, so watch your step. Then Ayelet spots exactly what she's after. I found it, she says. The book in her hands isn't just banned reading, it's literally the door to a dungeon. Now then, everyone prepare to enter the dungeon, Ayelet announces, all business, as someone calls out her name in warning. Cardelia sends them off with a warm be careful on your journey, and come back safely, the kind of line that always means trouble is coming. The book flares to life the moment it's opened. Light rips through the pages and swallows the whole room. Clovis goes tumbling through the light shouting for the saintess, not exactly a graceful entrance. Once he catches his breath, Clovis has questions. Are they really diving in with zero prep again? Could someone please just once hand out a briefing beforehand? Alet explains they're standing in a dungeon called the Library of All Things, so really, he should have guessed. Then she shushes the group. It's a library, people inside voices. The group descends a sweeping staircase into a library so vast it barely looks real. Rex stares up at the endless shelves. Is this the Library of All Things? It's filled with books, someone deadpans. That's right, comes the equally flat reply. Perched casually on a branch, a blue-haired figure looks down at them. This place is both a library and a dungeon. It seems lowly humans have made their way here. A status window confirms it. The dungeon's irregular master, Elantia the librarian, ranked 477th in the abyss, has made her entrance. Somebody yells the obvious, enemy. Rex barks the order to arm up, only for Elantia to scold them like unruly kids. Don't you know that silence must be maintained in a library? As expected of lowly humans, she sighs, slamming her book shut like a judge delivering a verdict. A new alert pops up. The debuff "No Rudeness Allowed" has just been activated. That does not sound like a fair fight. Rex's sword clatters to the ground on its own. What is this?" he stammers. Clovis stares at his own raised hands like they belong to a stranger. "Commander, this. Their aura, their divine power, all of it just gone." Alet checks herself and confirms the horror. It's happened to every single one of them. Elantia floats above them, unbothered. This dungeon has its own set of rules. No matter how much you've trained your divine power or aura, she continues, savoring the moment. From this point on, you're no different from ordinary humans. Well, that levels the playing field in the worst possible way. The system spells it out. To stop anyone from misbehaving in her library, Elantia sealed everyone's aura and divine power, herself included, taking a backlash hit to her own power for the trouble. Someone notes the real danger here is her weapon, not brute force. They peg her power around the 7th level, and it's clear she's not just slinging solo spells, there's something bigger going on. She finally introduces herself properly. "I am the librarian Marquis Elantia Levant, and this is the library of one of the 3 demon kings, Lord in Merinos. Now that you've entered the library cherished by the demon king, I'm sure you understand what that means," she says. "If you wish to prolong your miserable lives for even a bit, you're going to need to read an entire book and turn in a review, 10 pages minimum. This dungeon boss runs a book club and attendance is mandatory. No review, no exit." She is not budging until the homework is turned in. The knights just stand there completely blindsided. Nobody trained for this kind of dungeon. She helpfully adds there are plenty of easy, human-friendly books if they look hard enough, and a reward waiting for anyone who turns in a genuinely good review. Clovis turns to Alet for guidance. She just stares back, silently pleading, "Do I have to write a review? Please tell me I don't need to." Rex flatly refuses. "I don't want to do one," until he's reminded that swinging a sword isn't an option either. This library belongs to a demon king who might just show up in person. Alet rounds on Rex with the least sympathetic pep talk ever. "And Sir Rex, please just read a book." Then Alet squares her shoulders and marches off, calling out for the librarian by name. Elantia glances over, mildly curious. Alet doesn't back down. "I have something I want to say." Elantia's composure cracks just for a second. "No, you're different from the others, aren't you?" she asks, studying Alet closely. Alet blinks, caught off guard. "What?" Deep in the demon realm's grand library, the librarian gives our saintess a knowing look, going on about her refined taste for high-quality literature. Turns out he means the spicy section. The guy just outed himself and all he can manage is an awkward ahem. She clears her throat, mortified, while he just grins and asks if she came here for a deep literary chat. Sure, let's call it that. Nope, she's not here to gossip about books, she's here to challenge him for the right to crack open the Bible of truth itself. His smirk drops for half a second. Guess nobody's ever marched in demanding that book before. He asks if she even knows what she's asking for. She does. It's the proof of librarian rank in this place and she wants it. There's a catch: the book only opens if she beats him in a straight-up magic duel. Somewhere behind her, one of her knights is already panicking. Bad news, nobody in her crew can actually cast a spell. You can't master holy power and magic at once, so this duel just hit a wall before it even started. The librarian, feeling generous or just enjoying himself, hints that the library itself is hiding the books she'll need. He flips a page and the whole room ripples with magic. This guy's no ordinary bookkeeper. One page casually conjures up demon realm ritual lore, sacrificial offerings included, just a normal shift for him. He's warming up now, literally, with fire crackling to life around his fingers. A blast of flame rips clean across the room. Yeah, this is the guy she's supposed to outduel. Turns out some books in this library are actual magic scrolls. Hold one, say its name out loud, and the spell just fires off. He offers plenty of time to go scroll hunting and asks if she has more questions. She's already got what she needs. He calls her a strange one. She's clearly not chasing the librarian job itself, just whatever the reward that book offers. Oh, and the stakes: lose this duel and the challenger becomes his lifelong slave right here in the library. No pressure. He looks almost delighted at the thought. Somebody's clearly bored out of his mind at this job. She agrees it's thrilling, then calmly announces she won't be the one fighting. Smooth. Enter the Silid, volunteered on the spot. Congratulations, buddy, you're the challenger now. She steps back among the greenhouse flowers, quietly hoping this gamble on him actually pays off. The librarian clocks the Silid instantly and very rudely calls him a guy who's clearly never opened a good book in his life. She just agrees. That's so bad, she says, not helping at all. He tries one more angle, offering her a special contract, just 2 hours of work a day and 14 very exclusive hours with him. She shuts it down flat. She's not the one who needs this book anyway. Deal's off the table. He sighs and gives them 3 hours to track down the scroll books. He vanishes ahead, telling them to meet him in the top floor greenhouse when time's up. Nearby, one of her knights mutters her title like he already regrets this whole plan. Islet doesn't waste the head start. She puts the entire Holy Knight Order to work immediately. She and the Silid trade a quiet look. 3 hours, one shot, no room to mess this up. She calls out to every knight in earshot: Knights of Grace, Holy Knight Order, all of them gather up, they've got work to do. She hands over the list, every scroll book they need to hunt down, written right there. Problem: there's only 2 copies of that list for a whole army of knights. Don't worry about that, she says, already 3 steps ahead. Turns out the plan is just copy it by hand, fast, and suddenly it's a full-blown contest between the Grace Knights and the Holy Order over who can out-scribble who. These guys take teamwork very seriously. One knight squints at the list, baffled by these outrageous book titles. The Silid just calls out to her Alet like that solves everything. He asks about the knights and whether this splits them from their real mission. She waves it off. She's already made sure none of them can report this, book titles included, to the Cardinal Council. Whatever their reasons, she notes, everyone's pitching in without a second thought. Before they scatter, the Silid's got one more question for her. How exactly did she get her hands on a hidden scroll list in the first place? He wants to know. She tells him to just accept it. He should be used to her pulling stuff like this by now. Fair point. Then she gets serious. Their opponent Alantia is a 7th circle mage. Every scroll on their list tops out at 6th circle, 1 tier below him. Beating Alantia is going to take an actual strategy, not just firepower. The Silid volunteers to handle the strategy himself. She hesitates. He hasn't actually beaten Alantia yet this round. He looks her dead in the eye. This time he says she can actually trust him. She squares her shoulders. They are winning this, no question. And they're off. She heads for the far bookshelves while he splits off on his own hunt. The scramble is on. Scrolls come flying off the shelves one after another. She's tallying up the haul, a couple of low circle scrolls already in hand. She figures she's already covered what she personally needed to find. With time still on the clock, she wonders what to do with the rest of it. Cue that little voice in her head, the one that judges her very soul, slyly suggesting she check out the new releases section. Sure, why not? Apparently she's got a whole committee of voices in her head weighing in on this decision. A very persuasive committee. New releases win. She takes off running like it's a flash sale. First grab a book literally titled about the saint and demon preferences. Oddly specific, but sure, research is research. Next up, 50 ways to corrupt handsome knights. She swears she's just checking for a magic circle inside. Sure she is, and she's being very thorough about it. Verdict: Demon Realm romance novels are surprisingly tame by comparison. Disappointing, apparently. The Silid catches her red-handed mid-research. He just deadpans that he never expected her to dig up something like this. She's got absolutely no comeback. Then her whole expression changes. Something in that book just caught her attention for real. There's an actual magic circle hidden inside this ridiculous romance novel. This one's nothing like the other scrolls they've collected so far, if her hunch is right about it. Then this is something genuinely special. She's already demanding the full skill description right now. And that's exactly where the chapter leaves us hanging. What did she just find? Digging through a pile of old scroll books, Frosty stops cold on one that just feels different. "This is," he murmurs. He hands it over to Ailette. Unlike normal scroll books, this one hides exactly what magic it holds. It is basically a magic grab bag. Nobody knows what spell is sealed inside until somebody's brave enough to actually crack it open. Ailette squints at the strange description scrawled across the pages, trying to make sense of it. Frosty takes one look and drops the bomb. "This is ninth circle attack magic. That is not a beginner's toy." Ailette's jaw drops. Ninth circle? That's the kind of power that ends wars, not gets found in a random pile of junk books. She calls it incredible and honestly fair. With firepower like that in hand, he figures they will not even need a real strategy anymore. He flashes her a quiet smirk. "Thanks, Ailette." She just handed him the edge he needed. Only complaint: the book's title is a little questionable. Ailette just shrugs. "It's a matter of taste and not hers. Blame the demon who wrote it." The search squad formally hands over their find. This is the scroll book they recovered, ready to be put to use. A soldier hopes it helps turn the tide in the coming magic battle against the demons. Ailette just gives a quiet thank you. A stern commander lays down the order: "Finish it fast and get back here in one piece." Ailette watches him go, and it is written all over her she is worried sick. He tells her not to sweat it will not take long. "Grab a snack," he says, "and wait for him." And with that he walks off alone, straight through the gate into the demon's domain. Elancia greets him with all the warmth of a job interview gone wrong. "Welcome, human with a pathetic amount of literary knowledge." She sneers at the stack of books he's hauled in. Quite a lot of useless reading material, apparently. He strolls into her chamber anyway, completely unbothered by the insult. She warns him it will all be over before he even gets a chance to crack one of those books open. He just tightens his grip on the books and stays put. Not exactly the reaction she was hoping for. Magic coils around her fingers, cold and crackling, ready to strike. She names it the breath of eternal permafrost. Sounds exactly as friendly as it looks. And she lets it fly straight at him, no hesitation. The ice settles. He's still standing, untouched, in the middle of a forest of frozen spikes. His own scroll book flares to life, two spell circles blooming across the pages at once. The whole room lights up around him mid-blast, magic ripping through the air. Elancia mutters to herself, that was a 7th circle wide area freezing spell. Not a small thing to shrug off. She can't believe it. He blocked her 7th circle spell with just 2 measly 4th circle spells of his own. He's already lighting up with fresh energy, gearing up for whatever comes next. She throws up a barrier and taunts him with this up. There is nowhere left to run. He just stands there, calm, book in hand, waiting her out. Lightning strike, Elancia calls out, and the sky itself answers her. Something goes very wrong for her. "What?" she stammers, definitely not the outcome she was expecting. He casually notes that one was actually dangerous, coming from the guy standing there completely fine. She demands to know how he is still standing after all of that. Then it clicks for her: what he's holding is just a bottom-tier 2nd circle magnetic magic book, Magnetic Force. He'd used it to yank every scrap of iron buried in the soil and forge it into a row of pillars. Turned them into lightning rods and yanked her own strike right back at her. Elancia just laughs. This is fun. She admits it flat out. She's officially taking back her earlier underestimation of him. He doesn't even flinch as a fresh wave of magic comes screaming toward him. A tiny green shield snaps up and swallows the entire blast whole. A 2nd circle shield. Elantia stammers, stunned it actually held against her attack. He explains it plain mana detection magic, shrink the shield down to palm size and every ounce of force lands on one exact point. She scoffs, what a joke. In theory it might be possible, but pulling off a technique like that on the fly. Wait, he starts catching on. She points out he hasn't even been casting the incantations correctly this whole fight. If this drags on much longer, he figures he's going to need to bring out the big guns. He pulls out the book, and its actual title reads 50 Ways to Corrupt a Peerless Handsome Knight, not exactly what you picture in a war hero's arsenal. Elantia snorts at his taste in literature but warns him he won't be casting what's actually inside. That's ninth circle magic, a power beyond humanity itself. Try casting it without transcendent rank, she warns, and the spell just won't fire, your body collapses instead. He only says, well, I guess, he says slowly, weighing the book in his hand, we'll just have to wait and see, he finishes, resolve settling hard into his eyes. The book flares open, and a massive magic circle blooms wide beneath him. Darkness swallows the whole room as the forbidden spell ignites. A tiny silhouette stands dead center of it all, wrapped in raw, churning power. Elantia stares into the dark, stammering, this doesn't make sense. Her eyes blow wide, disbelief written all over her face. There's no way, she screams, and that's exactly where this one cuts to black. Eyelet's stuck killing time, and it is dragging. It's taking a lot of time, she mutters to herself, waiting on word from the system. Worry gets the better of her, so she asks the gods watching over her to check in on Terry. Is he doing all right out there? The answer stops her cold. The advocate of confidentiality reports that the male lead is completely outside their observation range. She buries her face in her hand. What? The word barely makes it out of her. Since when do the gods lose track of anyone? She pushes back. Aren't gods supposed to be all-seeing? The voice that shapes the world answers with a huff of indignation. Tessalid, apparently, is a bit special. Turns out some worlds hide people whose very existence cancels out divine authority itself, beings the gods simply cannot see. And Tessalid Argent is one of them. Which means the only way the Transmigration Management Bureau can keep tabs on their precious male lead is through Eyelet. That's an unusual story, Eyelet murmurs right as the scale that judges souls slaps a yellow card onto the advocate of confidentiality. Something is wrong, Terry, she blurts, suddenly afraid. Cut to Ephael, brow furrowed, point blank, asking what this so-called Bible of Truth even is. And why would Tessalid risk everything for it? Someone starts explaining the Bible of Truth cannot simply be taken, and the boss guarding it is. Bad news lands, beat this dungeon boss and you still walk away empty-handed, no loot, no skill books. The party's faces drop, what then? Eyelet cuts in with the real prize, clear this dungeon, and you earn the right to ask the Bible one single, unrestricted question. Elsewhere, blood drips slow from a clenched fist wrapped around a delicate pendant, a grim toll being paid somewhere in the dark. Footprints of blood trail across the floor, and through the haze, a lone figure keeps walking. It's Tessalid, and he is not stopping. Barefoot and bleeding, he pushes through a gate wrapped in chains like it's nothing. Whatever waits on the other side matters more than the pain. He presses a bloodied finger to a glowing circle, and the magic answers instantly, hungry for the sacrifice. A blinding gate tears open before him, chains and light swirling into a doorway that shouldn't exist. His eyes don't waver. Whatever's through that door, he's already decided nothing is turning him back. A voice rings out, qualifications verified, the right to ask the question of truth has been granted. He steps forward as the ancient words greet him, you who have come to seek answers that cannot be obtained from the gods. The book itself stirs, pages splitting open and blazing gold like it's been waiting a very long time for him. What are you curious about? It asks him directly. After 99 attempts, he finally gets to speak. Elsewhere, a sharp-eyed knight can't shake the thought what could possibly be eating at Tessalid this badly. Eyelet's the one who actually knows. That's, she starts, trailing off. This is as far as he's ever made it, cycle after cycle. Because in the original novel, Chapter 18 goes like this: the moment the male lead returns from Chapter 17, Reed kills him. Every single time. The whole world seems dead set on putting him in the ground. He cannot even manage to die properly. He just keeps getting yanked back to try again, and nobody, not even him, knows why. So he bet his life on the Bible of truth, chasing an answer that might finally make sense of it all. And now, at last, he's standing right in front of it. Flash back to Cycle 1. His first question was the obvious one: how do I save the world? Whatever answer he got sent him straight into the next loop. From there, he threw himself headfirst into dungeon after dungeon, leaning hard on the Bible's answers to plan every conquest. But then the world turned on him badly, and he realized the truth the book gave him was only ever a fragment of the real picture. Cycle 89, he's back, and this time the question is sharper: how does he actually stop the regressions? Even that answer left him wanting. Whatever the book told him, it wasn't enough. Now we're caught up Cycle 99, and Tessalid is asking one more time. This time the question cuts straight to the bone: what is the truth? In the original story, this is the exact moment the male lead hears the answer and collapses in shock. Right here, Cycle 99. Islet watches, bracing for it. Anyway, she says, steadying herself for whatever comes next. Tessalid holds his breath, waiting on the answer that's about to rewrite everything he thought he knew. But he doesn't ask about the truth at all. Instead, where is the save point? The book box insufficient information. It needs him to specify exactly what he's looking for. So he clarifies he's after a consumable artifact, something capable of rewriting the point he regresses back to. The book confirms it exists, with 14 uses left on it, and the search begins. An answer starts forming: the owner of this artifact is human. The name hangs right on the edge of being revealed. Then everything blows apart: search unavailable. Something is actively blocking the book from finishing. Tessalid just stands there in the wreckage, letting out a hollow laugh. Of course, it wasn't going to be that easy. He wonders aloud if some higher power, strict order, and righteousness is the one shutting him down. Either way, the search flat out refuses to finish. Someone steps in close and promises to help him find it, no matter what it takes. I must find it, and he starts, jaw tight, already planning his next move. The seconds stretch out while his resolve quietly hardens into something unshakable. This time, he vows, eyes burning, I must destroy it. 99 cycles of dying, and he is done playing along. Cut hard to somewhere else entirely. Islet's satchel bag suddenly cracks open with sparks of lightning, out of absolutely nowhere. Why is this suddenly happening? Islet stares at her own bag like it just grew teeth. The straps spark and snap as electricity chews right through the leather in her hands. Someone nearby just shrugs it off as wear and tear. Time for a new bag, apparently. Islet mutters that she really should have kept that beige one from her old VIP days. Still, something about it nags at her. Is this really just a durability issue? It feels off and she can't shake it. Curiosity wins out. She decides she is opening that bag and checking exactly what's inside. Before she can, a brand new voice cuts in, the supreme master of all things, telling her flat out to stop. She freezes, bag still crackling in her hands, suddenly very aware she might be holding something she really shouldn't. A brand new god, apparently, and it's not here for small talk. It warns her that some suspicious being is making a move on its host, on her. A suspicious being? Islet yelps, shaking the bag like that'll shake off whatever's after her too. The god zeroes in further. Whatever this is, it is staring straight at her satchel bag with intent. And there it is, the face behind the sparks is Tessalid's. He's reaching straight through the bag itself. The lightning surges wild between them, two people on opposite sides of the story about to collide, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us. Ailette's just standing there clutching an old briefcase while it crackles with lightning. That is never a good sign. The bag keeps sparking in her hands like it's about to blow. She braces for the worst. Then with a pathetic little poof, it just fizzles out. Oh, it became quiet, she says, blinking at the suddenly harmless bag. Anticlimactic, but she'll take it. Turns out the voice that shapes the world came running to check on the commotion, since the supreme master of all things had just paid a visit over a faulty product she'd sold Ailette. A product she sold, Ailette puts it together fast. The supreme master of all things is the VIP point shop grandma. The old woman just huffs, clearly not thrilled about being called out. Apparently Grandma had already caught some suspicious entity trying to pull a scam on Alet and beat it senseless with her pipe. Now Alet's wondering who dare target the stuff in her bag. Hold on, she thinks, what if they were after that old floppy disk she picked up? The sword's dance activates, scanning the disk's identity right there in her hand. Lightning crackles as the result comes through. The disk traces back to the owner of the dungeon it was found in. Now that's a lead worth chasing. So that floppy disk was stolen goods too? Grandma just reminds her to swing by the point shop sometime, then bolts before Alet can even chase her down. Someone shouts Saintess behind her and Alet's whole posture snaps to attention. Sir Tesselit has returned, but something's very wrong. He's stumbling, barely upright. She bolts down the hall, blood already spattered across her mind's eye before she even reaches him. She catches Terry as he goes down, his hand slick with blood. Whatever fight he just walked out of, it wasn't a fair one. For one quiet second, all she can see is his bloodied hand against a scatter of white blossoms. She doesn't waste a breath. Healing light floods from her hands straight into him. Just hold on a little longer, I'll heal everything, she tells him, already dreading the answer to her next question: what happened out there? Was the ninth circle scroll a dud? She asks, then insists he actually drink a potion this time instead of toughing it out. Terry, can you stand up? She asks softly, their faces suddenly a lot closer than either of them planned. She catches him staring. Why's he looking at her like that all of a sudden? He waves it off, just some recoil from casting ninth circle magic, nothing she needs to fuss over. Frosty lets out a quiet breath, more relieved than he'd ever admit out loud. Thanks to your healing, I'm really fine now, he tells her, while the scale that judges souls chuckles somewhere that the mood in here got awfully sweet. She leans into him a little, cheeks warm, while the knights lined up behind them very pointedly say nothing. Then she notices something clutched in his hand. What's that he's holding? It's a key, a plain, ordinary-looking key that clearly isn't ordinary at all. Something about it feels like an invitation, like it's pointing her toward another library entirely. And here's the kicker: this wasn't in the original story. Alet's the only one who'd know that. Before she can dwell on it, the whole place starts groaning like it's about to come apart. Word spreads fast: the librarian, the dungeon's unofficial master, has retired. That means the S-rank Demon Realm Library is officially closing down. The library of all things itself will collapse soon, and everyone's urged to clear out politely, of course, like proper noble demons. Saintess, this is, someone shouts as debris starts raining down around them. Time to move. One of the knights keeps his cool, telling everyone to handle it just like they did back at the Millennium Ice Castle. Someone spots the exit gate glowing at the end of the hallway. There's their way out. Everyone, evacuate quickly, Alet shouts, then rounds on Terry. Can he even run right now? He insists it's no problem. All right, then let's go, everyone. She takes off, dragging the whole party toward the light. The hallway's crumbling behind them faster than anyone expected. Chunks of stone tumble past their heads as the whole dungeon starts eating itself alive. They sprint through the collapsing wreckage, one step ahead of disaster the whole way. And just like that, a boot hits solid, safe ground. Alet stretches out, finally letting herself breathe. Did everyone make it out safely? One exhausted knight practically collapses on the spot, gasping out a very winded yes. One of the knights grins wide, congratulating her on clearing her second S-rank dungeon. That's 2 down. The blonde Grace Knight chimes in, just one more dungeon clear, and she'll be officially recognized by the Knight Order itself. Somebody pipes up, offering their swordsmanship, orders help for the next one. No, call our Holy Knight Order instead. The two of them immediately start bickering over who gets bragging rights. Terry just says he'll think about it, and Alet can't help but say his name out loud, still a little dazed from everything that just happened. But the moment they're back, it's clear something else is already going wrong. People are sprinting through the halls shouting for supplies. This isn't a normal homecoming. One official is losing it, demanding to know why the emergency mobilization is taking so long to get moving. The council's already approved sending more personnel. Alet can only stare. What on earth is going on? She grabs the nearest knight, demanding someone actually explain the situation to her. A report just came in: a dungeon burst happened half an hour ago and it's bad. The boss already broke through the gate, and the damage is already severe. They read out the measured magic level, and it's not S rank, it's SS rank. SS rank, that word alone is enough to make the whole room go pale. Two cardinals come striding in Dekel and Bezalis, both looking grim. Aelette greets them by name, already bracing for bad news. How severe is the situation, she asks flat out. Cardinal Dekel doesn't sugarcoat it. This is a continent-wide crisis, and he hates having to dump it on her the second she's back. They need her strength. The escaped boss is the flame behemoth, and it's already wiped out 5 villages in the Kirill's region the moment it appeared. A monstrous shape looms over a city already swallowed in fire, while the Knight Commander and Princess's forces try to hold the line. The Mage Republic's army is throwing everything they've got at it too, but the battlefield's still a disaster. They've already called in King Hispanral and the Knight Academy's headmaster for backup. But nobody can say for sure how much longer the front lines will hold before reinforcements even arrive. Aelette goes silent for a beat, then it clicks. This is Reed's doing. The final boss has already started moving and way faster than he ever did in the original story. She doesn't know his full plan yet, but right now there's only one thing that matters: getting to the front lines immediately. Her expression hardens into pure resolve. I plan to defeat the flame behemoth, she announces, and the room goes dead quiet. Defeat it, an SS rank boss. The Cardinals look stunned, but she won't just stand by and watch more lives get lost. She proposes swapping her 3rd S-rank dungeon clear for taking down the flame behemoth instead. Ambitious, to say the least. The Cardinals trade a look, murmuring it over between themselves. Of course, that's possible, Saintess, they agree. Given the circumstances, they'll take all the help they can get. The Grace and Holy Knights fall in, declaring themselves ready to follow her into the fire, literally. Please be careful, Saintess, someone calls out, and for once nobody's arguing over whose order gets the credit. Terry gives her a small nod, still bruised from the last fight but standing firm at her side. I'll go ahead first, she says, magic already gathering in her palm. A crystal of pure light blooms in her hand, humming with teleportation magic. Light floods the space around her as the spell tears open. The world dissolves into streaks of light and shadow around her. She's being pulled straight to the border of the Elfenheim theocracy and the Ragneef Mage Republic, right into the Kirill's region, right into the fire. And that's exactly where the chapter drops us, staring straight into the flames of a battlefield she's about to walk right into. Fire swallows what is left of the camp, and something in it is still moving. A lone, hooded figure walks into the wreckage, past posts still burning, completely unbothered by the carnage around him. One of the survivors, trapped and bleeding, spots him and screams, "I'm trapped here, please save me." Another voice cries out from the rubble, sobbing, begging for anyone to save him. The pleas keep piling up. Bodies pinned under debris, blood soaking the wood, one word repeated over and over, please. Survivors crumple against the rubble, more corpses now than living, and the hooded figure just keeps walking. He does not flinch, does not rush. Whatever this man is, mercy is clearly not his first instinct. He walks deeper into the burning ruins, like all that screaming behind him is just background noise. One man drags himself after him, screaming, begging on his knees not to be left behind. The hooded figure keeps his back turned, one slow step after another, completely unmoved. Finally, he speaks, cold and flat, "You people are always begging for salvation." He does not even look back. Even when your limbs were intact, you never thought of doing anything on your own. The bloodied man freezes as the judgment keeps coming. You're not just passive, you're downright submissive. We finally get a good look at his face, dark-haired and eerily calm. You don't even seek salvation, he says, you merely want to receive it. He crouches toward the man with something close to contempt. It's utterly disgusting, he mutters. A charm at his throat flares as blue flame gathers in his open hand. The man screams as the fire closes in, and this rescue is starting to look a lot like an execution. No more cheap salvation, the figure says flatly, and the blue fire swallows him whole. He turns to the rest and lays out the terms like a business deal. If even one of them willingly throws themselves into the flames, I will spare everyone else, he finishes. That is not a rescue, that is a trade. He lays out the logic. Everyone caught in this dungeon burst, past or future, is already marked to die. With one weak and foolish life, he reasons, many can be saved. That's not comfort, that's math. The man he just spared has nothing left to say. Even the people who saw it happen can't find the words. Somewhere else in the wreckage, another voice picks up the exact same plea. He looks over, almost bored. Right, I knew it would be like this, he says, what a pity. And just like that, judgment gets passed again. Cut to a very different fire. Soldiers dug into a burning camp, screaming for everyone to hold the line. A mage sprints into position, spellbook in hand, racing to reinforce the front. We have to hold out until reinforcements arrive, someone shouts right as the tanks start losing control of the fight. And here is why that is a problem. A fire demon the size of a building, grinning through the flames. Protect the white mage and the healer, comes the next order as the beast lunges straight for the squishiest targets. This is a full raid party, dug in and still getting wrecked. Somebody forgot to read this boss's stat sheet before pulling it. Steel meets fire, and it is not going well for the humans. One knight throws herself into the front line, hauling a blade twice her size like it weighs nothing. Damn it, she snarls, eating a hit that was meant for someone else. Blood streaks down her face as she braces herself for the next one. This much damage from a simple graze, she growls. It's that hellfire ember, a debuff just floating in the air. And every ember that thing throws off sticks right to our skin, she adds. It does not wash off. And the more it stacks, she warns, the more lethal Cayenne's attacks become. A tank buried in debuffs is no different than bare flesh. White mage, pour your strength into me now. The white mage doesn't hesitate, yah. Now, while the tank's aggro is unstable, the healer's going to draw the boss's attention instead, she calls out. Someone objects, panicked. If the healers get targeted next, that is a total wipe waiting to happen. Odalite, hauling an injured man, is not interested in the debate. Heal them now, she orders. Lady Odalite, someone screams her name across the battlefield. The Hellcayen is charging straight for them. A burning claw comes down as one swordsman throws himself directly into its path. Do dodge, someone screams half a second too late. Bodies go down around her, blood and screaming everywhere. Odalite takes a direct hit and it staggers her hard. Behind the line, her healer sinks to her knees, shaking, completely overwhelmed. A gauntleted hand yanks her up by the hair. This is not a gentle wake-up call. Li Hua, focus, heal me now, Odalite barks, bleeding out where she stands. You have danger immunity, no matter how much power you pour out, the boss cannot touch you, she snaps. See sister, it hurts, just let me go, Li Hua pleads. Odalite does not soften one bit. Who said you're my sister? You got a death wish. She hauls her healer bodily into position whether Li Hua likes it or not. Overhead, Hellcayen's eye flares open. It is winding up for something big. A wounded tactician spots it first. That position, it's preparing to roar. We have to stop it. With this many embers stacked on us, one hit from that roar and we are all dead, the mage shouts. Hellcayen's jaws crack open, and the whole battlefield holds its breath. The roar lands and the screaming starts. It tears through healer and fighter alike. Nobody gets spared this time. One by one, bodies hit the ground. Odalite staggers, clutching her chest. My heart, she gasps. It feels like hot liquid running through my veins. Someone chokes out, vision already going dark. I can't hold on, he whispers, waiting on reinforcements that still have not come. Then, from somewhere in the wreckage, Odalite pulls up everything she has left, holy strengthening. Target engraving. Judgment proclamation. Absolute execution. She is about to throw everything she has got at this thing. And through the flames, someone else is walking in. Is she? Reinforcement, one of the wounded whispers. His eyes go wide. That person is. She's here, the saintess has arrived. Wings of light unfurl behind her, and for the first time all fight, the tide might actually be turning. Silent meditation, she calls out, and the whole battlefield lights up gold. Whatever happens next, it just got a lot harder to kill this party. We are jumping straight to the Kirill's region, right on the border between the Elfenheim theocracy and the Ragneef Mage Republic. Whatever is waiting out here does not look friendly. Our Saintess Ailette lands right in the middle of it and her face just drops. This is all she can manage. Turns out bad is an understatement. A war camp burned to the ground, tents on fire, bodies scattered everywhere. This is a full-blown massacre. Somebody is already out here dragging the dead away on a cart. This is not a battle anymore, it is just the aftermath. Ayelet cannot look away. It's terrible, she whispers, and for once that is not an exaggeration. Something huge just made itself known, and Ayelet's whole body goes rigid with shock. Because apparently one massacre was not enough. The 307th ranked demon of the demon realm, Helkain, king of the flame behemoths, has just crashed into the human world. Real subtle entrance. The system does not waste time either. A 10-kilometer radius is undergoing full demonification because of this SS rank boss, and the whole area now plays by dungeon rules. Translation: it just got a lot more dangerous. On top of that, a debuff called Hellfire Embers kicks in and spatial transfer stones get restricted. No teleporting out of this one, folks. Thankfully, Ayelet is not alone. She spots a familiar face and just says one word: Terry. Terry skips the pleasantries. Just focus on dealing damage, he tells her, all business. Ayelet nods and calls her shot. I'll deal with the vanguard, she says, no hesitation, no second guessing, she is locked in. Nearby, a battered blonde knight catches sight of her and can barely get the words out. What's going on, that woman? A wounded soldier recognizes her too, gasping that person is. She has come, as a judgment proclamation lights up the sky. A hand reaches skyward and the words target engraving and absolute execution burn into the air. This is about to get biblical. Wings of light unfurl behind her as the whisper spreads through the ranks, the Saintess. Ayelet raises her hand and channels silent meditation, holy power blooming around her like she just flipped on the world's biggest healing switch. Somewhere close, Helkain snarls back, all teeth and fire, clearly unbothered by the concept of manners. Ayelet answers with healing field, washing the wounded in holy light. She did not come here just to fight, she came to fix what is broken too. The blonde knight watches, stunned. You're telling me a group heal this wide in range is possible? Apparently not until about 5 seconds ago. She remembers the rumor that a saint appeared in the theocracy for the first time in 200 years. Guess the rumors were selling her short. That's an incredible amount of holy power, the knight thinks, then immediately undercuts it. But as healers usually are, she's foolish. Bold words from someone who has not seen what is coming. Because healing that big without controlling threat first is basically ringing the dinner bell. She'll attract the boss's attention, the knight realizes, and not in a good way. Right on cue, Helkain's claws ignite, fire dripping off him like he has already picked his next target. Ayelet does not flinch. She murmurs divine hymn and steps forward like she invited this fight herself. No one make a move, someone orders through gritted teeth. Whatever happens next, this is Ayelet's fight alone. She raises her sword overhead, green eyes blazing with pure resolve. Healer or not, she is about to swing like she means it. Someone in the back panics outright. Absolutely do not, a little late for that warning, honestly. Ayelet launches herself straight at the demon, sword trailing a blade of pure aura light. The blonde knight's jaw drops. She's using aura. Turns out this saintess moonlights as a swordswoman too. She raises a hand skyward, lightning gathering at her fingertip, her face locked in total concentration. Divine punishment, she gasps out, unleashing everything she has got in one strike. The lightning slams into Helkain dead center, lighting up the whole battlefield like Judgment Day arrived early. She is not done. Ayelet dives back in, weapon in hand, chasing the opening she just made. Helkain roars in fury and pain, flames thrashing as the demon realizes this human girl actually hurts. Ayelet swoops down again, sword raised, pressing the advantage before he can recover. Face set like stone, she calls out her next attack, Severance. But this fight is costing her. Lightning arcs through her own body as she grips the blade, the strain cracking across her expression. I did it, I've created a rift, Ayelet shouts, and for a second victory actually feels close. Then the alarm bells go off. Ayelet, get down here quick. Helkain's scales are a breeding ground for embers. Turns out that rift comes with a nasty side effect. Ayelet's eyes go wide as a debuff stacks up right in front of her. Hellfire embers, 7 stacks in climbing. I got 7 stacks in just that short moment, she thinks, staring down at her own ankle in disbelief. Ugh, because of the glass body debuff, even this level of impact hurts, she winces. Being a glass cannon cuts both ways. Someone screams her name in warning, Alet, and she barely has time to turn before it hits. The impact sends her flying, sword ripped from her grip as she tumbles through the wreckage. She grits out an ugh through the pain. My body has become so fragile that even the wind from an attack can injure me, she realizes. This debuff is brutal. It feels like I'm burning all over. The pain is unbearable, she admits to herself, forcing her body to keep moving anyway. Even a graze causes injury now. Every hit, no matter how small, leaves a mark. She hauls her sword back up regardless, so direct contact means serious wounds, she reminds herself. One real hit could end her. Every movement is a battle for survival now, and the embers keep stacking, 10 and rising. Even the powers watching over her are getting nervous. The voice that shapes the world and the scale that judges souls are both worried about her, and one message cuts through clear. Alet, you have to end him in one attack. She leans on her sword just to stay upright, every breath costing her something now. Now, even breathing in the hot air is unbearable, she thinks. But healing takes a long casting time, there is no easy way out of this one. Helkain roars through the flames above her, and Alet kneels there, staring down a monster that has had enough of losing. She collapses, breath ripping out of her in a gasp. Whatever was left in the tank, she is running on fumes now. Terry catches sight of her, and his whole expression cracks open with alarm. His face says it all. This is not the outcome he was hoping for when he told her to just deal damage. Alet, he screams, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The demon's opening strike rips across the field in one brutal red streak. This fight is already ugly. Rubble rains down and something screams through the smoke. Nobody saw that one coming. Two knights throw their arms up against the shockwave. She never even got a chance to dodge. Her holiness, the knights howl in horror as the blast swallows her whole. A shape crashes down through fire and smoke, and the white-haired knight staring up can only watch in horror. Alet, he screams her name across the wreckage, voice cracking. All she can manage, dazed and half-conscious, is his name back, Terry. Bruised, bloodied, and somehow still smirking, she needles the monster. Why are you so surprised? Something enormous roars from below, and she doesn't even flinch. Meet Helkain, a walking bonfire with teeth, and exactly as friendly as it looks. It lunges again, she's already moving. If there's no time to heal, she mutters, then make time. Turns out Mercury's barrier has been in her back pocket since the day she awakened her divine power, and yes, she can trigger it point blank, even like this. Even in her true form, and there's one more thing, she adds, smirking through the pain. She raises a hand, grin widening. If the beast wanted to get this close, she's actually grateful. One word, eliminate. Light tears through the demon's hide in one clean stroke. Sparks fly as her chain bites deeper, she's not letting up. A blur of steel gone before you can blink. Chain in one hand, blade in the other, she spins through the air like this is easy. The chain cracks like a whip, wrapping tight around the beast. It's dragged straight down into the rock, snarling. The demon shrieks, the hits just keep coming. Fire and dust choke the battlefield around them both. Finally it staggers, that combo actually landed. Kneeling, catching her breath, she thinks it through. Right now, the boss's aggro toward me is at an explosive state. Staring down the towering demon, one word escapes her, it's possible. Footsteps thunder down from above, reinforcements finally. Her plan clicks into place, for the dealers to attack now. Below, a knight spots her and shouts, Your Holiness. Another voice cuts through the chaos, the holy war and the Knights of Grace have arrived. Bloodied but standing, she turns and calls out to everyone. Her order rings out clean across the battlefield, attack. The chains crack again as the fight kicks back into gear. The Knights of Grace charge in as one, swords raised against the demon. Get up now, someone barks at a knight who's down. The order repeats louder, everyone attack. A shockwave slams straight into the demon's skull. Pink energy tears the air apart as Helkain roars in pain. Its chest starts glowing with heat, that can't be good. Alet sprints alone across the scorched field, no backup in sight yet. The demon lets out an agonized roar that shakes the ground. A volley of attacks rains down in a flash of blue light. She locks eyes with an ally beside her, both bracing for whatever comes next. Someone in her ear snaps, exasperated, Why are you still answering? hurry and dodge, she just chirps back yes. The demon's jaws snap open, roaring pure fire. A wall of flame rips across the battlefield. Someone hits the ground hard as the dust finally settles. Ailette catches Terry as he collapses, blood soaking through his shirt. An icy blue strike lances out in retaliation. It detonates against the demon's flank. Helkayan roars in agony, badly wounded now but not done yet. Amid the flames, she holds him close and refuses to let go. Her own eyes go wide with shock at what she's just done to herself. "I thought you were going to die," Terry says, hollow. She stammers, why is that?" Then she spots it and forgets her own question entirely. "Wait, more importantly, you're bleeding." "Normally, I'm the one who gets hurt," she admits. "I've got all these debuffs stacked on me already." He isn't buying the deflection. Did she really use Noble's protection to take his injuries onto herself, knowing full well she might die from it? His jaw tightens, he's furious, and it's clearly not really at her. Finally, he just says it, quiet and plain, "Don't get hurt." Her hand trembles as the words actually land. Behind them, Helkayan's fire flares back to life. Wounded does not mean finished. She steadies herself. "Let's finish this." By now, Helkayan must be held together by cracks alone. Terry steps forward, sword raised, taking the lead this time. He takes over as the frontman, pulling every bit of the demon's fury onto himself. Between all the cracks everyone's carved into it, there's finally an opening. She raises her weapon. This is the one that ends it. Golden light floods her hand as the power builds. Her expression sharpens, completely locked in. Her ultimate skill unleashes and she names it clean: Severance. A blade of pure light comes crashing straight down on the demon. Light and fire erupt together the instant it connects. Helkayan's face twists in agony under the full weight of the attack. Sparks rain down through the smoke. For 1 second, everything just goes white. A shockwave rips clean through the air. The blow lands with brutal final force. Steel flashes one last time. The demon's roar cracks and starts to fade out. Helkayan's body finally gives out under the strain. Knights below watch, weapons still raised, as the roaring finally dies. Lightning crackles through the wreckage as the fight well and truly ends. Ashen embers drift quietly down over the battlefield. The knights look up in stunned silence, barely processing it. One exhausted fighter finally lets himself believe it's actually over. "We defeated it," he stammers, then louder, disbelieving, "We did it." The whole battlefield erupts. "We defeated the monster." Knights throw their swords in the air, cheering, some outright crying, "We survived." Everyone's yelling hooray, everyone except Ailette, who looks back at something the rest of them missed. She slips off through the celebration, still tense underneath it all. She stops someone with a polite but pointed "Excuse me." The woman turns and announces herself like a title card. "I am Odilite Marcellian, Supreme Commander of the 1st Magic Corps of the Ragnif Republic." Ailette skips the small talk. "Now that the battle's over, I'd like to discuss the distribution with you." "Nice to meet you, Lady Marcellian," she says smoothly, while recognizing that name a little too well. Because internally, strong, beautiful, and a certified disaster of a human being, a villain who did genuinely awful things to the story's real heroine. Oh, and she looks down on healers too, apparently. Ailette can read that verdict off her face without her saying a word. Odilite waves the whole request off. "Discussing distribution now is premature," she says, "treating the wounded comes first." Ailette stiffens. Tension crackles between them like it might actually go somewhere ugly. Somebody points straight up, screaming, "Over there in the sky." Ailette's face goes bloodless. "No." Knights scramble, shouting that more demons are still out there. "Grab your weapons, bring them down." The original story has changed again, and this time, a cloaked figure descends, slow and silent, out of the black clouds above. In the worst possible way. Her face goes rigid with dread. She realizes exactly who this is, and it is very bad news. I shouldn't be meeting him right now. A pair of blood-red eyes lock onto her through the smoke, and that's exactly where this one leaves us. Picture this: shattered branches, dead silence, and someone dropping through the dark like a stone. Yeah, hey, this fight already went sideways. And there he is, the guy at the center of it all, chained up and staring straight through everyone like he's already won. Even the woods look like they're holding their breath. Ailette isn't faring much better, blood on her armor, jaw tight, clearly not done fighting yet. A warning ripples through the ranks: "Don't provoke him." Too late for that though, because somewhere in the dark he's already listening. Rewind a beat, the Knight Commander throws her arm up and screams the order. Attack now, no hesitation. Her soldiers snap into it instantly, discipline first, questions later. Somewhere in the chains, a single bloodshot eye cracks open. Not exactly the reaction you want from your prisoner. One soldier groans like this is the worst day of her life. Honestly, fair. Islet meanwhile just smiles, the kind of smile that means she's about to make someone's day very bad. She throws her hands up and calls it, Divine Descent, cue the light show. Golden light floods the battlefield like the sky itself just clocked in to help. Next up, a defensive barrier conjured on command because apparently she's just handing out miracles today. And she doesn't do it small either. Maximum radius covering everyone who needs it. Chained up and losing, Lid still can't look away. Even he knows power like that when he sees it. Then the screaming starts, acid rain pouring down and turning the battlefield into a nightmare. Someone in the back manages to name the spell through the chaos. Seventh circle erebusments are magic. Yay, that tracks, it burns like it means it. Acid rain that melts anything it touches, and it does not discriminate. Even from the sidelines people are gawking. That barrier again, and it just keeps getting bigger. Somebody finally takes charge and shouts for everyone's attention. The Saintess doesn't waste a second, transfer stones out everybody right now. She doesn't even finish the warning, she doesn't have to. Meanwhile, Terry's over there mocking anyone who even thinks about running. Real reassuring guy, that one. The order to withdraw goes out again, but the Knight Commander's already sneering. Healers, always first to bail, she mutters. Cowards, she thinks, watching them scatter. She, for one, isn't going anywhere. The subjugation isn't over, she snaps, mages, no mages best. Somebody drag him back here. So they haul their captive sorcerer back into the circle, staves raised, ready to make sure he stays put. There he is again, wrapped up tight, for now. He's a high-ranking sorcerer, the commander reminds everyone, like that settles it. Sorcerers fold in close combat, right? Swords out, she orders. Simple plan, famous last words, honestly. Except Lid doesn't fold. He explodes into motion instead, and it goes very, very wrong for whoever's closest. The Saintess's face goes white. Whatever she's seeing, it's worse than anyone bet on. Bodies fly, metal rings out. Somebody just paid the price for underestimating him. A sword, the commander breathes, staring at the blade suddenly in his hand. The harmless mage plan just fell apart in real time. He just stands there afterward, drenched in red, completely unbothered. That's when Terry finally steps up, power humming off him like static before a storm. He knows the truth going in. As he is right now, he can't beat Lid, not even close. But still, he says, and that's the whole point, isn't it? He calls on borrowed power he was never meant to keep. Omnipotent divine sanctity. Steel meets steel, and the fight kicks into a different gear entirely. Lid barely blinks through it, red eyes locked on, completely in his element. Sparks fly everywhere, neither one backing down an inch. Terry answers with another borrowed miracle. Omnipotent, divine retribution, and the sky answers back in lightning. He plants his feet and takes the hit head-on, refusing to give an inch. The clock's ticking though, he's got to finish this before the borrowed power fades on him. Just a little more, he tells himself, almost there, just a little. Lid isn't going down easy either, fighting the chains with everything he's got left. Terry grits through it, eyes snapping open with one last push in him. Omnipotent restraints, and glowing chains slam down around Lid like a cage closing. Lid lets out one quiet breath, pinned and finally still. And somewhere behind them, the dungeon gate is already grinding shut. Terry sees his shot. Shove Lid through that closing gate before it seals for good. Do that and Lid gets dumped straight into the demon realm's wastelands. Exiled, not executed. It's the only way, Terry insists, like he's trying to convince himself as much as anyone else. Lid goes quiet, then barely above a whisper, "You're abandoning me," he finishes, and suddenly this fight isn't just about magic anymore. Terry's whole expression cracks for just a second. That line clearly landed exactly where it was aimed. Somewhere close, someone screams out in alarm. And another voice gasps his name like they can't believe what they're seeing. Because someone's walking straight out of the flames toward them, blade drawn, like the fight's not over after all. Lid's not going quietly either. His eyes burn with something a lot closer to fury than defeat. And right as that gate starts to close, his hand rips clean through the restraints. Guess we'll see if the only way actually holds. We drop straight into chaos. Someone is screaming her name across a battlefield already soaked in red. Ailette. A lone swordsman comes tearing through the wreckage, and Ailette can barely believe her eyes. "Terry," she gasps. Her stomach drops. This is not a place he should be. It's dangerous here, she warns him, but it's already too late. A bare hand closes around a blade as crackling thorns of energy tear through the air around them. Steel meets steel in a blur. Whoever's swinging that blade is not messing around. The clash rips clean through the crimson thorn vines, choking the whole battlefield. Blood sprays across the panel. Somebody just paid the price for that swing. Terry plants himself right in the firestorm, sword raised, refusing to back down an inch. Then he goes down hard, blood pooling beneath him. That's the sound of a hero hitting his limit. Ailette screams tears out of her Terry, her eyes blown wide with horror. For one frozen heartbeat, her whole world narrows down to just him. Even broken and bleeding out, his hand still won't let go of the sword. Out of the thorns steps Reed, sneering down at her choice of company. "Why are you by that insect's side?" Real charmer, this one. He isn't asking, "That's not where you belong," he tells her, "Come with me." His invite gets darker fast. "Fall into the abyss with me," he says, like that's a completely normal date idea. Ailette just stares back at him, unreadable, weighing every single word. The abyss, her feet won't move, static crawling up her legs like the ground itself is warning her off. She reads him perfectly. This is a proposal and a threat rolled into one, if she goes with him. Lightning surges around her, as if the decision itself is trying to drag her under. Refuse, and Terry gets left behind, quietly swallowed by a dungeon that's already closing in on him. Worse, her own power is draining out of her. The divine fever penalty is coming, whether she likes it or not. Get pulled in together and they both die in the demon realm's wasteland. So the real question is, does she follow Reed anyway? Her mind flashes to the family she's found here, the people who actually made this world feel like home. For one more heartbeat, she lets herself feel all of it again. Then her face hardens. The answer was obvious the whole time. "Do it," she tells herself. A small, steady smile settles on her face. She's already decided. "Let's go together," she tells Reed, and just like that, she's set her own trap on her own terms. Agnes hears her and loses it. "Ailette, what are you saying?" The cross at her throat trembles with dread. Ailette just turns to her, calm as anything. "Agnes, thank you for everything." "I'm sorry," she adds, and that's the moment Agnes realizes this isn't a goodbye, it's a farewell. "Ah no, Ail." Agnes reaches out, but the light already has her and there's nothing left to grab. Ailette gets swallowed into the dark, lightning coiling around her like chains. As she falls, one thought rises above the noise. It's been a long time since this place stopped being just words on a page to her. This world, her world now, whatever it cost her to make it that way. She lands hard, swallowed by darkness and jagged shadow spikes, completely alone. A hand reaches down out of the dark toward her Reed, collecting his prize. But her mind won't stop racing back to one name. What about Tessalid? Who's going to save him now? There's only one answer. She has to heal him herself. "It has to be me," she repeats, like saying it enough times will make it possible. Without her, Tessalid dies, full stop. That's the only math that matters right now. So she forces herself back up, shaking, through the wreckage of wherever she's landed. She reaches out across the dark, refusing to let go of the one thing she came here for. Whatever strength she's got left, she pours it straight into her hands, willing a healing spell to answer her. Reed watches it all happen, unreadable, one bloody hand raised like he's already bored of the show. Something shatters behind him, hard, and even Reed's smug composure slips for a second. The dungeon's closing is accelerating. He mutters, "Why? Good question, buddy. Maybe don't kidnap healers next time." He shrugs it off fast. "Whatever. I achieved my goal anyway." Truly a man at peace with chaos. A burning portal seals shut behind him as the system confirms it. Her time limit here is now locked in. "See you next time," he calls back, vanishing into the mist like the smuggest possible exit line. A system warning flashes up. Cold and clinical. Overusing her divine power has given her something called divine fever. "Sleep is recommended," it says. One day, 23 hours, 59 minutes on the clock. She does not have that kind of time. A second warning stacks on top of the first. Fighting through this will damage her badly. It threatens her body functions outright. Her answer is immediate, not yet. She's sprawled across a field of jagged red spikes, barely conscious and still trying to crawl forward. The warning just keeps popping back up, relentless as a phone notification that refuses to take a hint. Her vision starts to blur at the edges. She's running out of road. I have to go to Tessalid, she forces out and keeps moving anyway. She fixes on one target, the reddest spot she can see. That's where he'll be. She drops again, hard, the same warning glowing over her like it's mocking her. Her legs simply stop answering her. My legs won't move, she realizes, and it's terrifying. It's okay, she tells herself, dragging her body forward by sheer will. I can crawl if I have to. From above, she's just a tiny speck crawling across an endless crimson wasteland, utterly alone. Now the warning claims it's damaging her hearing too. Her body is shutting down piece by piece and she keeps going anyway. Finally, even her will gives out. I can't move forward, two small, broken figures so close and still too far apart. As everything fades, one last wish rises up in her, clear as anything. There's only one thing she wants. Not to move on, not to close this book and start another one. Just to stay right here in this timeline, in the life she actually chose to live. By his side, that's the whole wish, that's all she's ever really wanted. And then the system drops the worst warning, yet all bodily functions are shutting down. That's exactly where chapter 105 leaves us hanging. A voice drifts through the dark, pleading with her, stay by my side. The dream folds in on itself, rose thorns and a whisper repeating the same plea to stay close. Stained glass light swirls around her like a memory trying to take shape. The light blazes bright and the dream starts to break apart. Ayelet's eyes snap open with a gasp. She's awake and very much alive. A familiar face leans in, stunned. You're awake? Someone can hardly believe it. Behind him, an older official's jaw drops in shock. Word is about to spread fast. Collapsed, Ayelet blinks, piecing the fog back together in her head. Oh right, it's coming back to her now. She remembers blacking out from the backlash of pulling off a divine descent, a power most people never even survive tapping into. Her eyes flick wide with worry. There's someone else she needs to ask about. In the memory, she's screaming his name, grabbing at anyone who will listen. What about Tessalid? Someone grips her shoulder gently. Don't worry, they tell her. He's here, comes the answer, and a white-haired figure steps into view. Turns out Sir Tessalid carried her all the way back to the Holy See himself. Relief washes over her face. He's safe, that's all that matters right now. A golden-haired knight tells her they scoured the battlefield for her for ages after the healing power finally kicked in. Neither she nor the mystery swordsman were anywhere to be found, and the gate itself had vanished. Everyone was losing it. One friend practically shakes her by the collar. I thought you two fell into the demon realm's wasteland together. No way, Ayelet squeaks, not exactly convincing anyone. Unnecessarily sharp, she mutters to herself, dodging the interrogation. A few hours later, though, the real story comes out. Sir Tessalid brought her back himself, but she didn't open her eyes for half a day straight. Half a day, that's news to her. That shouldn't even be possible. The usual penalty for losing consciousness like that is 2 full days. No fever, no aftereffects. Turns out Tessalid had dragged her into some strange dungeon. The two of them spent what felt like 2 whole days trapped in there, and yet only 3 hours passed back in reality. Then she hears it, that voice. Her hand flies to her mouth as something with claws looms behind her. A golden figure wraps around her, warm and glowing. You're safe, Ayelet. A cross pendant flares to life with golden light. This spirit isn't done talking. How could you throw me away? The golden woman demands, hurt written all over her face. How could you throw yourself away? She fires back, and honestly, fair point. Ayelet's expression goes still. She doesn't have a good answer for that one. Sorry, could everyone give us a moment? She asks the room, suddenly needing privacy. Everyone gets the hint and clears out, everyone except Tessalid. Please stay, she tells him, there's something I need to say. Alone with the glowing spirit now, Ayelet finally says it. Agnes, I'm sorry for throwing you away. Agnes glares. Ayelet can only offer, I'm sorry. I can't promise it won't happen again. She holds her ground, quiet and resolute, even as the spirit's temper flares. You really? Agnes throws her hands up, equal parts furious and exasperated. Do you know how terrified I was thinking you were gone for good? Agnes finally sighs. Ha, fine. Call me if you change your mind, Agnes says, fading back into golden light. Ailette watches her go, guilt gnawing at her. She really doesn't want Agnes to hate her. Even the mysterious system voices in her head are gossiping about this. She waves them off. Tesselid, she starts, turning to him instead. The day I fainted from the divine fever, you stayed by me for 2 days straight, right? He nods. Thank you, that was quick thinking. Tesselid's face goes red on the spot, caught completely off guard by the gratitude. I thought the same thing too, Ailette admits quietly. I thought the same thing Sir Rex did, Tesselid says, the weight of that fear still sitting on him. In his head, the guilt spirals. I thought you'd left with that guy. Because I'm weak, because this is the 17th round, because I've sinned. I made you suffer. It's my fault, the thought echoes dark and heavy. All my fault, everything. Ailette catches the look on his face and calls out Terry. Tesselid, get a hold of yourself, she shouts, snapping him back before he spirals further. His hand tightens around the pendant at his chest, a dark energy flickering at the edges. Nothing was your fault, she tells him firmly, refusing to let him carry that alone. Listen, he says finally. Reed was an abnormal being, something that could twist the very laws of the world. The tension eases into something softer as their hands find each other. I'm thankful you're alive, he tells her, and I'm never leaving. I'm the healer who has to heal you. Even if I fall into hell, she answers, I'll come save you. Somebody call the fire department, because that line just torched everyone's heart. For once, Tesselid actually looks at peace. His hand rests over the pendant at his collar, steadier now. His eyes well up just a little before he can stop them. Why do you, he asks softly, try so hard to keep me alive? Their hands stay laced together, neither one in a hurry to let go. Ailette's eyes go wide as the realization hits her. Could it be that to you, yeah, we all see where this is going. A flash of memory surfaces, an old, colder version of this same question. Am I just useful to you? Do you need me for something? The old answer comes back too, clinical and detached. Of course, the main character is necessary to survive the world restoration arc. But this is a bit different, Tesselid says now, and Ailette looks genuinely thrown by how much it means to hear. Different how? Her mind flashes to a frozen dungeon, a figure falling through ice, a place that stopped being just words on a page a long time ago. More than words on a page, she repeats to herself, letting that sink in. Ailette, Tesselid calls, pulling her out of her own head. Huh, she yelps, caught staring. Oh, come to think of it, she says, quickly changing the subject. The dungeon's closing speed suddenly sped up right at the end. Thanks to that, it looks like Reed couldn't follow us out. Lucky, right? Maybe the heavens were helping us, she says. The heavens, you know, gods of light, you did help us, didn't you? She waits for an answer and gets nothing but silence. Even the gods don't know. Was that just a bug? Great, even the universe is shrugging at this one. Tesselid goes quiet, turning the question over, or maybe. What could have caused it? He's not so sure it was luck at all. His grip tightens around the pendant, jaw set. His fist clenches, knuckles white, some old fear resurfacing. Shadows creep at the edge of the panel, a quiet warning that this isn't over yet. In the space between worlds, a hooded figure looms over a fractured city and murmurs about the words that construct reality itself. Then, almost bored, he mutters that he should really look into that dungeon closing acceleration bug. Even gods deal with patch notes, apparently. He steps through a glowing archway, strolling into the world he built like it's just another commute. This entire world, he says, was constructed by him, the one whose divine name literally specializes in creation. Not his first draft either. He calls it a reconstruction because this world already had a predecessor before he got his hands on it. That original world had been shattered right before total extinction, and he rebuilt it from the ashes. Everything in it, he claims, was newly made by him. Everything except one thing, the soul. Then he trails off, like he's about to poke at something he really shouldn't. Is it possible there's a problem with that soul, he wonders? A heavy silence is the only answer he gets. He just stands there a beat, letting the weight of that question sink into his own creation. He's talking about the soul of a man named Tessalid Argent, and he's certain the man walking around now is definitely not the same soul from the 17th cycle. Well, if the original parrot says so, then it must be true, someone chimes in, dry as ever. Given how an infinite regression story works, this is exactly the kind of bug that could cause a massive butterfly effect. Right comes the reply, he'll have the Chaos Watcher look into it personally. Report any other bugs straight to him, he adds, and in the meantime he really should prepare a reward for whoever flagged this one. Divine customer service, folks. Cut to a young woman with long pink hair and a cross pendant, dressed in church white, calm and sharp-eyed like someone used to being listened to. She stands quietly with her hands folded, radiating the kind of composure you only get from running things behind the scenes. The Holy See, she's told, has begun actively searching for the magic swordsman they crossed paths with during the Helcaean subjugation. A blonde official agrees grimly, that man is certainly a being who poses a major threat to the entire world. Lately, dungeon subjugation squads keep filing the same unsettling reports. The demons they fight keep speaking in reverence of some entity. They've started calling it the newborn chaos and evil. Something monstrous claws its way through the dark behind that title, and nobody in the room looks thrilled about it. An older woman sips her tea and reports calmly that he's been sighted in Greenwell Village and the Kirils region. Both sightings share one thing in common: those areas had recently gone through dungeon bursts. It's a grim thought, someone admits, but he might actually have the ability to forcibly trigger those bursts himself. The silver-haired elder listens over his teacup, expression unreadable, clearly turning the implications over in his head. Correct comes the confirmation, short and final. That apparently is the power of authority this Reed character received straight from the demon god. Not all the news is bad, one of the men pipes up, clearly trying to salvage the mood. Your Eminence, rejoice, this time the subjugation reward wasn't just another item, an actual artifact dropped. It's called Sanctuary Construction, and apparently it can throw up a zone that safely protects your allies mid-fight. It's not just incredible, someone gushes. With this, you could safely gather intel even inside a totally unfamiliar dungeon. And since retreat becomes a real option mid-battle now, drawn-out engagements finally become survivable. The sketch replays exactly why that matters. A squad scrambling while something huge and clawed bears down on them. The survival rate of subjugation squads is about to skyrocket, they cheer. Though they admit something vile and ominous turned up right alongside that good reward. The blonde official reports it plainly. An open-pit mine of demon blood ore has formed out in the demonized land. Demon blood ore, it turns out, literally feeds on human blood. Which is exactly why the church classifies it as an evil substance, full stop. But at the same time, the stuff massively enhances mana circuit efficiency. Which is exactly why the Mage Republic is desperate to claim it instead. So now you've got the church wanting it destroyed on doctrine and the Republic wanting it claimed for power. Recipe for a great time. That, the pink-haired woman notes flatly, is exactly what Reed intended all along. The burst was triggered from the start just to make both nations fight over the resource, and their relationship was already hanging by a thread. It'll be near impossible to reach a good conclusion, she sighs, when political interests and religious doctrine are this tangled together. Someone starts to interrupt. Holiness, the attendant finishes. Cardinals Bezalis and Deckel apparently have requested an audience. One cardinal bows respectfully as the news lands, church formality settling back over the room. The cardinals, she repeats, and the blonde official beside her can't quite hide his own nerves about it. Then we'll take our leave. Please speak at ease, she tells them, waving off the formality as the doors swing open. Footsteps echo through the hall as the cardinals stride in, one already beaming, Your Holiness, we're relieved to hear the good news. I'm sorry to have worried you, she says gently, greeting them with the kind of grace that makes people forget she basically runs the place. But this visit isn't just for a checkup, is it, she asks, already seeing right through them. Well, one cardinal hedges. First things first, congratulations on officially founding your Knight Order. She promised 3 or more S-rank dungeon subjugations and she delivered. Her Knight Order, they announce, is now officially recognized by the church. Hands folded in quiet prayer, the moment settles in. Years of grinding are finally paying off. Yes, finally, she practically cheers, pressing her hands together. Thank you, she adds, genuinely touched for once. A soft chime rings out around her, like something behind the curtain just took notice. Quest complete flashes across her vision in glowing letters. The quest log fills in, Stage 2, the World Apostolic Leader Mission. Infiltrate the corrupt church as its saintess, then build an independent force to escape the factional struggles. Objective met. Reward unknown, claim it. Somewhere beyond the world, the voice that shapes reality smiles fondly, genuinely pleased with how far his little follower has come. As expected, our world apostolic leader is the best, she practically preens, already wondering what the reward could be. Your Holiness, the cardinal cuts in awkwardly, there's actually one more matter to discuss. Someone clears their throat, and you already know this is about to be a request, not a compliment. They'd like her, they say carefully, to yield ownership of the artifact sanctuary construction over to the church. She blinks, caught genuinely off guard for once. By standard distribution rules, you'd technically have the priority claim, the cardinal admits, since you contributed the most out of anyone. So I'm not forcing you, he adds quickly, already sensing how badly this could go. But sanctuary construction is just too powerful to belong to one person, he presses. He's asking, he insists, for the greater good and the public interest. Sure, she says simply, yeah, you wouldn't like that, right? Sure, the cardinal fumbles, bracing for a fight that never comes. You're fine with it, really? He asks, stunned. Yes, the church can have it, she shrugs, cool as ever. She just smiles, radiant and completely unbothered, because giving up one artifact was never going to cost her a thing. Thanks to the perks of being a possessed novel character, she doesn't even need the artifact's scouting trick. She already knows everything that's coming. And she's already got her own skill for protecting allies anyway, Mercury's barrier, thank you very much. The sketch flashes back to that exact skill, saving her squad from a monster's claws, proof she was never actually giving anything up. You did say you'd compensate me fairly, right? She asks sweetly, and you can practically hear the trap snapping shut. Then please exempt my Knight Order from the standard tithe on every dungeon we subjugate from now on, she says, a full third of all income gone just like that. Yes, that's acceptable, the cardinal blurts, badly outmaneuvered. Yeah, she grins, tax exemption is way better than any artifact, while the two cardinals just stand there completely played. Anything else you'd like? One of them asks, clearly hoping the answer is no. Just one thing, she says. I'd like to take a vacation, she beams, practically glowing at the thought of it. She toys with the cross at her neck, already picturing exactly how she wants to spend that time off. With Sir Tessalid, she adds, and suddenly that opening mystery about his missing soul feels a whole lot more personal. We open on the Grand Duchy of Hispanral and somebody is arriving in a real hurry, completely out of breath. Because apparently a dungeon burst just went off and this guy comes stumbling and wheezing, where's the boss? Like the fight didn't already happen without him. That out-of-breath disaster is Grand Duke Aaron Jake Hispanral. He was off training in some C-rank mining dungeon and showed up embarrassingly late to an actual emergency. His aide greets him with a very pointed "You're only arriving now, Your Grace." Aaron demands the teleport stone so he can handle it personally, which is rich timing for a guy who was just off flexing. Turns out the burst got subjugated just fine without him. Why? The Holy Kingdom's Holy Council swooped in and handled it. Aaron about loses it. Holy Council? Word is it's some brand new saintess the whole continent's losing its mind over. Apparently she can even pull off divine descent, a power so rare it's got every kingdom on the continent buzzing. Aaron's already daydreaming about meeting her, imagining her sweetly humoring his faith like some doting believer. Man has got it bad. Back in reality, he's shaking his aide Edgar down for details. Edgar confirms it. This saintess has the entire continent in an uproar and she fought right on the front lines of the subjugation herself. She's young, Edgar admits, but her ability is seriously impressive. The gossip rags are already running wild too. Some old man's out there loudly claiming the famous swordswoman is his granddaughter. Sure, buddy. Meanwhile, Aaron just sits there completely dreamy-eyed, lost in the moment. Edgar hands him the actual article. After the memorial ceremony, the Holy Council's set to visit every kingdom. Aaron shoots up like he's been electrocuted. No time to waste, prepare to welcome her. I'm sure she'll visit our duchy first, Aaron declares. Edgar, deadpan, why would she? We've barely had any contact with the Holy Kingdom. Aaron doubles down. Believe me, our little one, I mean the Holy Council will absolutely come see me. Real smooth save there, big guy. The headline says it all. After 500 years, the Holy Council just took down Helcaen himself. Cut to someone else entirely, a sharp, elegant woman quietly reading that very same news. A voice calls her name softly, Ailette. He tells her she hasn't changed a bit since she jumped in front of an enemy to protect him as a kid. Still just as brave, still just as kind. So you do know how to smile, he teases. She just walks off without a word. He presses, is she just cold toward him specifically or everyone? Turns out she's the first princess's closest aide, and apparently that comes with a strict no-smiling policy. Meet Rigoreth Edendel Winchester, third prince of the Kingdom of Winchester. Polished, decorated, and clearly used to getting what he wants. She keeps it painfully formal. I greet your highness, the third prince. He spots the article in her hands and asks, a little too casually, what she was reading. The second he sees it, his face goes pale. Oh. He mutters what a pity, about some prisoner who apparently should have caused way more chaos than he actually did. If only he'd gone south into the Holy Kingdom's lands instead, the prince muses. Suddenly, this guy's charm is looking a lot more sinister. She watches him with ice in her eyes, her read on him in 2 words, pure malice. In her head, the third prince hates the Holy Kingdom. Sure, personal grudges happen, but this feels like a whole lot more than that. He doesn't even bother hiding the cruelty anymore. If a man like this ever got real power, she's certain the whole continent would drown in blood. Her verdict lands hard. This is a man who must never become king. Still, she figures that new Holy Council might actually be useful. The prince agrees they should move fast. We should invite the Saintess to visit the royal family, he says, and suddenly this feels a lot less like hospitality and a lot more like a trap being set. Her hand trembles at her side, gripping her cloak tight. Whatever she's planning, it is not going to be simple. New scene, much warmer vibe. Our actual Saintess, pink hair and all, can't stop smiling. She's headed back to the Gillette estate, a place she hasn't seen in what feels like forever. It's been ages since she left on her training journey and she can't wait to surprise her parents. They have no idea she's coming. Her quiet white-haired partner calls her name. She's second-guessing the gift she brought. Will fruit really be enough? Shouldn't I bring something nicer? He just tells her again that she really doesn't need to prepare anything at all. She grins and tells him not to worry, her parents will love him just for smiling. After all, he's the owner of the Holy Sword and vice-captain of her knight order, remember? Vice-captain, he blinks. Yeah, she laughs, it's just the 2 of us in the order right now, so I'm captain and you're vice-captain. She hands him the fruit basket with a soft U and I. He goes pink right up to the ears. Not a bad promotion, he says. Smooth, frosty, real smooth. Then she suddenly remembers something important. She never actually claimed the reward for that divine quest. A prompt pops up, asking if she'd like to claim quest reward, question marks and all. Yes, she says instantly, no hesitation whatsoever. Something just appears in her hand out of nowhere. It's glowing, forming right there in her palm. It's a bag scarf, a slick accessory that lets her summon and dismiss her bag on command, personally made by the voice that shapes the world. She's thrilled, no more lugging her bag around. She gushes her thanks to the voice, not knowing the poor dev behind the scenes is apparently losing his mind trying to keep the whole system balanced. Something else is being made, truly the greatest god, she marvels just as her quest updates in real time. New mission, build a full cathedral from scratch now that the corrupt cult can't easily interfere with her anymore. Reward, unknown, failure penalty, none. So she's already scheming, wondering where a good spot for her DOCs might be, somewhere no other bishops claimed yet. Before she can finish the thought, they arrive. She lights right up. I'll figure out the cathedral later, she decides. Right now I need to go see my parents. She spots them and calls out, practically running, Dame Althea, Mr. Leonard. A maid comes sprinting up, panicked. This is terrible, your daughter has returned. Her mother just blinks. That's not terrible, that's wonderful news. The maid presses on, practically shaking. The thing is, the reason it's terrible is, she came back with a tall, handsome man, and just like that, total chaos breaks out across the household. In a quiet garden, an aging couple settles in, and Dad immediately clocks that Mom's been lost in thought all afternoon. Turns out she's just missing their 2 kids. It has been way too long since anyone heard from Prince or Ailette. No news is good news, Dad reassures her. They're probably off somewhere living their best lives. Mom's already fine with it, as long as the kids eventually grow up, settle down, and bring someone home to marry. Cue an instant panic flip. Too soon, their babies are still young, right up until a maid comes sprinting and yelling that their daughter is finally home. But apparently there's a catch, and the messenger is about to explain exactly why this wonderful news comes with a warning label. Turns out their little girl strolled home with a tall, handsome stranger in tow, and both parents just short-circuit. Cue Mom and Dad sprinting through the estate like their lives depend on it. They don't even slow down rounding the corner. They need eyes on this mystery man right now. And there she is. Mom stops dead, breath catching at the sight of her daughter. Standing right beside her, a striking white-haired stranger nobody in this family has ever met. Ailette lights up the second she spots them, arms already full of flowers picked along the way. Have you been well? Sorry for showing up without warning, she says, a little sheepish about the surprise visit. The stranger steps up and introduces himself properly, Tessalid Argent, at your service. He apologizes for the unannounced visit too, and Mom and Dad are already too stunned to form full sentences. Under all that polish, he's white-knuckling it. Meeting the parents is nerve-wracking no matter how strong your sword arm is. Cheeks going pink, he steels himself for whatever comes next. Before he can even brace properly, Dad's already waving him in and calling him son-in-law, while Mom solemnly begs him to take good care of their daughter. It's not like that, Ailette sputters, mortified that they've already fast-tracked this relationship. Then dinner hits the table, and all her composure evaporates into one big wow. You made all of this? She asks, stunned by the spread in front of her. Dad just shrugs it off. His daughter's finally home, so of course he was going to go all out. Mom, meanwhile, is running her own background check. Master of the Holy Sword, huh? So you must be good with a blade. Expert top grade, he answers plainly, and Mom's whole face lights up like she just hit the jackpot. Approved, instantly. Ailette can't believe how low the bar apparently is, groaning that her mother will approve literally anyone with decent sword skills. Dad's sharper about it though, quietly wondering what a high-ranking Holy See official is even doing with their daughter in the first place. Ailette perks up, realizing this is actually the perfect moment to drop her own bombshell. I awakened divine power, she announces proudly. I became a saint. Oh, and she's also the first Holy Council member to appear in 500 years. No big deal. Mom nearly drops her fork, completely blindsided. Before anyone recovers, Ailette's already offering to demo her signature move, Mercury's Barrier, right there at the dinner table. Dad's stuck somewhere between proud and devastated. He had been quietly hoping she'd follow him into alchemy instead. How could the church just snatch away such a precious talent? He wails, only half joking. Sensing the mood needs rescuing, Tessalid steps in with a story about a recent dungeon break at the border between the kingdom and the Republic. Your daughter's power saved a lot of lives that day, he tells them. You should be proud of what she's become. Both parents nod along solemnly, understood, son-in-law, even though something about that title still feels weirdly premature. Ailette just about combusts from embarrassment, insisting again that he is very much not their son-in-law yet. With the parental gauntlet cleared, the visit winds down and the two of them head back out into the evening. They walk the long hallway side by side, the whole visit finally starting to sink in. Hey, that must have been rough for you back there, right? Tessalid checks in gently. Ailette waves it off, but he means it. He actually enjoyed every awkward second of it. For a man who's clearly never had a family of his own like that, just getting to stand inside that picture for an afternoon means more than he lets on. So don't you forget it either, Alet tells him softly, remember today. He just watches her walk ahead through the falling petals, looking like a man who plans to remember every second of it. Curiosity piqued, Alet asks where they're headed next and Tessalid drops a weird one. There's a dungeon he wants to show her, hidden inside the estate's library. Turns out he found the thing as a kid, cleared its boss solo and has just been quietly running the place like a landlord ever since. For what exactly, Alet asks, understandably suspicious of a secret basement dungeon. He reaches for one specific book on the shelf, and the whole room starts humming with light. The portal answers before he even finishes his sentence. I'll just show you, he says, and pulls her straight through. There's a flicker of pride on his face. Clearly, he's been dying to show someone this place. The light swallows them both whole. And on the other side, the sky is lit up in full fireworks of all things. Gold and orange bloom across a sky that has no business existing inside a library basement. Somewhere below, someone or something keeps lighting the next one. Fire, Alet gasps and Tessalid just grins. Yeah, fire, apparently that's just a normal Tuesday down here. The ones setting off the fireworks turn out to be his dungeon's resident skeletons, decked out in party hats like this is a company picnic. What is this, some kind of festival? Alet asks, as a skeleton hands her a flower crown like it's the most normal thing in the world. Turns out Tessalid throws his monsters an actual harvest festival, and honestly, Alet's kind of into the idea. She spots a handmade necklace among the decorations and asks if that's his handiwork. Apparently even the dungeon has its own resident artisan. For a minute, it's just the two of them soaking in the glow of a dungeon throwing a party for itself. Then something in the distance makes Tessalid go quiet mid-celebration. Whatever it is, it's closing in fast. One of the skeletons comes tearing across the field screaming for its farm owner and Tessalid's smile drops instantly. Something's coming. Alet, get back, he snaps, already stepping in front of her, and whatever he's looking at, it stops him cold. His expression cracks for just a second, and that alone tells you this is bad. Whatever just arrived announces itself with a bang loud enough to end the festival on the spot, and that is exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. The sky rips open in a blinding streak of light and heat. Something huge is barreling straight for the farm. One of her farm hands comes sprinting, screaming for the farm owner as the blast bears down on them. Without missing a beat, he shoves her behind him. Alet, step back, he orders, and she just blinks in confusion. He squints into the light, recognition dawning on his face. Whatever this is, he has seen it before. The blast softens into a shower of glowing petals and sparks. It is not an attack at all. He reaches out, startled, as a small figure takes shape right in front of them. A tiny, fire-haired kid blinks up at him with sparkly eyes, stammering out, "You brother." Turns out this little troublemaker is Helveros, Hellfire straight out of the underworld, and Alet wastes no time warning him not to mess with the holy knight standing beside her. Then she rattles off the rest of her crew, a whole lineup of skeleton farmhands named Hias, Agapan, Aster, Velo, Ranon, Curtin, and Epidin, all decked out like they are on vacation. This whole squad, undead and demon alike, runs her secret herb farm to brew potions, and even her partner cannot help thinking a saintess farming with skeletons and hellfire is a lot to process. She just grins and swears him to secrecy. This whole operation is strictly church-forbidden business. Fireworks light up the sky over the quiet farm, a rare peaceful night for the two of them. The dungeon settles into dusk, her hidden little world glowing gold in the fading light. Later, he hands one of the skeletons, Epidin, a gift he has been holding onto since last time. Turns out it is a modified Grim Reaper's scythe repurposed for farm work. Apparently it boosts the harvest yield. Only on this farm would that count as a romantic gift. Epidin lights up, practically glowing with joy over his new farming scythe. The skeleton crew scrambles off to get to work, tools in hand. Later, walking the grounds, he needles her about the obvious. She is running an entire dungeon that was never officially reported as cleared. She admits it flat out. If she reported it, she would lose the place for good. He just watches her with a soft smile, and when she calls him out for it, he insists it is not what she thinks. He is just happy, plain and simple, being here with her. She goes quiet, clearly moved by the sincerity in it. He tells her that even a dungeon full of monsters, even something as suffocating as hell itself, would still feel like a good place as long as she is there. He just smiles back at her content. The scene melts into a field of soft golden light. Later, she drifts off daydreaming in a field of sunflowers. It is peaceful, she thinks, picturing the two of them together. Then something catches her eye, two of her skeletons cuddled up together with little hearts floating around them. She nearly loses it. Wait, Aster and Velo together. She cannot believe her undead farmhands have been quietly dating this whole time. Cue a full meltdown. This is no scene for an innocent holy knight to witness, she jokes, especially with these two so close with not a stitch of, well, flesh between them. Before she can spiral further, he steps in and figures out what is actually going on. Turns out it is not romance at all, they are just fishing. She just did not recognize the gear because the fishing rod looked so unusual. Apparently even undead who have been bored for centuries pick up hobbies. He decides he will give fishing a try himself. In her head, she imagines the cosmic scale that judges souls side-eyeing her for slacking on romance while even her skeletons are out here dating, and pictures poor Terry awkwardly wedged between an actual couple. This, she grumbles, is not even the genre she transmigrated into. A cartoonish system voice chimes in offering her a genre change voucher for the low price of 10 billion cash she very much does not have. Still, she pushes back on her own logic. Fantasy action does not mean she cannot date at all, right? After all, most protagonists end up with a heroine, sometimes a whole harem, so is not that technically romance too? So technically, she reasons, she does not even need to buy anything to date, she is allowed. She goes dead silent, mulling it over with a very serious face. The imaginary system warns her that secretly bending the genre could lead to a bad ending, and another voice solemnly backs it up. A bad ending? That gets her attention. Some cosmic auditor zaps its own eyes shut, insisting it legally cannot tell her anything more. The system insists this rule exists for her own good, not to squeeze cash out of her, and she trails off, still turning the question over. If the gods will not just tell her outright, she realizes there is still one way to find out. She remembers there is a whole community of people stuck in the same boat, so she pulls up the Transmigrator's chatroom. It is a support chat built to ease the loneliness of people dropped into unfamiliar worlds, fellow sufferers keeping each other company. The chat is already buzzing with total strangers just saying hi and trading small talk. Between compliments on usernames, questions about genre change vouchers, and dungeon guide requests, one user even brags that the child-rearing genre is pure bliss. That last one stings. Turns out Alet actually quit this chat ages ago out of pure jealousy toward a transmigrator living the dream in a cushy child-rearing genre and never logged back in until now. But the chat never needed her to keep going, it kept right on thriving without her. Strangers traded tips and gossip, and comforted each other through their various miserable situations. The usual chaos plays out, floor-clearing brags, jokes about missing kimchi and ramen, and someone begging for a guide to floor 103. One user's jaw drops at somebody casually clearing floor 102, while a skeptic accuses them of humble bragging. It escalates fast, accusations of insecurity fly until the clearly overpowered S-rank user shrugs it off. People just pick fights because they are jealous of the rank. Meanwhile, someone else mopes about being stuck at F-rank and the chat gets curious. Is rank even based on the world you land in? Turns out no, rank is tied to how compatible you are as a transmigrator. Your world's power level basically becomes your rank. Reactions roll in, some impressed, some smug, and one user wonders out loud if they are the only S-rank in the whole chat. Someone brings up a rumor. An S-rank they once saw waiting in line for transmigration, desperate for a child-rearing genre who never showed up in chat again, probably dead since S-rank survival odds barely clear 10%. The usual bickering follows, someone begging to be added as a friend, someone else rolling their eyes at all the attention-seeking. Then a notification blows up the whole chat. A total newcomer called Kill Heal just became the first ever SS rank transmigrator to finish the Management Bureau's tutorial. The chat goes wild speculating, one loud S-rank user goes suspiciously quiet, and everyone starts buzzing about this mysterious new master. Of course, Ailette has no idea any of this happened, she has not logged in ages, and now she is just staring at the screen wondering what to even type. When in doubt, she figures, there is a classic line for exactly this kind of situation. Her fingers hover over the keyboard for a second before she finally starts typing. The message goes out, "Hello, high-level transmigrators. I'm a newbie, may I ask one question?" Signed, Kill Heel, the very mystery legend the whole chat has been losing its mind over. Picture this, a private chatroom where everyone who got yeeted into a novel hangs out to gossip. One user's begging for a nickname change coupon, another's out here recruiting for a baby talk study group, truly a professional community. The regulars are already bickering, grumbling about no new content and clowning on anyone who hasn't even cleared the Tower of Trials yet. Enter our girl, pink hair and all, strolling in like she's never set foot in this world before. "Hello, high-level transmigrators. I'm a newbie, may I ask one question?" The second that name hits the screen, the whole chatroom loses it. Is that really them? Apparently newbie is the last thing this girl actually is. She just blinks at her screen, totally lost. Is Kill Heel some rare tag or something? The regulars play along anyway, welcoming the newbie with open arms. Getting suspicious now, she plays it cool. "Hello, seniors, haha." Then she drops the real question out of nowhere: what happens if a transmigrator starts dating someone without buying a genre change ticket first? One user practically short circuits. "Wait, she's dating someone?" She fires right back, deadpan, "You build entire harems for a living, why can't she get one date?" Someone finally asks the obvious. Which novel did she even land in? Really, they just want bragging rights, curious what an SS rank difficulty story even looks like. Dead silence, just dots on the screen. Turns out the newbie act didn't fool a single person here, whoops. Apparently the whole server pings automatically whenever someone S-rank or higher logs on. So much for going incognito. And of course someone's already calling her a clout chaser for playing dumb. She claps back instantly, real clout chasers should learn to shut up. Naturally, that just makes everyone want to be her friend even more. Cue the mass block spree. She's out here blocking every single somebody's daughter account in sight while the room quietly realizes their secret is officially blown. Someone finally calls her bluff. How many floors of the Tower of Trials has she actually cleared? Her answer, all of them, no big deal. The chat absolutely combusts. All of them called it. Seriously? Somebody demands proof, somebody else just begs her to stop embarrassing the entire server. When they finally ask which novel she's from, she says the title plain, "Regression Until I Save the World." Cue the laughter. Turns out that title's infamous, the so-called sweet potato novel that went completely off the rails after its hiatus. They can't resist teasing her about who she's even supposed to date. She cuts them off dead serious. Forget that, what actually happens if she starts dating someone without a genre change ticket? One veteran finally takes the question seriously. His advice is blunt: just stay single, trust him, he's got a very good reason. The system's answer arrives cold and simple. Chase a romance that was never written into the story and you get slapped with a separation ending. She demands the details, honestly so do we. Turns out this guy's speaking from painful experience. He once had a favorite character he fell for back when he thought he could rewrite fate. The second he confessed, a random dragon showed up out of nowhere and killed the poor guy. Absolute nonsense death. And for the entire month after, he nearly died himself over the dumbest possible reasons. The universe really said nice try. Moral of the story: chase a romance the plot never wrote and the world itself tries to kill one or both of you for it. Someone chimes in with mock sympathy for his tragic backstory. The chat sends its condolences, rest in peace indeed. She just sits there, the weight of that warning sinking in behind her eyes. And there it is, full meltdown. As if being threatened with death from every direction in this world wasn't bad enough, now apparently romance can kill her too. Somewhere off-screen, fireworks crack across the sky and somebody's swearing up a storm. Looks like the scene's about to jump somewhere new. Cut to later that night, outside, a quiet manor lit up against the dark. Inside, a bespectacled host offers her a place to crash for the night. Just take the room at the end of the hall. She thanks him, promising she'll only be underfoot for the one night. He waves it off completely, no imposition at all, she should rest as long as she needs. A warm goodnight hug seals the deal. Later, the white-haired man slips quietly past her door, and she doesn't miss it. Alone in the dark, she sits with her arms crossed, clearly not ready to sleep just yet. And then, oops, he swings a door open right into her room by mistake. Smooth. He lingers a beat too long, clearly thinking about something he's not saying out loud. A knock echoes at her door in the quiet of the house. Whatever's about to happen, she's already bracing for it, arms crossed and unimpressed. He asks what's going on, she just gives a quiet, guarded yes in response. She cuts the tension short, there's work to do. And just like that, a mountain of gold and gems comes pouring out in front of them. She plants herself right on top of the treasure pile like a proper dragon, while he, ever the professional, starts doing the accounting. She squints at the glowing hall. Wait, what exactly is all this? He explains, just the spoils from every dungeon they cleared on their way here. Casual pocket change, apparently. He estimates it's worth about 100,000 gold, enough to cover their travel expenses. She shuts that down immediately, not enough. Turns out they need a genuinely massive sum on top of the night order's budget. He asks the obvious question, for what exactly? And there it is, the answer she's been chasing this whole chapter. A genre change ticket, the one item that could let her rewrite the entire genre of the story she's stuck in. As if the ticket wasn't pricey enough, there's also a mission from the word cult demanding they build an entire cathedral. This is going to cost a fortune. So the plan becomes simple. Hit dungeons that keep paying out, the kind that drop teleport stones or top-tier healing ingredients. They've got to be careful too. If the Saintess is caught hogging all the profitable dungeons, people will talk. So what about the one that drops mermaids' tears? It's a prized ingredient for the best potions around. She mulls it over, clearly weighing something she isn't saying. It would definitely pay well, she admits, but something about it doesn't sit right with her. He wants to know why. Turns out mermaids are an all-female bunch with a serious weakness for human men, and she's not exactly thrilled about the idea of him getting kidnapped by them again. Next idea, the unicorness dungeon, since their horns make great teleport stone ingredients. One small catch though, unicorness only take a liking to virgins. He shuts that idea down flat with a very quiet "I'd rather not." She agrees just as fast, not feeling great about that one either. She'll find another target, he says, good call. And just like that, the unicorness dungeon gets crossed clean off the list. She trails off, leaving the real reason hanging unspoken in the air. Something's shifting, the mood in the room turns quiet and tense for just a moment. Then, without warning, she throws her decision out loud. She's doing this one alone. Game face on, she's got her eyes on the prize, 10 billion gold, here she comes. And with that, she takes off alone into the night, sprinting straight toward whatever's waiting for her out there. Under a hush of birch trees, Islet slips through the dark, quiet and focused, tracking something only she seems to know is out here. It should be around here, she mutters, eyes darting over the water. Whatever she's hunting for, she's close. She checks a hand-drawn map and toys with the pendant at her neck, piecing together clues nobody else bothered to chase down. The pendant flares to life in her palm. Something's reacting, she's found the trail. Nearby, her golden-haired partner Agnes catches the glow too, snapping to attention. Stop right there, Agnes barks, startling Islet mid-search. Agnes, it's just her friend, teasing, Cadet Alet out here alone again, you're not planning something dangerous, are you? Agnes strikes a dramatic pose, unconvinced. As if I can trust that, guess I'll have to keep watching you, you clearly don't value your own safety. Agnes softens, it was just boring without you talking to me, let's not fight. Islet deadpan, we weren't fighting, you were simply wrong. Yes, I'll behave, Agnes sighs, admitting she missed the bickering too, right? Islet grins. They wander deeper along the water's edge, the forest going quiet and still around them. Then the air lights up. A massive glowing circle spirals open right in front of them. Found it, Islet breathes, Agnes glances at her, shall we go in? Without a second thought, they step through the portal's edge. Blue light swallows them whole, wind roaring as the portal drags them in. Islet swept clean off her feet, spinning up into the light. The glow fades into a hush of lavender blossoms drifting through unfamiliar trees. A system message blinks into view. They've entered an rank dungeon, the mysterious forest of the unicornus. Out of the wisteria, something huge stalks closer, a coal-black unicorn with eyes like embers. It speaks low and amused, a human maiden. More shapes rustle out of the flowers, sizing her up. A beautiful human, one murmurs. A whole herd emerges, wings and horns catching the light. The king will like you, one says, and that's not exactly comforting. Agnes leans in low. So this is a unicornus dungeon? Their horns are supposed to be seriously valuable material, right? Yes, Islet confirms, eyeing the horn. And cutting it off wouldn't even hurt them, no nerves, just like a fingernail, filing that away for later, clearly. The unicorns shimmer and reshape themselves. Suddenly it's not horses in front of them but a pair of striking blue-haired strangers. One takes Islet's hand, all charm, come with us, you'll love this forest. Agnes mutters under her breath, they're using a low-level enchantment, just pretend you're hypnotized. Acting spaced out, not exactly a stretch for these two. Islet blinks on cue, playing along perfectly. Honestly, I was already dazzled, she admits, not by his charm but by all the expensive material dripping off him. Her eyes practically turn into gold coins, those are transfer stones worth a small fortune. Meanwhile he coos, human, you're truly beautiful. He fusses over her dress like she's already moving in. Live with us, he says, the king awaits. He pulls her along deeper into the wisteria. A whole procession of them falls in line, chanting the same invitation like a well-rehearsed cult. The night presses in close, voices murmuring beautiful human from every direction now. The path opens into a clearing steeped in glowing lavender light. And there he is, impossibly pretty, impossibly smug, waiting for them. The dungeon boss himself, the self-styled Casanova unicornus king, Ilaniro, are you to be my new bride, he purrs. He drapes a bridal veil over her like this is already decided. My tastes are quite particular, he warns. I must confirm you're worthy of becoming my bride, he announces, dead serious about a wedding nobody agreed to. Agnes explodes, filthy womanizer, absolutely not, ready to throw hands on Islet's behalf. Even the scale that judges souls weighs in, this guy doesn't even qualify for a reverse harem, that's a new low. Islet's smile freezes for just a second, she's clocked exactly what kind of trouble this is. Ilaniro just grins wider, completely oblivious to how badly this is about to go for him. We shall hold the wedding at once, decorate the hall, he booms and his attendants scramble, chanting wedding, wedding. Ah, but first I must formally propose, he adds. Our household values proper etiquette, as if that's the weird part here. He leans in close, eyes gleaming red, beautiful human. Lay my eggs, he finishes, and there it is, the proposal takes a turn nobody saw coming. Agnes short-circuits completely, Islet doesn't even blink, slash him. Steel flashes and the self-proclaimed king screams bloody murder. The scream just keeps going, turns out royalty doesn't handle rejection well. His horn shatters into pieces and a system message chimes in, congratulations, dungeon boss defeated. Ilaniro's out cold, horn gone, while his attendants wail and swear revenge on that wretched human maiden. Great Hall, Agnes admits, eyeing that horn, must have been an old unicorn to grow one that big. Islet's already thinking bigger, the horn isn't the only valuable thing here. A music box and an ornate book drop from the kill, boss loot, and Islet's sure some of it will matter a lot later. A music box and a skill book, Agnes reads over her shoulder, what skill? The book reveals a high-level divine skill called Prophet of Activation Commands. It forces a target's own skill to fire, though the caster foots the mana cost. Islet turns it over in her mind, already 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. It basically lets me trigger someone else's skill at will, she realizes, like remote control. Agnes frowns, that's an oddly specific power for a support skill. I'm not planning to use it on allies, Islet says flatly, which somehow makes it worse. I'll use it on Reed, she says, and just like that, the real target of this whole detour is out in the open. She studies Agnes's face. You've figured it out too, right? Cut to Reed himself, and for the first time we get a real look at who he actually is. He sits alone in the dark, unreadable, like a man carrying more than he's letting on. He moves through the quiet room like he's used to being watched, and used to being alone anyway. Something's clearly on his mind, and it isn't good news. Then out of nowhere he says her name, Ayelet. Whatever's coming next, it's personal. While Terry is fast asleep, Ayelet sneaks off on her own and cracks open a high-value dungeon without him, and she is feeling herself about it. Look at that grin, she is already spending the loot in her head. Except the door creaks open right as she gets back, and Terry is standing there wide awake. "Terry, why are you still up?" she blurts out, caught red-handed before she even gets her boots off. He is not buying the innocent act for a second. "Where did you go at this hour of the night?" She scrambles, just a walk, she could not sleep. Except there is a literal unicorn horn sitting right at her feet, kind of hard to sell just a walk with loot like that. "Oh my," she squeaks, "didn't she promise she wasn't going?" Terry just looks wounded, getting cut out of a good dungeon run. Yeah, fair enough, that is unfair. So he lays down new terms. Next one they hit the mermaid dungeon together, no more solo runs, and wraps a cloak around her shoulders while he says it. "Why you don't want me along?" he needles, and it is less a question and more a warning. "Fine, I will just go alone then," she teases, knowing full well he was always going to follow her anyway. He calls her out flat. She is so broke she cannot even afford to be picky about which dungeon she robs. She cannot even argue, the man reads her like an open ledger. Fine, she huffs, they will go together. Terry is already planning to gear up the second they wake up. Ayelet shuts that down hard. Tomorrow is the last day of their vacation and she is not spending it prepping for a raid. She has got something special lined up to make their last day count, and from the look on her face, Terry should probably be a little nervous. "Prepared? What do you mean?" he blinks. Step 1 apparently is ditching the Holy Night uniform. "Normal clothes," she insists, "comfortable ones." Terry's face says he has no idea what he just agreed to. Turns out the man does not own a single piece of clothing that is not a uniform. Which is how he ends up borrowing somebody else's wardrobe for the day. Ayelet's father cannot stop grinning. "Son-in-law, it suits you perfectly," while her brother cracks up watching Terry squirm. Terry, for his part, looks like he would honestly rather be facing a dungeon boss than a family breakfast. He tries to politely refuse the hand-me-down vest, but her father just waves him off. Doesn't fit him anymore anyway, so it is Terry's problem now. Ayelet is already hollering for him to hurry up before he can protest any further. And there she is, dressed up and glowing for their day out. "Wow, Terry, it really suits you," she says, and the man just about short-circuits. Tie straightened, nerves mostly under control, they say their goodbyes and head for the door. Her mother sends them off with a hug and a promise of an even better home-cooked meal next time. Her brother waves them off from the doorway, grinning ear to ear. She cracks the loot crystal open and a portal blooms to life right in front of them. Light and magic swallow the whole scene. For a second there is nothing but blinding white and drifting sparks. Then a skyline starts to take shape through the glow. They are almost there. And just like that, they step out hand in hand into a brand new town. Terry finally asks what exactly she planned for today. Her answer, she went ahead and invited some familiar faces. Before he can even ask who, a voice rings out, "Hiya, long time no see." It's Ephael, loud and shameless as ever, with Hestio smirking right beside him. Terry does a full double take. "Hestio," he breathes, then Ephael, his old party standing right in front of him. Turns out this whole trip was Ayelet quietly keeping an old promise, the four of them reuniting at the 1,000-year ice castle, just like they once swore they would. Ephael claps Terry on the back like no time has passed. Terry, meanwhile, is still putting it together. This is the surprise Ayelet had been sitting on. Hestio shrugs it off, all smug about ruining the date, then turns dead serious, checking on Ayelet after hearing she collapsed pushing herself too hard on their last raid. She waves it off with a big smile, totally fine, nothing to worry about. He is not convinced for long. "All right, then explain this." A holy council. Ephael is not done either. He wants to know if she was really hiding that kind of power the whole time and whether what she tried back at the toy mansion going after Count Orshu alone was actually a suicide run. She doesn't flinch. Yes, she admits she was planning to take the boss down alone with her divine descent. "You finally figured it out." Ephale's voice cracks. She could have at least given him a hint, not knowing what she was risking back then still haunts him. Alet holds his gaze steady, and the memory drags all of them back to that night. In the flashback, a young Hestio is the one who nearly breaks, furious, demanding to know if Ephale really tried to kill Alet back then. Back in the present, every eye lands on Ephale, and he can only laugh through the shame. "You knew already?" Terry asks quietly. "Since when?" Alet just says she isn't upset, she knows there were circumstances behind it. She tells them Ephale has been carrying that guilt this whole time and he doesn't need to. "Hestio isn't having it though. It bothers me. Why did you do it?" Terry puts the pieces together out loud. It's about the boss who promised to let only one person walk away alive. Was Ephale trying to be the one who lived? "No, Hestio," comes the quiet answer. The truth comes out through Alet instead. Ephale was trying to end his own life too. Not to survive, but so at least one of the others could make it out. The old memory goes dead silent. And then back in the present, somebody finally just decks him. Hestio loves the idea, everybody gets one hard punch and then Ephale is forgiven. Oh, and he is buying dinner too. Ephale, already sweating, asks if that is really going to cover it. They needle him that the price is way too easy and point out Ephale's an aura user, so bare knuckles alone aren't going to do much damage. Terry accepts it grudgingly, annoyed, but the logic checks out, while somebody else calls dibs on letting Alet throw a couple of extra punches on their behalf. Ephale turns to her and, only half joking, calls her saintess as he braces for impact. Alet just smiles back, warm as ever. "Thanks for hearing my confession," he tells her, and for once he actually sounds sincere. "Now then," Alet says, riding that warm mood, "I have got a proposal for you too." She and Terry just officially started their own night order, and she is asking if Ephale and Hestio want to sign up too. Their answer comes instantly in perfect unison: absolutely not. Alet just blinks stunned. That is not the reaction she was expecting. Someone just shot down Alet's big pitch without blinking. Absolutely not. Cut to Ephale and Hestio, the two who dared say it to her face, already looking like they regret it. Alet doesn't even flinch. "That wasn't the answer I expected. What's the reason?" Ephale lays it out. "Why would I be crazy enough to join a subjugation squad run by people too busy fooling around in relationships?" Hestio just nods. "Yeah, exactly." Even the game's own judging spirits pile on, all agreeing these two look way too much like a couple for anyone's comfort. "What is wrong with everyone?" Alet snaps, while someone just tells her to enjoy her cozy monster-slaying life with her partner. So she sweetens the deal instead, a 3-day levy exemption. They stare at her stunned. "You're trying to buy us off with that?" "Yes, obviously. And it works instantly. You've made a wise decision. Take care of us, Captain." "At least you two I can reason with," she says, then asks what rules come with this new exempt status. "There are a few important ones," comes the answer. "Don't try to kill me," Ephale just groans. A quieter moment later, Alet sits alone with her thoughts. "Don't corner yourself trying to save everyone," the Silid tells her gently. "Don't shoulder it all alone. I learned recently just how much that hurts the people who care about you," he adds, softer than usual. She toys with a keepsake, only half listening as someone teases, "From now on, listen to the captain and handle things on your own for once." Agnes can't resist needling her either. "Other than your hair and your shawl, do you honestly think you're better than me?" Alet just laughs it off. "All right, let's toast to reinforcing the night order. Sounds good." The Silid catches Alet's reflection glinting in his cup, and can't quite look away. Something unreadable crosses his face before he catches himself. Mugs clink all around as the celebration keeps rolling. Turns out holy knights are only supposed to abstain from anything except order-approved wine. "Ugh, there you go again." "Fine, you drink milk." "Boss, get this kid some honey milk," someone hollers, because apparently not everyone here is old enough for the real stuff. The mood flips instantly. Snow settles quietly over a row of gravestones. Alet stands among them in black mourning robes, there for the funeral of soldiers lost in the field. A funeral as the very first thing back from vacation, someone murmurs. It really snaps you awake. These were the people killed in the Helkayan subjugation near the border, and the uncounted civilian dead make it so much worse. Word spreads fast that the Hellcayan dungeon burst wasn't an accident, it was caused by Reed. Islet goes completely still, so she can't even finish the thought. He's truly become a mass murderer, and she knows it. She's led further into the cathedral than she ever expected to go. Your Eminence of the Holy Council, an escort says before delivering the real message. His Holiness the Pope wants to meet her privately. He's instructed us to escort you to the chapel, the knight explains, grim-faced. His Holiness the Pope, she repeats, careful to hide what she actually knows, that he's nothing but a puppet for the real final villain. And he wants her to come completely alone. Nothing major, I think, she tells herself. Understood, let us proceed. Her footsteps echo down a long, empty corridor, deeper into the cathedral. Just follow this corridor straight ahead, her escort tells her. We'll take our leave here. A cloaked figure answers simply yes, thank you, as a door creaks open ahead of her. At the end of the hall, someone is already waiting, and the air itself seems to hum a warning. The stained glass groans and cracks around her. Your Holiness, she starts to ask. Somewhere behind her, Agnes's voice cuts through, worried. Ailette, be careful, something feels off. She keeps walking anyway, straight down that long, glowing hallway toward whatever's waiting. The whispering only gets louder the closer she gets. Her expression hardens. Whatever this is, she isn't backing down. Something old and heavy seems to pulse in the dark just ahead of her. Then finally a voice, it's been a while. She finally sees exactly who's been waiting for her this whole time. Ailette Roadline, he says, using her full name like it's an old habit. Have you been well, he asks, far too casually for the situation. I wandered through a garbage dump of evil for 3 months, but he trails off, watching her closely. She says nothing at all, no response, he notes, clearly enjoying himself. We haven't met in a long time, aren't you even going to say my name? Finally, quietly, Reed. A newborn chaos, is that what you wanted to hear? He asks before simply saying Ailette. You know my true name, he says, it isn't a question. Yes, she admits, I know. Your name is, he starts, but her mind has already gone somewhere else entirely. Because the enemy she actually has to face, the true identity of the final hidden villain she's sworn to defeat, is Tessalid Argent, someone stained by evil and consumed by depravity. And not just any version of him, this is his 100th regression, 100 loops of turning into this. Whatever he's become after all those cycles barely looks human anymore. Picture this, the very first time this world needed saving, it was cycle 85. Yeah, hey, cycle, keep that word close, it matters a lot. Meet Tessalid, white hair, ice blue eyes, and the kind of stare that says main character without saying a word. This man took down all 3 demon kings ruling the demon realm, just another day at the office. Then he sealed away Chaos Devil itself, the very source and supreme being behind the entire demon race. That checked every box in the so-called Bible of Truth for officially saving the world. Achievement unlocked. Years later, though, we find him bedridden and weak, sunlight barely creeping through the shutters. That old wound left him with a fatal condition. And here's the thing, he felt absolutely no remorse about any of it. Look at that hand, frail, worn thin by a life that was nothing but pain and conflict. For him, existence had always meant pain, conflict, and defiance. Now, more than wanting to live, all he wanted was rest. And so he just wanted to finally get the real death he'd always been chasing. Then bang, his eyes snap open, neck wound, blood, pure shock on his face. He's back in a suit and tie, standing somewhere that definitely isn't a deathbed. What is this? He chokes out, staring at some ghostly procession only he seems to see. A line of robed figures marches through a dim hall, somewhere he swears he recognizes. This location, it can't be, he stammers, hands trembling as he reaches out. Then it hits him, I've come back, he realizes. His eyes go wide with dawning horror. He grabs at his own collar, like he's trying to hold himself together. Why, how, he demands. I absolutely completed my world-saving obligation back then. Why, the question just keeps ripping out of him. He talks himself down, steady yourself. The seal on Chaos Devil must not have been fully secure. He bites down on his knuckle, mind racing to make sense of it all. That is the sole possibility, he decides. Then he mutters, steeling himself for what comes next. If that is so, this time I will perform it more comprehensively, he vows, fist clenched. So in the 86th cycle, Tessalid saves the world all over again. He pulls it off with even greater precision this time, walking straight through the gears of fate itself. He's careful not to strain his body this time, keeping himself fully intact. He even gives what's left of his life to a saintess who survived some disaster of her own. Then he simply closes his eyes, hoping that this time he'll finally get some peace. Bang, he wakes up again, same shock, same suit, same everything. That same ghostly procession flickers past him once more, like déjà vu with teeth. What error did I make this time? He growls, hair hanging in his face. I must remove every possible factor, he decides, undoing his tie like he's gearing up for war. Absolutely, he tells himself, there's no room left for doubt. Cycle 87, Tessalid saves the world once more. By now, having lived through this 3 times, he's actually getting used to it. That's not a good sign. Except there's still no lasting peace waiting for him. Tessalid wakes up, again. What failed this time? The question is starting to feel like a curse of its own. How do I even conclude this? He asks the void, and the void doesn't answer. I'll attempt again more meticulously, he swears. And once again, Tessalid manages to save the world. You saved the world, Tessalid, the saintess tells him, flames licking around her. This is the very saintess he sacrificed everything for, standing right there with him. But even so, she says, the world still requires your death. They're actually burning him at the stake, the man who just saved every single one of them. I apologize, and I thank you, Tessalid, she says, smiling the entire time. Burn him, the crowd screams. He's a heretic proclaimed by the saintess herself. Someone shouts, and just like that the mob has its excuse. So there he burns, the world's savior, torched by the very people he saved. Something about all of this feels deeply wrong to him. He can sense it, he's missing some vital piece of the puzzle. So in the 89th cycle, Tessalid finally goes back to the library of all things, a place he's avoided since cycle 80. He stands before the Bible of Truth, the book that supposedly answers any question. How can I halt? He starts to ask. The regression, he finishes, bracing for the answer. The reply comes back, save the world. Gee, thanks, groundbreaking advice right there. That completely useless, fraudulent reply just seared itself white-hot into his mind. It's burned into him now, permanently. Something in his eyes goes cold and furious. Centuries of restrained fury finally snap loose. So he goes back to the library again, and again. Same question every single time, how do I stop the regression? And every single time the book gives him the exact same non-answer, save the world. Cycle 91. Cycle 92, same question, same infuriating answer, save the world. Cycle 93. By now the answer is just looping in his head, glitching, breaking apart. Save the world, save the world, save the world, like his own sanity's buffering. The question and the answer just keep grinding against each other in his skull, over and over. I did save it, he screams. He's on the ground, wrecked, debris raining down around him. I saved it countless times, he insists, refusing to let it go. And then, cold as ice, the answer comes back, the world was not saved. Don't be absurd, I saved it, he snaps, refusing to accept it. Sword drawn, he throws himself back into the fight, debris exploding all around him. Cycle 94. Once more, Tessalid goes looking for the Bible of Truth. He stands before it again, ready for the same tired song and dance. Except this time, he doesn't ask how to stop the regression at all. Instead, buried deep in his despair, a name surfaces in his memory. A name from a recollection, so old it had nearly faded away completely. Somewhere called the Mansion of Toys. Tied to a bloodbath forged by someone named Ilian. We cut to Tessalid walking alone through the snow, sword in hand, chasing that memory. His expression is unreadable, but his eyes are locked on something only he can see. And there she is in his memory, a pink-haired girl with a cross necklace, smiling like she means the world to him. He reaches out toward her like he could touch this memory if he just tried hard enough. Ayelet, he whispers. In the memory, she's just a kid on a swing, completely unaware of what's coming. He kneels before her with something golden in his hands, a gift, maybe, or a promise. Where are you? She calls out in the memory. I'm right here, Ayelet, he answers her. She looks at him and starts to say, but you, and then the memory just cuts off. Back in the present, he's alone again, slumped over, sword planted in the ground. Where are you? He asks the empty air, and this time nobody answers. From the 94th cycle to the 98th, this boy named Tessalid saved the world 5 more times. No matter how he died, he simply would not stay dead. And the moment each salvation ended, people turned on him like they had just been waiting for their chance to kill him. He got caught in an arson attack, pushed off a cliff to his death. Hanged by the very knights he'd saved, poisoned and buried while he was still breathing. Say what you want about these people, they never repeated themselves. Every single time, someone found a fresh new way to end him. None of it mattered to him anymore. Betrayal and murder, he figured, was just what people did when given the chance. Salvation, then death on repeat with no feeling left in any of it. But on the 99th cycle, Tessalid decided something had to change. Walking straight toward what should have been a death sentence, he wasn't chasing a mission anymore. He was chasing an ending. But then something answered him. A voice curled out of the swirling dark. You came again. How many times is it now that you've sealed me away? It asked. For once, Tessalid had no answer. He froze, staring into the storm, bracing for whatever came next. An anomaly occurred, the voice warned. All Tessalid could manage back was a stunned how. The truth landed hard. The Chaos Devil had noticed the regression world he'd been trapped inside. I have something to tell you, it said, about the clockwork axis of order and good. The dark spiraled around him, patient, waiting for him to listen. Ask it, the voice pressed, why the world is being destroyed. Unsettled, Tessalid stepped into a library, murmuring to himself. Something ancient stirred awake, ready to answer a question nobody was ever meant to ask. A glowing book fell open before him, seeking an answer that cannot be gained from God. What do you wish to know? The world was all he could get out. Why is the world being destroyed? He finally asked, and light tore open all around him. The book answered in a blaze, its pages tearing loose like it was fighting to hold the truth back. Tessalid's eyes went wide as it hit him all at once. The revelation cracked through him like a bolt of lightning. He kept walking anyway, sword in hand, carrying the weight of what he'd just learned. What you're about to hear was never originally part of this world, the book warned, yet at some point, it became this world's very foundation. The Bible itself must bear the backlash for leaking a secret this heavy. Flame tore through the pages as the forbidden truth burned its way out. The fire kept building, like the truth itself was too much for the world to hold. Simply realize it, the voice told him, quiet now, almost gentle. Just knowing the truth will be enough to corrupt you, it warned him. You are nothing but a component, winding the broken, abandoned junk clockwork of this world. Go, it told him, and realize the cruelty of God. Tessalid just stood there, hollowed out by what he now understood. He hit the water hard, sinking under like the truth had knocked every last bit of fight out of him. Standing alone in the flooded shaft, he let out a broken, bitter little laugh. Light burst around him as the full weight of it finally landed. Because the Bible had said it plainly, God abandoned this world. Abandoned and left to run on nothing but borrowed time. A world God walks away from has no power left to build a future, so it survives the only way it still can, looping the same moment over and over. And the one fulfilling that role is he laughed, hollow and humorless. Tessalid's own regression, he was the gear keeping this dying world turning at all. Is this the mercy you grant the world you abandoned and left behind? He demanded, fists shaking. Oh God, he choked out, righteous, merciful and strict, order and good. On his hands and knees now he begged, what about me? Can you not grant me mercy too? Why me? Does it really have to be me? Then, louder, damn God, you could have just let it be destroyed. He screamed it into the rain over and over. Why? Why go out of your way to keep such a rotten world going? He demanded of the empty sky. Why does it have to be my regression that does it? His head dropped, every bit of fight finally drained out of him. Tears cutting through the dark, he whispered, please, grant it to me as well. His hand trembled against the water. Grant that pitiful mercy to me too, please. Just one word left in him now, whispered again and again, please. And there, alone, still praying, Tessalid's breath finally gave out. Strict order and good, the prayer trailed off into nothing. The dark simply swallowed him whole. Another life ended just like all the ones before it. he'd prayed and begged for mercy right up to his very last breath. It had been by any measure a devout life. A faithful one too, paid for entirely in blood. And so began the 100th cycle. The voice returned, curling through the dark, clockwork axis. It seems you've finally heard the truth. It waited to see what he'd do with what he now knew. You'll be branded with a sinner's mark, it told him, stripped of your divine power and exiled into the dimensional rift. The offer just hung there in the dark, waiting on him. But that sinner's mark will become a badge of honor. You'll gain a new power in place of the one you lose. And in that rift where the flow of time has stopped, you'll have a good training ground. Roll around there a few hundred years and you should be able to tear your way out. Will the regression remain as it is? Tessalid asked, staring down into the black. Yes, it answered. Fine, Tessalid muttered. I'm sick of saving this world anyway. He said it like a joke. His eyes weren't joking at all. That's a wise decision, the voice purred, almost pleased with itself. And with that the deal was struck. Something shifted behind his eyes, like a switch had just been thrown. Power crackled around him, unfamiliar and cold. He was already falling, spinning down into the very dark he'd just bargained for. The rift swallowed him whole. As he fell, one thought cut through everything else. If he could just tear through the dimensional rift. He could grab hold of his sword and force his way straight out. And land in another timeline entirely. A fresh start far away from this rotten loop. Blood welled up under his grip as the new power took hold. A mark burned itself into his skin, the sinner's brand searing in deep. This time, he told himself surely. His eyes lit red with whatever he'd just become. He fell through nothing, sword still in hand, chasing a door that might not even exist. One way or another, he would find a way to kill himself and finally end the loop for good. The chapter opens in near total dark, one figure crumpled on the ground, another looming close, and you can just feel something bad is about to be said. She looks up, hood falling back, and breathes out one word like it's a curse. Read. He just smirks down at her. Wandering through the rift between dimensions, he says, didn't even take as long as he thought it would. Turns out he's got a real gift for magic, barely took him 100 years to master it. The second he escaped, he came straight back to this timeline. And the very first thing on his to-do list, the thing he'd been dying to do this whole time. Kill himself, his past self specifically, before any of this regression nonsense ever started. His logic, kill the version of himself from before the regressions ever began, and maybe, just maybe, the whole cursed loop unravels with him. But then, he says with that unsettling little smile, something interesting happened. He asks her straight out, did you feel it too, because the day just reset? Somehow, no matter what he tried, the day just kept snapping back into place like the universe hitting rewind. Every single time Tessalid died, the whole timeline looped right back. That's the trigger, that's always been the trigger. She'd noticed the pattern too, apparently, and this time he genuinely believed his plan would finally work. Kill himself before the timeline even splits, he figured, and you cut the regression off at the root. Instead, the world just laughed in his face. Whatever hope he'd built that plan on came crashing down as hard as the ruins around him. He killed and killed and killed again, chasing the same doomed outcome over and over. 7 times total. And every single time the day just rewound anyway. He actually laughs about it, pointing out the dark irony that killing himself to stop regression is, well, basically just regressing. Can't save the world, can't even save himself, so what's actually left for him to do? She just whispers his name, worry written all over her face. He snaps at her not to look at him like that. Because he's already cooked up Plan B. And judging by that smile, Plan B is not going to be a good one. His salvation, he says flatly, is tied to death itself. She has to ask, then what happens to the rest of the world's salvation? His answer is ice cold. Maybe destruction is salvation. Wipe out the world, and since he belongs to it, he gets wiped out right along with it. And the twisted part, once that thought clicked into place, he says he felt happier than he had in ages. The same world he once fought so desperately to save. Now the thought of tearing it apart with his own 2 hands is what actually excites him. There's nothing warm left in his eyes at all. Ailette can barely hold back the tears watching him say it. He lays it out plain, he's going to destroy this world so no new timeline can ever branch off again. Erase it completely from the dimensional plane itself, and then he asks her to come with him. Her only response is a stunned single word, you. It cuts to a memory, him once promising Tessalid I'm on your side and Tessalid all those years ago reminding him he'd always said exactly that. Back in the present, all Ailette can do is look at him and ache. She asks if he even needs her for this plan. He brushes it off, not really, it's just. He just wants her by his side, simple as that. Something about that request drags her back into an old memory. A memory stamped with one name, Tessalid Argent. In the memory, Tessalid reaches for her. What if, even just maybe, there's another way to end the regressions for good? He asks if she'd want to try figuring it out together this time. Together with me, he says, holding his hand out to her. Let's try again together, that's all he's asking. It's not too late, he tells her, her future can still change. And in that memory, she says yes, she does want to try. She decides to tell him something she really shouldn't, and somewhere unseen, the voice that shapes the world flinches. Every rule keeper watching over this world, the scale that judges souls, the advocate of confidentiality, sits up in alarm the moment she opens her mouth to speak. In this loop, she tells him this is exactly why she wants to put a stop to it all. Whatever she's about to say next just gets violently torn out of the air before it can even form. She chokes, cut off mid-sentence, like something reached in and ripped the words straight out of her throat. Her whole chest seizes up. This, she realizes, must be the price of the forbidden revelation penalty kicking in. The world itself is screaming at her to stop, warning her not to do anything reckless. All she can choke out is a broken I'm sorry. But she pushes through anyway because she still has to tell him. Tessalid, she says, I saw how your story ends. And it's not going to end the way she's hoping. In that ending, he becomes the enemy of the entire world, turns 5 ordinary humans into its heroes, and gets dragged down into the abyss with a body that can't even properly die. Trapped between life and death forever, just waiting through an endless eternity for 101st loop that may never come. That, she reveals, is the actual ending written in the cursed original novel this whole world is based on, one literally titled Regression Until the World is Saved. And that ending, she tells him point blank, belongs to him. If there's any way to stop him from reaching that fate, she wants to take it, because his future was never just a pass or fail. She tries to say more, but the words catch and shatter again before she can get them out. The world's own rule keepers pile on, warning her, begging her, one of them even slamming its own mouth shut in horror at what she's doing. The threat lands loud and clear, keep this up and she will be ruined, horribly. She keeps pushing anyway, and the punishment tears through her like static. Blood scatters across the page as the forbidden words rip their way out of her. Whatever she's paying for this warning, it's clearly costing her everything she's got. Officially confirmed, the forbidden revelation penalty has just been applied to her in full. She doubles over, coughing, barely able to breathe through it. The coughing just won't stop. It feels, she says, like something invisible is crushing and wringing out every organ in her body. Still, she forces herself to dig deep and push more strength into it anyway. She's gasping for air, running on fumes, but she's not backing down. Her hand ends up soaked in her own blood by the time it's over. And it's worse than just the pain, she can actually feel something else slipping away. Every last bit of her magic just gone. It's Reed, watching all this unfold, who drawls out a let road line like a mock compliment. How kind of her, giving up everything just to warn someone else. Prophesying a forbidden future in person at that kind of cost, that's not nothing. He seems almost satisfied by it, proof in his eyes that she really is on his side after all. Beaten up and bleeding, she still holds his gaze without flinching. One last ragged breath, cross pendant swinging, and that's where this dark little flashback leaves her. In the quiet after the storm, a shadowy figure grips something sharp enough to draw blood. You can feel the tension crackle. He murmurs, almost relieved that she really is on his side after all. Almost sounds like he doubted it. Ailette wipes blood from her lips, the toll of whatever just happened to her powers written all over her face. A fist clenches as reality catches up. She has just been slapped with the revealing heavenly secrets penalty straight from the powers that be. She sags forward, breath ragged, still reeling from the hit she just took. The verdict flashes bright and merciless, all three of her great powers sealed for a full 24 hours. Even her secret trump card, the Transcendence skill Divine Descent, gets locked away too. So that is what this punishment really was, she realizes, stripping her bare. Somewhere unseen, watchers panic on her behalf, the so-called Heavenly Secrets auditor pounding its chest while the voice that shapes the world lets out a long, tired sigh. Back on the ground, Ailette gives a quiet thanks to the man standing over her, though the mood between them is anything but warm. He tells her plainly all of this is so his future does not end up the way she once warned him it would. So instead he vows he will just work harder and wreck the world even more thoroughly. Charming guy. All Ailette can manage in response is a hollow, humorless laugh. He wonders out loud, almost to himself, whether everything they have been through was pointless after all. The story turns grim here. Even after 100 loops, his thirst for destruction never quiets, and the world is reaping the karma it earned by using him again and again. He tips her chin up, forcing her to look at him, and you can see the fear flicker across her face. "Don't worry, I won't touch you right now," he says, then casually promises to kill tens of thousands, maybe millions, before he comes back to see her again. Cool, 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 cool. As she goes limp in his arms, he wonders quietly if she will still reach out for his hand after all of that. She is completely out cold now, whatever strength she had left finally giving out. He calls her, not unkindly, a front row seat to watch what she can do standing next to the 17th round bug, meaning himself. He leans in close over her sleeping face, and for a second the monster act slips. "I enjoyed our conversation, Ailette Roadline," he says softly, using her full name like it means something. "Sleep well," he tells her, and for once it almost sounds like he means it. Magic curls around her sleeping body, pulling her deeper under. A different, gentler voice calls out to her now, someone else asking if she is okay. Up in the celestial peanut gallery, the voice that shapes the world is baffled. Why is she coughing blood when she is not even a tragic dying heroine? The auditor scolds it for not managing its followers better. More bickering follows. They mutter that her whole rebellious streak always traces back to the protagonist, worried she is stuck in some sucker's romance. Weirdly, all that scolding feels kind of comforting to her. "That was dangerous. I haven't felt your holy power in a while. What happened?" someone asks while the penalty clock ticks down, 23 hours and counting. She admits she messed up and is being punished for it, just a day's sentence for a first offense, though the fine print warns it only gets worse from here. Alone with her thoughts, she finally exhales. Becoming a total civilian in an SS-rank difficulty world, she decides, is a mistake she is never making again. That chilling line about the 17th round bug echoes back in her mind, refusing to let her rest easy. Her jaw sets. Whatever this is, she tells herself, she has to go through with it. But Tessalid is only 17 loops in, and with her powers this weak right now, she is terrified the exact same disaster is about to repeat itself. Her mind drags her back into a memory or maybe a warning, crackling with light. The vision drops her into the past. A young man hurries through a moonlit garden, calling out to catch someone's attention. He apologizes to a passing sister for the late hour, clearly here on some kind of mission. He asks if she could let Cardinal Cardelia know he would like a brief audience, and the sister gasps, recognizing him instantly. Sir Tessalid himself. Flustered, she scrambles to go fetch the cardinal right away. The sisters hurry off together, whispering the whole way. Two young nuns can barely contain themselves. It is the first time either of them has ever spoken to an actual holy sword knight. "Isn't he incredibly cool?" one sighs, while the other jokes that some knights are arrogant jerks but not Tessalid. "He is always humble and kind. And he's wholly handsome too, right?" "Oh, that's definitely true too," the other agrees without a shred of hesitation. By their account, Sir Tessalid is the single most perfect holy knight the Order Church has ever produced. Quite the reputation for a man who is currently threatening to end the world. The cardinal herself arrives, greeting him by name, candlelight catching the surprise on her face. "It's unusual for you to be out this late," she says. "What is it?" He thanks her graciously for making time for him despite the hour. He admits he has come with a personal question, one so trivial it is almost embarrassing to ask. She tells him kindly that nothing people call trivial ever really is, and invites him to just say it. He hesitates, worried it might not be something even she can answer. She reassures him it is easy for someone like her, then his tone shifts, but the air goes still, heavy with whatever he is about to ask. She catches it immediately, and asks why he suddenly seems so wary. He asks her outright, doesn't she carry the eye of life and death? She has already seen it, hasn't she? The very thing he is dying to know. The cardinal freezes, caught completely off guard. I want to know my age, he finally says. A strange, small request that clearly means much more than it sounds. He waits for her answer, calm on the outside, though something heavier sits behind his eyes. He admits his sense of time has grown so dull it has practically gone numb. Once, he says, he committed a great sin and paid for it with a very long punishment. She might not even remember it now, he adds, but her eye of life and death played a huge part in that punishment. The moment she realized what he really was, a regressor looping through time, she handed him a remarkably ingenious life sentence. All he is asking now, he repeats quietly, is to finally know how old he really is. He is quick to add he holds no grudge. It was the punishment he deserved, and he knows it. The cardinal reads the number floating silently above his head, and her whole expression drains of color. You what is all she can choke out. What kind of life have you lived, she breathes, horrified at whatever that number actually says. He answers with an eerie kind of calm. Honestly, he says, he is curious too. How long, he asks softly, was I actually trapped in that abyss? Word travels fast upstairs. The advocate of confidentiality panics and calls an emergency meeting, while the voice that shapes the world shows up looking dead serious for once. Ayelet, still half in the vision, asks lazily what is going on now. Did they find another bug in the system? The critic of balance shows up baffled, and the skyscraper's own architect barges in tense while everyone scrambles, but Ayelet just shrugs it off. Not her problem right now, she is resting. Even after downing an entire recovery potion, she still feels like she is about to black out. Back in the memory, Ayelet spots him crossing the courtyard. Terry, where are you coming back from? He tells her he just saw Cardinal Cardelia, then notices how pale she looks. He offers to walk her back to her room, and she teases him right back. A holy night sneaking off to her room this late, how irreverent. Just kidding, she laughs, telling him he does not have to force himself to be kind to her out of duty. He brushes it off, he is just tired, that is all. Sleep well, don't worry about me, he says gently, holding her hand and saying her name like it matters. Then he says it plainly, none of this has ever been about duty. It's because it's you, he tells her, holding her hands in his, and because I want to. The words hang there between them, soft and a little too honest for either of them to handle. For a moment his composure cracks completely, and you can see exactly how much he is holding back. That's exactly why I'm wavering, he admits, the one honest confession in a story about to turn very dark. And there the vision fades to soft light, leaving Ayelet with the one truth she cannot unsee. The man threatening to end the world is the same one who once could not stop himself from loving her. We open somewhere private, Ayelet and a silver-haired Terry, hand in hand on a glowing platform, slipping away from prying eyes. Terry's cheeks go a little pink as he admits it. That's why I'm wavering, he says. Someone has got a case of nerves. Ayelet shoots him a flustered look and tells him to quit the teasing and just take her already. He does not argue twice. One quiet all right, and the two of them slip off together into the dark. Somewhere the mysterious scale that judges souls glances back, curious what these two got up to while it was not looking. Ayelet's answer, nothing happened, sure it did not. Whatever that little detour was, it does not last. Terry sends her back inside before anyone can notice. One last hey stops her in her tracks, a small glowing moment right before real life comes crashing back in. Cut to the real world, Ayelet, the saintess herself, about to face down a very different kind of pressure. A quiet goodnight to Terry outside the cathedral closes out that mystery scene for now. Ever since Ayelet and her squad flattened a demon called Helcaon, the Holy Council's name has been blowing up across the entire world. Every country on the map suddenly wants a piece of the Saintess who showed up for the first time in 500 years. Naturally, the order smells a marketing opportunity time for the Saintess to hit the road on a little propaganda tour. Let's first move before she packs a single bag, lock down the budget. You will provide my travel expenses properly, right? Yep, flat out demanded money. A Saintess has got to eat. The poor finance guy squirms while she counts every coin, calling him a money demon to his face. He swears up and down he is nothing of the sort. He tries one last time to talk her out of her first stop. Her answer is an ice-cold, 5 times over no. Her actual demand: send word ahead to the Duchy of Hispaniola, there is someone there she is dying to see. The second the paperwork clears, she is already halfway out the door. Meanwhile, across the kingdom, a certain Grand Duke hears the news and just about loses it. His granddaughter is finally coming home. Your granddaughter is coming now, someone announces, and he is already glowing brighter than his own ceremonial robes. Word reaches the estate, the Holy Council's envoy has officially arrived at the gates. The Grand Duke practically levitates with excitement until his butler Edgar clears his throat and reminds him of a promise to behave. Sit calmly and wait, Edgar orders. The Grand Duke grits his teeth and somehow actually agrees. 2 seconds later he is already breaking that promise, ordering everyone to go fetch his grandau ahem, the Holy Council, immediately. And there she is, Ailette, arriving in full Saintess regalia, absolutely radiant for the occasion. Privately, she is dying in this outfit. Did I really have to dress up this elaborately in the middle of summer? Even the mysterious voice that shapes the world chimes in to comfort her. Her solution: grit her teeth, clench everything that can clench, and power through the heat for the sake of the mission. The duchy rolls out a full honor guard, trumpets blasting like she is visiting royalty. Well, she basically is. The whole parade marches out in perfect formation just to greet her. A giant welcome banner and a crowd of grinning guards make sure she knows exactly how happy this duchy is to have her. Ailette steps out looking every bit the legendary Saintess the whole world has been talking about. Even her own escort mutters that this does not look like a diplomatic welcome, it looks like they are greeting family. Little does he know. She is greeted personally by Count Edgar Valt, the estate's head butler, and it turns out quite the chatterbox. Ailette says all the polite things, but honestly she just wants to get inside and see the Duke already. Edgar walks her through the grounds, and right away something enormous and suspiciously muscular looms out of the garden. Turns out it is a statue, a very, very built statue. This estate clearly has a type. Ailette, ever polite, compliments the courtyard, carefully not mentioning the stone abs staring back at her. Edgar informs her, completely straight-faced, that this one is actually the toned-down version of the original statue. Apparently the Grand Duke had the whole estate redecorated just for her visit. Touched, she thanks him for the effort, then cannot resist asking Edgar to spill the tea on exactly what kind of man this Grand Duke is. He must be outstanding, right? She asks. Edgar, without blinking, says outstanding does not even begin to cover it. Edgar goes full highlight reel: virtuous ruler, finest knight, a man whose love for family apparently once made him smash his own desk in half from sheer joy. Smashed into an actual heart shape, no less. Ailette can only manage a stunned thaw, that much. Edgar leans in like he has got the juiciest secret in the world. The Grand Duke, he says, is about to receive some very happy news. The word finally lands: a great-grandchild. Edgar looks about ready to cry from second-hand joy alone. Ailette about chokes on the news, flashing back to her own brother Prince cheerfully announcing he was starting a family of his own. Her brain short-circuits straight into panic. Wait a second, did Prince mess up? Edgar breezes right past her, spiraling, and promises she will love the Grand Duke too. Ailette, still stuck on the baby bombshell, insists she has heard nothing about any of this. It finally clicks: she is getting a niece or nephew. Edgar, meanwhile, is already back on his favorite topic: how much the Duke loves muscles. Apparently today's garden statue is the restrained version. A nearby knight asks just how bad the old ones really were. Edgar says there were a lot of them, each about as thick as weight, as thick as the guy walking toward them right now. And there he is in the flesh, the Grand Duke himself, built like one of his own statues, storming straight toward them. Edgar and the knight both panic. This is exactly the composed, dignified entrance they were promised would not happen. But promises are for other people. The Grand Duke is already sprinting, robes billowing behind him like a cape. Ailette barely has time to turn around before he is already on her. He scoops her clean off her feet in one motion. And there it is, the word he has been holding in this whole time, Grandpa, as he wraps her up in the biggest bear hug of her life. Everyone else watching just stands there frozen, trying to process the words Saintess and Grandpa showing up in the same sentence. How could this Grandpa possibly wait? He laughs, completely unrepentant about breaking every promise he made 10 seconds ago. Ailette hugs him right back, missing him just as much, and the two trade compliments, hers about a glow that is suspiciously muscle-powered. Off to the side, Terry's brain is still stuck on one word. Did she just say Grandpa? While the Duke is already bragging that beating Helcaen to a pulp runs in the family. The rest of the crowd finally catches up, jaws on the floor. Their legendary Saintess and their Grand Duke are actually family. Whatever comes next on this propaganda tour, this reunion alone makes the whole trip worth it. At the palace, our girl casually drops the bomb. This person is my grandfather, and the poor guy across from her looks like he just swallowed his own tongue. Turns out Grandpa is not just some rich old man. He heads the terrifying Hispanral family, and she is the so-called Saintess born once every 5 centuries. No pressure or anything. The dark-haired guy across the table is already sweating bullets, quietly reminding himself to tread very, very carefully around this family. Word spreads fast. The granddaughter of Duke Hispanral, he mutters, already doing the math on exactly how much trouble he could be in. The Duke himself steps up, sizing up the mysterious white-haired knight everyone has been whispering about. You, he says, and it is not a friendly hum. I see who you are, the Duke growls, closing in, and for a second it looks like Grandpa is about to test this knight the old-fashioned way. Steel flashes and the knight flinches hard, completely blindsided by Grandpa's overprotective ambush. But it is all bark. The Duke's tone melts into warmth as he all but blesses the match. Take good care of my granddaughter, he says, rose in hand, playing the world's most dramatic father-in-law. Cue the knight totally spacing out mid-conversation, answering some daydream instead of the real question and getting scolded by his own imagination for it. Smooth, Terry, real smooth. Somebody nearby completely loses it. The Knight of the Holy Sword is your marriage partner? Nobody told me that. Word of this maybe engagement is already spreading like wildfire. Terry, to his credit, tries to shut the rumor down flat. It's not true, while somewhere close by, someone is taking this gossip way too personally. Even the narration is begging for mercy at this point. Everyone, please stop. This is not even a romance fantasy, and honestly, nobody here has 10 billion in spare cash for whatever chaos this rumor is about to cause. I'll die if this keeps up, someone groans over the castle skyline. Honestly, mood. Once the drama settles, our Saintess gets straight to business, marching up to Grandpa with an urgent request of her own. This is not just family time. She has a real mission to run, and she is about to spend every ounce of Grandpa's goodwill to make it happen. I really hope you'll permit it, she says sweetly, and the men around her react like she just asked for the moon. Turns out she is angling for something huge, making Ferranza an official diocese under her own authority as reigning holiness. Grandpa lights up immediately. His granddaughter, a bishop over his own land. He explains the snag. Some shady golden ivory tower has been blocking the designation for ages. No matter, Grandpa says, once she is officially holiness of the diocese, nobody will dare mess with her, and if anyone tries, tell this grandfather, he growls, already ready to throw hands for her. She flashes him a grin. Whose granddaughter do you think I am? Already treating the whole political mess like it's handled. Behind the scenes, her secret system flashes a new objective, Stage 3 of the World Cult Quest, stop the corrupt cult and build a cathedral from scratch. Reward unknown, penalty for failure, thankfully none. Another quest stage cleared quietly, while everyone around her just sees a happy granddaughter. But clearing the quest is only half the job. Now she actually has to pay for that cathedral. Time for Phase 2, hitting up Grandpa again. She squares up, dead serious, because this next ask involves real money. She lays out her entire life savings, 30,000 gold, nervously asking if it's even close to enough to build a church. Then she doubles down, casually pulling out teleportation stone materials and an ancient ceremonial sword like it's nothing. Grandpa's jaw hits the floor. That's basically real estate money. She cracks open a glowing case of treasure for good measure, because apparently subtlety is not in her vocabulary today. Grandpa is stunned all over again. Unicorn horns, where does a girl even collect that many and since when? He examines them closely, muttering that he can't even guess how many years these things have aged. That's how rare we're talking. Then he does the one thing she did not expect. He pushes it all back. Put it away, I won't take it, he says. Do you think this grandfather can't do this much for his own granddaughter? He declares the entire construction cost his personal donation, radiating pure proud grandpa energy. She is genuinely floored, eyes welling up, not the reaction she'd scripted for herself in this little con job of hers. Really, she asks, and grandpa just laughs it off. Of course, don't worry, child. She thanks him through actual tears, relieved because real talk, she was already broke. The world itself takes notice, officially crowning grandpa the top-ranked donor around. But of course, there is a catch coming. The big condition: he has already prepared a whole feast for her in the banquet hall. The audacity of this man, honestly. You must eat plenty after coming all this way, he insists, in full doting grandfather mode. She happily agrees because free food is free food. Grandpa even waves Terry over, calling him my grandson-in-law and telling him to eat up too, while somebody quietly, desperately begs Terry not to answer that one. Cut to our poor overstuffed saintess, flat on the floor, groaning that she is way too full. With the DOC's problem officially solved, she finally lets herself relax for the first time this whole trip. Kind grandfather, incredible food, sweet servants. Honestly, this whole diplomatic visit is starting to feel like a full vacation. She even jokes that if this were a slice-of-life childcare story, she would have grown up as a spoiled little princess in this very castle. She and Terry goof around the halls together, giddy and laughing, and for a second she muses she'd have made a great baby-talking toddler in another life. Even her weird internal system chimes in, teasing her for being mentally about 5 years old, then suggesting she just try the whole childcare genre someday with a kid of her own. She pauses, suddenly worried. Wait, is Terry actually doing okay after all that grandpa drama? Turns out Terry looked pretty rattled meeting the Duke at first. But he bounces back fast, because apparently that's just how he copes. She gives it a satisfied thumbs up as her mysterious system window flickers back to life. Weeks roll by on the calendar and exhaustion starts creeping in. Time to get back to business. She drops down heavily, and somebody nearby asks what's got her looking so wiped out. I'm heading to the point shop, she announces. I've got something to ask. Nearby, her blonde friend goes eerily quiet for a beat too long. Turns out that friend, Ailette, has her own question to ask too, so they agree to catch up properly once our saintess gets back. All right, Ailette says, a little puzzled. Is something wrong? Before she goes, she throws in one more ask. Could Ailette grab her that slick storage bag from the shop? Ailette just shrugs. She's flat broke anyway, so maybe she's just imagining things. Then let's go now. Bright light swallows the scene as the two of them teleport off toward the shop. In a flash she's off, dress and hair glowing with the pull of the jump. They arrive right at the point shop, where she greets the shopkeeper like an old friend. Hello, exalted shopkeeper grandma. The old woman's been waiting on her specifically, seems she's got something important to share. I think you need to do a misfortune cleansing ritual, the old woman says flatly, and just like that, the mood shifts. Our saintess blinks, completely blindsided. What? Literally, the old woman clarifies, there's something clinging to you that you need to shake off. She drops the bombshell plain and simple, there is a stalker attached to her. A stalker? She freezes on the spot, and just like that, this cozy family arc slams straight into its next mystery. In the dim little shop, the old woman studies Ailette like she is reading tea leaves and drops the bomb. You have got something like a stalker attached to you. Ailette about loses it. A stalker, she shrieks, going full horror movie pale. She grabs the old woman by the sleeve. Wait a minute, Grandma, why would something that creepy latch onto me? The old woman points at her prized souvenir, that battered pink floppy disk. Ayelet pales. I was already uneasy about it. Is it stolen goods or what? Even if it really were stolen goods, the old woman says, unbothered, already reaching for it. Do not worry, once we do a little ritual the stalker vanishes too. Hand over the disc. The old woman raises the glowing disc overhead, murmuring something under her breath. I am about to drive away the uninvited guest, she announces, all business. Her fingers curl like claws as she channels whatever power she has got toward the disc. She flicks a cord through the air, tracing some kind of ritual sign. This old lady clearly does this more than you would expect. Ayelet flinches as the air itself seems to crackle around her. Shoo, shoo, begone, the old woman chants, waving the disc like she is swatting a fly instead of exorcising a spirit. The disc flares bright pink, shuddering like it is putting up a fight. Done, the old woman sighs, and both of them slump like they just ran a marathon. Ever the saleswoman, she offers to gift-wrap the now harmless disc. Ah, thank you, Ayelet says, charmed despite herself. She wraps it up like a bouquet of flowers, disc and all, ribbon and blossoms included. While I am wrapping it, want to look around? A lot of interesting things just came in, the old woman offers. I do not have the points to buy anything though, Ayelet admits. Just look around, I am not such a stingy god, comes the reply, and Ayelet decides to take her up on it. The shelves turn out to be wall-to-wall glasses, dozens of them, glinting like museum pieces. Ayelet recognizes the lineup instantly. The life and death eye, the sin eye, the passion eye, a whole magical eyewear collection. Did the design change a bit? She asks, turning a pair over in her hands. Ah, those are replicas, the old woman explains. The originals caused problems once you put them on, the effect was permanent. So we improved them into one-time use items, she adds. Oh, I see, Ayelet murmurs, already curious. Can I see your affection level, Grandma? Ayelet jokes, I am a god so it does not, comes the reply, casual as ever about that whole being a deity thing. Work on me, but wear those and look in a mirror and you can check your self-love instead. A narcissism test, sounds fun, I will try it, Ayelet grins. She skips over to the mirror, practically vibrating with anticipation. She slides the glasses on and beams at her own reflection. Oh my, pretty, she coos at herself, not exactly modest, but who is judging? Grandma, she calls out, what is the maximum score for this? The number flashing above her head is a blunt, glaring one, and Ayelet's jaw hits the floor. It says 1, is my self-esteem that low, she squeaks, mortified. The old woman's smile freezes, and for once she looks genuinely rattled. Ayelet pulls the glasses off, quietly connecting dots. Right, I see, so that is why. I misread it, the old woman blurts, laughing it off with an awkward sorry. Turns out she grabbed the wrong pair entirely. That was not the passion eye, it was the sin eye. What, the sin eye? Ayelet's stomach drops. That one shows a very different kind of number. Of people I have killed, the number floating over her head suddenly means something much darker. That same blunt one hangs there again, this time dripping in implication. Ayelet closes her eyes, bracing herself and trying to remember. Ayelet, have you killed someone? No, or did I? I do not know, she wails, spiraling. Did you accidentally fry some poor civilians with your wide area skill? Ha, the old woman teases. I do not make fatal mistakes like that. Ayelet snaps back, only half convinced. It could be someone who could not escape a dungeon you closed, the old woman suggests. Ayelet freezes. A dungeon. She scrambles through memory. Which dungeon did I close, the Harpy Queen's or the sculptor's atelier? She wonders, picturing that unsettling bone-faced demon. Or maybe, she trails off, another possibility creeping in. The wrapped disc in her hands hums faintly, like it is answering the question itself. A flicker of memory surfaces. You have entered the dungeon of unknown difficulty, abyss of sin. Grandma, what happened to the dungeon I went to before to get a save point? She asks, almost afraid of the answer. Ah, that ownerless dungeon. It disappeared after you came out, the old woman answers lightly. It had been neglected so long it would have crumbled with a tap anyway, do not worry about it, she adds. Ayelet is not so sure, she says it had no owner, but what if I killed that being when I collapsed the dungeon? The thought will not let her go. Ugh, the sin eye really shows things better left unknown, the old woman mutters over her tea. Do not feel too guilty, that is just how worlds with dungeons work. Then, without missing a beat, more importantly, how is it going with your crush? Ayelet splutters. How did the topic jump like that? Because strict order and good is really good at creating souls, the old woman says, way too casually for what that implies. It would be nice if things go well, she adds. Ayelet just goes quiet. Something is nagging at her now. General store grandma, I have a question, Ayelet says, all seriousness. Can a god create another god? She asks, and the air in the room changes instantly. She descends the stairs into the dark, the question still hanging heavy. The old woman says nothing at all, that silence says plenty. But you evaluated that fictional god as being good at creating souls, Ayelet presses, glasses off, done playing dumb. As if strict order and good had qualifications equal to the gods of the Possession Management Bureau. And actually existed, and the world spirit sometimes referred to. This fictional deity as the runaway god, the old woman finishes. Ho-ho, seems both that person and I spoke carelessly. Acquiring divinity is next to impossible. It is beyond us to create something like strict order and good, she admits. Then is he a god of the Possession Bureau? Ayelet demands. Just know there was a predecessor in your world who messed up a project, the old woman says, and Ayelet's whole body goes cold. I cannot tell you anything beyond that, she says, final, absolute. Then the light around her changes, crackling, ancient, way bigger than any shopkeeper has a right to be. The power keeps building, shredding the sweet old lady disguise apart at the seams. Grandma, Ayelet cries out as the blue light swallows her whole. It was a vessel I liked, but I will not be able to use it anymore, the voice says, gentler now. Take this. Leave right now. If the vessel peels away and you see my true form, you will not survive it. Then quieter, this is because of my question, is not it? I am sorry. Ayelet clutches the little gift box, tears threatening, refusing to run just yet. What, ho-ho, do not worry about it, the old woman laughs through the flames. Cute possessed one, just remember this. Her disguise finally gives way completely, dissolving into raw, blinding light. Survive with all your might in your world, the voice says. No matter what, the world you belong to is real. Achieve a happy ending with your friends, she adds, softer than Ayelet has ever heard her. And then, with one last flicker, she is simply gone, the shop gone quiet around a girl who just lost a friend she barely understood. We open on quiet footsteps down a glowing hallway, Ayelet lost in her own head about something. She admits she's anxious about her grandmother, worried she pushed too hard with a request she probably didn't need to make. A steady voice cuts through the worry. She'll be fine, someone reassures her. That voice belongs to Agnes, and she's just dropped a strange line. She's heard someone close by is basically a god of some transmigration management bureau. Agnes turns the rumor into a point-blank question, calling her out by name. Isn't that right, transmigrated one, Ayelet? And Ayelet, totally cornered, can only admit that's right. Her face goes hot with panic. There is no taking that one back. Inside, Ayelet is spiraling. Wait, did she ever actually mean to tell Agnes her real identity? Nope, it just slipped right out. Agnes just shrugs it off. There's no way I wouldn't know, she says, like she's suspected her cute little transmigrator friend for a while now. All Ayelet can manage back is a very nervous, very guilty laugh. Neither of them, it turns out, had been careful with their words, and Ayelet admits she hadn't even noticed it happening at first. Agnes explains their private talks always used to sound muffled to her, garbled with strange, heretical religious terms she couldn't even place. But little by little the words came into focus, and today, she heard absolutely everything. Ayelet's stomach drops. There is no more hiding this. Agnes tells her this is exactly the question she's been sitting on since the day Ayelet came back. She wants a real explanation. Did Ayelet transmigrate, take over someone else's body, all of it? Ayelet freezes. Before she can even stammer out an answer, an invisible cosmic bureaucrat swoops in. The so-called advocate of confidentiality flags the whole conversation and starts grilling her about becoming a repeat offender. Then it freezes up entirely. Agnes's personal clearance for hearing heavenly secrets has apparently just spiked to maximum. Ailette is every bit as stunned as we are. What? Agnes has zero idea what any of that means, but hey, the universe just cleared her for full disclosure. Ailette wonders if that means she can finally tell Agnes everything, and starts piecing together why Agnes has always seemed a little too in the know. Turns out Agnes has quietly held partial clearance for heavenly secrets this whole time. The reason traces back to when Agnes was nothing but a wandering soul tagging along on Ailette's own account, basically her spiritual plus one. Ailette figured that was just because a soul couldn't meddle with the world anyway. The advocate sighs, having finally sniffed out the real loophole. Turns out a certain exalted general store exploited that loophole outright since small private businesses barely get monitored. The advocate is not happy about it. Ailette can't help wondering if a certain shopkeeper granny pulled some strings behind the curtain, right as Agnes snaps her back with, "Ailette, answer me." Ailette makes her choice, no more dodging. This time she's telling Agnes everything. She warns Agnes upfront, it's going to be a long story. And so Ailette starts from the very beginning, laying the whole truth out while Agnes listens in complete silence. Agnes doesn't say a word, she's just taking it all in. Finally, Agnes speaks. Their entire world, she realizes, started out as a novel. Fiction became reality, Ailette confirms. Right now, both of them are real, living people. But at the very start, Ailette admits they were nothing but characters on a page. Agnes presses a hand to her face, working through what that actually means for her. Then comes the question that's clearly gutting her: the God I believed in too. Was her entire faith just built on an illusion? Ailette tries to soften the landing. The shopkeeper granny herself said it earlier, a god can't create another god. Meaning the deity Agnes has always known as strict order and good was completely, genuinely real. Here's the ugly part, that God wrote this world into being according to the novel, then simply abandoned it. And without a god in place, the whole world was doomed to fall apart. Agnes puts it together with a chill. Is that why Tessalid keeps regressing over and over just to hold that collapse off? Ailette confirms it. This was only ever revealed way late in the original novel, out at his 99th cycle. Agnes is horrified, one single person carrying all of that alone because of a god she trusted. A god who irresponsibly walked away from an entire world, leaving her and Tessalid to pay for it. Agnes finally snaps, furious that a god could abandon them both to suffer like this, pointing out that even if transmigrators have to live out the story, that God never had to follow it faithfully at all. Then she catches herself. But Ailette. Something clicks for her. Wait, doesn't that mean the god never actually acted according to the novel at all? Maybe the novel wasn't a script the god had to follow, maybe it just reflected whatever was already happening up in the divine realm. Ailette blinks, thrown by the theory. What? In other words, the novel reads the way it does because the god had already run off. It actually clicks for Ailette. The novel, Infinite Returns to Save the World, had its serialization mysteriously halted once back in her old world. And right around that break, the story split clean into two very different halves. Up through cycle 85, it read as a straightforward hero saves the world story. From cycle 86 on, it turned into something crueler, a hero who saves the world again and still can't break the loop. So maybe the picture is this: the previous god, strict order and good, built the entire world off part 1 alone. A tidy little world where the hero saves everyone and the story wraps up neatly. But that god bailed before finishing the job, leaving behind two brutal rules baked into reality itself. The world collapses without a god watching over it, and Tessalid's loop only breaks once the world is truly saved. Basically, readers back in Ailette's old world kept filing endless complaints about the story dragging on forever. And out of that mess, an entire second half got written, one that was never even supposed to exist. That runaway improvisation became the actual text of the novel, word for word. Ailette lets out a heavy breath. Yeah, that's exactly how it was. And because part 2 exists at all, the survival difficulty that was originally a manageable S rank Got bumped straight up to SS rank, and Ailette paid the price for it too, all because of politics up in the divine realm. Agnes can barely process it. Gods, is this actually true? Meanwhile, up in the divine realm, the advocate of confidentiality just rolls its eyes, while the so-called critic for balance keeps sipping scalding coffee without noticing it's burning their tongue. One tower-building god suddenly announces closed-door training and bolts into hiding. The soul-judging scale pokes another god in the ribs, and that one erupts, screaming that just because some runaway deity is apparently the chairman's kid doesn't mean he gets away with everything. Back on the ground, Ailette admits she feels just as wronged and helpless. Even the world spirit itself, she says, is only a victim of that runaway predecessor god. And no one's paid a higher price for it than Tessalid. Right on cue, a familiar voice calls out, "Hey, Ailette." Later, Agnes admits she's been turning something over carefully in her head, and she's finally ready to bring it up. She just needs Ailette to take her seriously and not look at her weird. Her question, does the words faith actually accept souls? As believers too, she adds. Ailette practically launches across the couch in shock at the question. She can hardly believe what Agnes just asked her. Then she breaks into a warm smile. "Conversions are welcome, Sister Agnes," she says. Then the chapter cuts hard. Somewhere else entirely, a bloodied figure coughs violently, hands streaked red. Ragged breathing fills a dim, wrecked room. A lone figure collapses to his knees, barely holding on. The face that finally comes into focus is Tessalid's, bruised and gasping for breath. With what little strength he has left, he curses the gods who left him trapped in this endless loop. Damn, gods. Something's got him gasping for air, hunched over and drenched in red light like he's trapped somewhere he can't claw his way out of. He curses the gods through gritted teeth. Something is trying to kill him, and of all the times to pick a fight, this is not it. Even from somewhere called the Library of All Things, he says, this pain reached him like it tore straight through dimensions just to find him. It pours in from somewhere beyond the world itself and somewhere else entirely. A man in a suit watches it happen with a very grim face. A force hits him with enough momentum to erase his very existence. Not exaggerating for drama, that's literally how he describes it. Somewhere hands scramble for potions and someone's screaming for speed. It's a full-blown race against whatever's tearing him apart. A pink-haired girl presses something into his hand. "Take this, Terry," she says, quiet and steady. It's a high-grade potion, she tells him, the kind you save for when the pain gets unbearable. Her eyes go wide with worry as she studies his face, like she already knows this is bad. "Are you all right?" she asks, voice cracking just a little on the question. He grips something tight in his bloodied hand as she says his name again, softer this time, "Terry." He tells himself he can't give up in this round, not now, and forces the potion down anyway. Alone now, he sinks down and starts bargaining with whatever god might be listening. "So, gods," he starts. He swears he'll live virtuously from now on, just this once, please. Even dying men make promises they can't keep. The whole prayer boils down to 3 words, "Let me survive." Cut to the present. Ailette comes tearing down the hallway calling his name because Terry skipping breakfast is basically a 5-alarm fire to her. She shoves the door open, bracing for the worst. He manages a weak sorry, Ailette, looking like he just crawled straight out of that nightmare. He just wasn't feeling well, he says, understatement of the century. She demands to know what's wrong, why his face looks like that. Did someone bully him, she wants to know. What on earth happened to him, gods, a grown man, allegedly bullied. Privately, she's wondering if her male lead has some chronic illness she never got the memo on. Classic Isekai paranoia, honestly relatable. She doesn't wait for an answer, she just channels a healing spell straight into him. If he's not feeling well, she tells him, he can just rest today. He brushes it off, insists he can do it, and drags them both back toward the day's to-do list. And just like that, the two of them head off together, business as usual. She doesn't buy his excuse for a second. It bothers her, but she lets it sit for now. She files the worry away for later and shakes it off. Right, she reminds herself they really do have a lot to do today. First stop, playing therapist to a nervous noble who snapped at her own mother this morning. Her advice, give your mother a massage and write her an apology coupon. The girl eats it up like gospel because it basically is. Next up, a stiff meeting at the Golden Ivory Tower, where a room full of old men clears its throat in perfect unison. Then a meet and greet with the citizens of Peronsa, and sure enough, more awkward throat clearing. An aide briefs her on a new site. Remote, he says, but beautiful. There's clearly a but coming. Terry asks if she's really planning to go see it herself. Of course she is, she says. It's about to be her church. She needs to see with her own eyes what needs fixing. Word travels fast, apparently, because someone comes sprinting to intercept her. Your Holiness. You can't stay out overnight, he begs over and over. Apparently the saintess pulling a night visit is a full-blown crisis for the staff. She's already gone, hood up, calmly ignoring every last plea behind her. Terry tags along incognito, hood low, eyes scanning the crowd like old habits die hard. Wow, Terry, look at this, she says, dragging him toward the lights of the night market. Under her cover name, she's already lost focus of the whole undercover thing. Agnes, there's a duck over there, top-tier spycraft. They weave deeper into the quiet backstreets, past the last of the crowds. That's strange, Terry mutters, watching her a little too closely. He points out she moves like she's memorized every corner of this city, yet acts like it's her first time seeing these streets. She clearly knows this world inside and out, he presses. But her knowledge isn't visual, is it, he asks. Did she learn everything through text instead? And there it is, the question she never wanted anyone to ask. Even the world's own secret keeping system seems to flinch. She's been caught, plain and simple. She realizes with a jolt that he's been quietly testing her this whole outing. And now he's smirking, offering to play a truth game with her later. Before that can go any further, though, they both sense it at once. They've got a different problem right now. They shouldn't cause a scene, Terry says. Time to move somewhere with no witnesses. They peel off fast, boots hitting stone in the empty street. Their shadows stretch long behind them as they slip further from the lights. I'm probably the target, he tells her. Stay out of sight for now. Could be a fanatic obsessed with him, he figures. She points out that's somehow even less comforting than her being the target. Banter, even now. Either way, they agree to split up, whoever the assassin goes after. The other one ambushes while they're distracted, and right on cue, something screeches out of the dark. Both of them go rigid, catching the same sound at the exact same second. Somewhere in the dark, a hand eases a door open, careful not to make a sound. A blade slides free among the flower beds. Whoever this is, they came prepared. The trail leads straight to the front steps of the mansion. A shadow slips up the stairs and through the door like it owns the place. Islet holds her breath around the corner, watching, waiting. A few feet away, Terry does the same, eyes locked on that same door. Something snaps into motion in the darkness and it moves fast. A gloved hand closes around a blade, ready to strike. But Islet's just smiling. Whoever this is, they clearly weren't expecting her. A hooded figure grips a wicked curved blade in the dark, and it is very clear he did not come here to chat. A white-haired swordsman meets him head-on, and the clash lights up the whole hallway like a firework going off. He drops low, blade ready, sizing up an opponent who is clearly not planning to go easy on him. Steel screams against steel as the fight kicks into a brutal blink, and you miss it rhythm. The hooded attacker grits his teeth, straining against a block that is holding up way better than he expected. Our swordsman answers with a downward strike sharp enough to rattle the whole corridor. His eyes stay ice cold through all of it, not even a flicker of doubt on that face. He squares back up, completely unbothered, like this is just another Tuesday for him. Then, out of nowhere, he lowers his blade completely. Bold move against a guy still holding a knife. His hand closes around something glowing gold instead, and the temperature in the room seems to drop. He summons an entirely different weapon on the spot, a radiant holy blade that was definitely not part of round one. Even the hooded attacker can't hide it, blinking in pure disbelief. That quickly? Yeah, buddy, that quickly. Blade lowered again, he looks down at his opponent and says it plain, so it was you after all. He stands tall in the quiet aftermath, his sword still humming faintly with leftover light. Then something catches his attention and he snaps his head up, clearly not expecting company. Turns out the mystery attacker is packing not one but two daggers, strapped up like he means real business. "Mister, do you know me?" the hooded man asks, all smug right before somebody yells his name like they've got history. Ash. A familiar pink-haired face storms onto the scene demanding to know exactly why he is even here. He drops the tough act instantly, practically glowing as he greets her like a long-lost sibling. "Sister, we finally meet again." He is absolutely delighted she still remembers his name, grinning like it is the best day of his life. Our swordsman just blinks. "You two know each other?" "Oh, we're very well acquainted," she says, and that explains absolutely nothing. Turns out she saved this guy's life once. He got a little too cheeky about it afterward, so she disciplined him a bit. Fair trade, honestly. She narrows her eyes at him. "Is saving people your hobby or something? So why were you tailing us?" He opens his mouth to explain, gets about one syllable out, and then his stomach absolutely betrays him. She rushes over, alarmed, as the terrifying assassin crumples like his legs just gave out on him. "My stomach," he groans, and honestly the drama is a little much for what is actually going on here. Turns out the fearsome assassin just skipped a meal. "I'm hungry," he whines, all bark and zero bite. Somebody hands him food and just like that, crisis over, he is chowing down like nothing ever happened. "These are so good," he mumbles between bites, completely melting over some homemade snacks. "Did you really make these yourself, sister?" he asks, practically starstruck over pastries. Once he is fed, the real story comes out. A kill order has been slapped on his entire guild and they have been running ever since. She can't help thinking how unfair it all is. They are being blamed for a murder they never even touched, and the Mage Republic is furious about it. It clicks for her, the Tower Master was assassinated, and everyone quietly knows the real killer was someone named Reed. Instead, the Ragneef Mage Republic pinned it on Ash's crew, the Night Eagle Guild, and slapped a kill order on the lot of them. So Ash slipped into the duchy to lay low, spotted her by pure luck and tagged along. Oh, and by the way, since when did his sister become an actual holy knight? He does not miss a beat pivoting into a sales pitch. Clear results, affordable prices, murder for hire is apparently still a going concern for this guy. Cheating X, the person he cheated with, that one annoying coworker, "I'll handle all of them cleanly," he offers like this is a perfectly normal thing to say out loud. Her swordsman friend just stares, visibly regretting every life choice that led to this exact conversation. What should I do?" He asks who exactly this glaring stranger even is, and she answers with just one word, her real name. Ailette. Ash straightens up and greets him properly, all manners now. "Nice to meet you, Brother Tessalid. I'm Ash Knight, Sister's exclusive assassin. I'll be seeing you around plenty from now on. Stop joking. I'm not hiring you," she cuts him off flat. She has her reasons. In a previous timeline, this same assassin once took a contract to kill Terry. Awkward reunion energy, to say the least. Undeterred, Ash admits he tailed them the entire way from the Grand Duke's castle, hoping for a shot at getting hired. "Since we left the castle?" she asks, a little unsettled by just how long he has been shadowing them. Terry asks if she had noticed him too. "No," she admits, "I only picked up on it near the plaza." "Me too," he says. Even the mysterious woman with them admits she had suspected something but stayed quiet just in case. Here is the kicker, not one aura expert or aura master in their whole group had clocked Ash's presence the entire time. Ash must really be that good, Terry admits, already resigning himself to bringing this whole mess to their vice captain. Somewhere in all this we finally get a proper look at the guy, hood down, smug grin fully on display. Somebody mutters that whatever interview is being discussed here does not sound very promising at all. "Anyway, I'll let you know the interview results later. You can go now, we've got business here," she tells him, shooing him off. Ash doesn't argue, he just launches himself into the night sky yelling his goodbyes. "See you again, sister, and you too, brother." The mysterious blonde woman with them raises an eyebrow. "What a sociable assassin, but did you really have something else to do out here?" "Yes, actually," Islet admits, and it is clearly time to get down to real business. They head deeper into the quiet grounds, the trees thick and the air suddenly very still. A fountain glows to life in front of them, water pulling back to reveal something buried underneath. "There's a dungeon hidden here," she says. So that is why she insisted on buying this out-of-the-way plot of land. Was it because of this dungeon? Islet asks. And monopolize all the loot, the woman finishes with a grin. As expected, my disciple is cunning. All right, let's go in, Terry, Islet announces, hyped, to the mermaid dungeon sea of the great flood. The three of them leap straight into the glowing water together, no hesitation whatsoever. They vanish into the flooded dungeon in a burst of light, swallowed up completely. Sparks fly almost immediately. Whatever is waiting down there clearly is not rolling out a welcome mat. Back outside, Ash slumps down all by himself, already grumbling about where he is supposed to sleep tonight. Then he stiffens, head snapping up. Something is not right. Strange glowing symbols bloom out of nowhere in the rain, and whatever they are not friendly looking. Something drifts down through the glow, and Ash's quiet night just got a whole lot more complicated. To be continued. This storm's got a name now, the S-rank dungeon sea of the Great Flood, not exactly a vacation spot. Through sheets of rain, one lone figure just keeps walking, storm be damned. A pink-haired woman catches up to him, dead serious. Terry, you know what we're here to find, right? She asks. Terry doesn't even blink. The boat that does not overturn, he says, you should know about it. Ailette's stunned, he's already 3 steps ahead of her. Even mid-disaster, this guy's out here gathering intel like it's a hobby. I'll go look first, Terry says, already moving. Cut to memory, 2 old comrades, one blonde, one pink-haired, recall a legendary vessel, the boat that never capsizes. Do you mean the one we used to take down Undiciel? One asks. Back in the present, Ailette confirms it with a startled yelp. The memory checks out. There it is, half-sunk in the storm, the unsinkable boat itself. Terry grits his teeth and leaps, blue light crackling around him as he dives straight into the flooded chaos. Lightning splits the sky, and somewhere above a silhouette is falling. Someone is falling, a voice warns. Ailette clocks it immediately, eyes wide. What? A person, she gasps, already moving. They fell in, Ailette yells, scrambling up without a second of hesitation. Someone's peeling off a soaked shirt in the middle of the storm, gearing up to swim after whoever just went under. Not exactly the time for modesty. A cryptic warning flashes through the chaos. The scale that judges souls cannot look away from this guy's rebellion. That sounds like foreshadowing if I've ever heard it. Terry hauls the drowning stranger up out of the flood, muscling them both back toward the surface. Soaked to the bone, he slings the unconscious body over his shoulder and trudges back toward the boat. He finally sets the rescued stranger down, utterly wiped out from the swim himself. Ailette does a double take at the unconscious man's face. Ash, why is he here? She blurts, clearly not expecting this particular face today. The rescued man, Ash, coughs up a lungful of water while Ailette hovers over him, checking if he's okay. Someone asks if he's all right, and for a split second his groggy mind flashes to a small silver-haired boy calling out, "Sister, whatever that memory is, it's not here." Once he's steady again, someone breaks the news to Ash plainly. The man who just saved his life is standing right there. And there he is, Ash, dramatically revealed, dark hair plastered down, looking every bit like a man just dragged out of a flood by a stranger he definitely wasn't expecting. Terry skips the pleasantries, straight to the point. Was Ash following them again? Ash swears he wasn't this time. He says he just felt a surge of demonic energy, blacked out like something yanked him under and woke up here. Someone pieces it together fast. It's a dungeon sink, some unlucky cosmic coincidence that dragged him straight into their disaster. Water-based dungeons are just unstable like that, she explains. The real headache is keeping this dungeon's existence a secret from the outside world. Someone half jokes they can't exactly kill him to keep him quiet either. Ash laughs it off nervously, then pauses. Wait, that was a joke, right? Someone floats a better idea to Terry. Why not recruit him instead? A guy like this is a lot easier to manage as an ally than as a loose end. Terry stares him down in silence, then delivers the verdict, cold as the rain. Nobody with zero faith gets to join the Knights of the Holy Council. Cut to a hooded figure, hands clasped in prayer, as someone relays the update with a raised eyebrow. That's what he says. Terry looks at Ailette, unconvinced. You believe such light words, he asks. Surprisingly, she does, and just like that the system takes notice. An atheist has officially been converted into a believer. A little system message floats up deadpan as ever, boosting some divine stats because the system said so. No further explanation offered. Love that for them. Terry sighs and relents. All right, if you say so, Alet. Ash meanwhile is thrilled, throwing his hands up. Thank you, brother. Ash flashes a smug little grin, promising he won't let his new siblings down. And to prove it, he rattles off his resume. Assassination, scouting, tracking, pickpocketing, fraud, even gambling. Ask him to do literally anything. Alet's eyes light up with mischief. Really? Then the first thing I'll have you do is cut 2 fishing rods. Yes, really. Alet recalls, almost as an afterthought, that Terry actually learned to fish from 2 guys named Aster and Velo. She admits she couldn't understand a word they said at the time, but hey, apparently something stuck. Flashback, some golden, glowing memory of Terry receiving a fishing rod like it's a sacred relic. Something definitely got through, all right. Back in the present, Terry plants his feet, dead serious. This time for sure he's landing a big one. I'll catch a big fish, he declares like it's a holy vow. And he does. A massive catch goes flying, splashing everyone in celebration. I caught another one, he crows, clearly on a roll now. Ash, meanwhile, is stuck at 0 fish to Terry's 5, sulking. What should I do, brother? I feel like I'm the only one enjoying this, he grumbles, which, judging by his empty bucket, is definitely not true. Off to the side, a blonde woman, Tessalid, muses out loud that if she ever loses her job she might just become a fisherman. Alet, deadpan, offers to get her started immediately. Tessalid pulls Alet aside, grumbling that with a certain someone hanging around she can't really talk freely, and waves her over by name. Terry chimes in with a practical suggestion. Since there's a newcomer in the group now, maybe it's time somebody actually explained this dungeon to him. Oh, perfect timing, Tessalid, someone calls out. Tessalid blinks, caught off guard. All right, she shrugs, and Alet turns to Ash. Let me explain this place to you. This place, Alet begins, looks like open sea now, but it used to be solid land until a great flood rolled in and swallowed everything whole. The rain, she says, didn't stop for 40 days straight. Every living thing on the surface was wiped out in the process, and the flood was only ever supposed to last those 40 days. After that, life was supposed to start over, quiet and green again. Except a high-ranking demon swooped in and claimed the place for itself, twisting it into a demonic realm, an endless, drowning sea where the water simply never stops. Terry, still soaked in the boat, puts the pieces together. Whatever's running this place is probably a demonic beast that needs seawater just to survive. That's right, Alet confirms, dead serious. The boss of this place is. Tentacles the size of tree trunks slide up out of the water. The answer, a kraken. Of course it's a kraken. Its massive, bulbous shape looms just beneath the surface, way too close for comfort. And then, mid-panic, Terry's fishing line suddenly snaps taut, because of course he never actually stopped fishing. Alet's jaw drops. Something got caught, she says, and everyone realizes exactly what that something probably is. The line strains, impossibly heavy. It's incredibly strong, Terry grunts, hauling back with everything he's got. Ash leans in, pale. Sister, is that it? That, he starts, already dreading the answer. And there it is, breaching the water in full, the kraken hooked on Terry's fishing line. Turns out you really can catch a big one on your first cast, just maybe not the way you planned. Terry's rod bends hard as something huge takes the bait, and Alet's jaw drops at what's surfacing beside him. A monster of a marlin explodes out of the waves, fighting for its life on the end of the line. It thrashes and dives again, refusing to give up without a fight. That's such a huge fish, Alet squeals, practically bouncing at the size of it. It's a marlin, Ash cheers him on. Don't get discouraged just because you haven't caught a single one yet, brother, pull it up. Without you saying it, Terry mutters back, gritting his teeth and hauling on the line like his pride's on the hook too. The marlin makes one last desperate dive, dragging the line down in one huge, chaotic splash. But something about this stretch of water makes Alet's voice trail off, uneasy. A thick fog rolls in out of nowhere, swallowing the boat whole. Visibility drops to nothing, just gray mist and the faint outline of something out there. A system window flashes a warning. They've just stepped into the mist of bewilderment. Alet feels the whole atmosphere shift. We can't see a thing in this fog, will we be okay, sister? Ash asks, while Ailette admits she can feel several presences circling them. Terry goes still, eyes shut, caught by some faint melody drifting through the mist. The eerie tune keeps creeping closer, note by note, and nobody else seems to hear it yet. What a beautiful singing voice, Terry breathes, completely entranced, so beautiful. The song paints him a happy little daydream, Terry and Ailette laughing together like nothing's wrong. It's a trap dressed up as a good mood. Ailette snaps into action, slamming a blessing of protection onto him before the song can pull him any further under. Terry blinks, the trance breaking. I can't hear the singing anymore, he says, shaking it off. Their voices are beautiful but dangerous, Ailette warns. They wreck the minds of anyone who hears them and walk them straight into the sea. Terry catches the wording fast, if you say they. A blunt warning flashes across the fog, invasion. Whatever's been circling them is done hiding. Something huge and dark drags itself up out of the water, right beside the boat. A mermaid surfaces with a wicked grin. Hello, beast of the land, she coos. Mermaids, Ash blurts, finally putting a name to the thing that's been stalking them. The water around the boat starts churning with more shapes and more and more. So many of them, Ailette gasps, realizing every presence they'd felt earlier belonged to this whole crowd. The mermaids start gossiping among themselves, wondering how long it's been since they last saw a human man and whether the young one's too young to touch. They turn the charm on Terry directly. You're so busy, won't you look at us? Should we help you pull up that fish? A clawed hand closes around his wrist. Come here, the mermaid purrs, and Ailette's smile goes ice cold. We'll adore you, the mermaid coos, until your skin swells and bursts from the seawater. Charming. Ailette's patience just ran out. Divine punishment, Ailette roars, done playing nice. A bolt of judgment splits the sky and slams straight down into the water. How scary, one mermaid mutters, so that's what happens if you touch sister's man. Ailette isn't finished, keep talking nonsense and you're next. She shrugs it off, half reassuring, half terrifying. It wasn't that strong anyway, they should all still be alive. The real casualty floats up belly first. Their Marlin didn't make it through the crossfire. Ash, unbothered, sizes up the stunned mermaids. Should we finish them off before they wake up? No, Ailette says, already moving. I came here to talk with them. She snatches up the youngest mermaid mid-panic and holds her up like a bargaining chip. Your beloved family member is in my hands. Ash raises an eyebrow at her definition of talking. The youngest, a human woman, has her. The other mermaids shriek, scrambling in a panic. Give back our youngest, they scream, closing in around the boat. Flip the boat, tear them all apart. Someone howls and Ailette has to shout over the chaos. Calm down, I really did come here to talk. Touch my companions and we'll have a problem. Leave us be and so will I, Ailette says, then does the last thing anyone expects. She starts healing the child's wounds. Warm light spreads from her hands, mending the little mermaid right in front of everyone. The mermaids go quiet, stunned. It's been 100 years since anyone showed them kindness and suddenly they're asking the real question. Can this human actually get rid of their kraken problem? Ailette's grin turns sharp. I can, but there's a condition. She pulls out a delicate little music box and the mermaids lean in, curious. It's a rare artifact from the forest of the Unicornus, a music box built by Ilaniro himself to control the emotions of his own wives. Romantic guy. It carries 4 different tracks, each one tuned to summon a different feeling. The track list alone is a lot. Happy Candy House, Cinderella who achieved revenge, the heartbroken Snow Queen, and the temptation of the naked emperor. The one I'm playing, Ailette announces, is track 3. The box begins to glow, winding up to summon one very specific feeling. Sadness, Ailette says simply, and the melody of the heartbroken Snow Queen drifts out over the water. The song hits home. The little mermaid tears up and Ailette gently wipes the tears away right on cue. Thank you, the young mermaid sniffles, you are a kind human. Ailette immediately pinches those chubby cheeks, cooing over how cute she is. Everyone else just stares, baffled by the whiplash. Ailette's eyes lock onto the mermaid's tears. Tears, just give me this and you can keep the music box as a gift. Give me your tears on a regular basis and I'll handle the kraken for you, she offers, dangling a vial like it's the deal of the century. Turns out mermaid tears are a top-grade potion ingredient, rare and wildly expensive. Ailette's whole face lights up with pure, unfiltered greed. The mermaids barely blink. That's all? Fine, kill that ugly octopus for just that and we'd be grateful. Ailette hands the little one back gently. Here, sorry for scaring you, go on back to your sisters. The deal is made, human, the mermaids say, sealing it. One of the mermaids grabs the boat. I'll take you to that ugly octopus, she says, and they're off. The mermaids tow them through the water at a ridiculous speed, dragging the whole boat along like it weighs nothing. What incredible speed, Terry marvels, and Ailette doesn't waste the moment. Terry, get ready now, she warns, all business. Ailette flashes a confident little smirk. The Kraken has no idea what's coming for it. We'll meet the Kraken soon, she says, and the deep, dark water ahead goes very, very quiet. The crew pushes through churning water, closing in on the Kraken's lair hidden deep below the waves. Their mermaid guide points into the depths. Here it is, she says, the Kraken is down below. She thanks them for the ride, then warns the rest of the crew to keep their distance. This fight isn't for outsiders. Be careful, land human, the mermaid warns, fixing Ailette with a wary look before she dives. With a flick of her tail, she vanishes underwater, leaving their little boat rocking in her wake. So you wanted to keep this dungeon secret because of the mermaids? Ash asks, putting the pieces together. If mermaids fall into the wrong hands, they get horribly abused, he says quietly. You're really kind, lady. Ash brushes off the compliment. Tesselid's the kind one, not me, he mutters, looking away. That guy, I'm not even so sure, he adds, trailing off as his mind drifts somewhere darker. A memory rises unbidden, a cold voice from his past, telling him they were cut from the same cloth. How many people have you killed? The memory asks, and the question just hangs there. I don't know is all he can answer. The number stopped mattering a long time ago. The memory cuts deeper, a bloodied tally scratched into the dark, proof of a past he can't outrun. I also have something to ask, comes the reply, a noose looming behind the words like a threat. Two faces blur together in the memory, past and present tangled into one uneasy reflection. Then the memory softens, a much younger Ash, wide-eyed among the mushrooms, innocently asking if anyone happened to have poison lying around. What? Comes the baffled reply. Back in the present, the crew finishes rigging a bloodied harpoon line, the Kraken's bait. Done, Ailette announces, grinning ear to ear while Terry and Ash look distinctly unimpressed by her enthusiasm. The poison bait is ready. Once it smells the blood, it'll bite, she explains, holding up a line spun from the legendary Spirit King's harp string. Ash eyes the harp string warily. This reminds me of that one time you threatened my life with it, he grumbles. Terry, the second it bites, pour your aura and divine power into the line and strike, she orders. Ash's poison will soften it up, but that alone won't be enough. Its shell's tough, lopping off a few legs won't even faze it. We need to hit it from the inside, she warns, plan locked in. Ash, I'll draw its attention. You focus on keeping the ship in one piece, Ailette tells him. We're not here for fun, focus, she snaps, all business now as the mist thickens around them. Now then, she grins, raising her weapon to the churning water. Let's begin. A warning tears through the air, a violent whirlpool is forming right beneath them. Terry launches off the deck, blade drawn, cutting straight into the churning water. Massive tentacles burst up from below, the Kraken finally answering the bait. The dungeon's master reveals itself, demonic realm rank 610, the Kraken who blocked the sewer. Holy strengthening, Ailette murmurs, light gathering in her clasped hands. Target engraving, judgment proclamation, she chants, the spellwork building layer by layer. Absolute execution, she declares, lightning crackling around her outstretched hand. She screams the incantation home, power surging past anything this Kraken has ever faced. Divine punishment, the sky itself seems to answer her call. The strike lands and the sea erupts, light and water colliding in a violent flash. Wah! The boat lurches hard, nearly throwing everyone overboard. A tentacle the size of a building looms over their little boat like it's nothing. The whole crew clings on for dear life as the boat pitches through the chaos. Lady, this boat won't flip over, right? I'm scared, someone whines, only for Ailette to snap back, stop whining and protect the ship properly. Ayelet locks her focus back on the beast, golden chains already forming at her command. The chains lash out and coil tight around the kraken's flailing limbs. Terry presses the advantage, blade flashing through the bound tentacles. Even chained, the kraken's massive eyes still burn with fury, far from finished. Another blow lands hard, rocking the beast back. Ayelet weaves through the fight herself, her aura flaring with every strike. Spectral light trails behind her movements, the holy magic taking on a life of its own. Caught in the crossfire, the mermaid guide is nearly thrown from the wreckage. Terry cuts back in without missing a beat, his expression locked in grim focus. Ash flips through the air, daggers coated in poison finding their mark. The kraken thrashes wildly, dragging half the sea up with it. Its eye flares red with pain and rage as the poison finally starts to take hold. Terry, the mermaid, screams a warning as the beast whips around on him. Terry answers with everything he's got, blue sacred flame, he calls out. Rain and sweat streak down his face as he pours every ounce of power into the blade. A circle of blue fire ignites around him, brighter than anything the crew has seen from him before. The flame races down the holy chains, feeding straight into the binds around the kraken. Blue light swirls and thickens, building toward its peak. The fire slams into the kraken's flesh, searing straight through its defenses. The blast rips through the water in a wall of blue flame. Smoke and steam boil off the sea as the strike finally settles. Ayelet spots it trying to slip away into deeper water, trying to run into the sea, she calls out, not having it. A beam of light cuts through the storm as the rumors about Terry finally prove true. You're truly a one-of-a-kind holy sword, someone breathes, watching him in awe. Ayelet raises her own hand to finish the job, severance. Her face sets with total resolve as the final spell tears free. Light pools between her fingers, ready to end this fight for good. The beam slices clean through the kraken's tentacles, golden light devouring the dark. A glowing token drifts free from the wreckage, catching the light as it falls. The holy light keeps carving through the beast, relentless. The kraken's defenses finally give out completely in one last blinding flash. As the light fades, a lone silhouette drifts quietly down through the settling glow. A notification chimes through the quiet. The dungeon's master, rank 610, the kraken who blocked the sewer, has fallen. The mermaid drifts safely through the calming water, the sea settling around her at last. The territory itself answers to a new name, now the Sea of the Great Flood, claimed by its conqueror, Ayelet Roadline. Ayelet finishes off the kraken with one last flashy strike, and Ash cheers her on, calling her sister for pulling off the kill in style. Terry watches on, arms crossed, but something is clearly bothering him, but he starts trailing off. Ash frowns at the water, confused why the whirlpool still hasn't calmed down. It feels like it's getting even stronger, Ayelet notes, unbothered. Ash tries to reassure everyone it's just a natural phenomenon. Turns out that kraken had been plugging up this drain for 100 years straight. And we just popped the plug right out, Ash deadpans, as the last of the kraken's magic bursts apart below them. Ash asks nervously if they really don't need to worry about any of this. Even their own boat is getting dragged toward that drain now. The boat gets yanked violently into the churning water. Whoa. Ayelet clings to Terry as the current rips at them. It's impossible to swim against this. Terry, can you see it? Someone calls out over the roar of the water. Terry, calm as ever even mid-crisis, simply answers, not yet. Jagged rocks loom up out of the dark water beneath them as the current drags them closer. Just a little more, Terry grits out, while Ash begs him to hurry it up already. Having death right at my doorstep isn't exactly pleasant, Terry mutters, as Ayelet squeals that it's getting way too close now. They cling together as the current wrenches them forward, then, finally, a relieved all right. Their ship gets swallowed whole by the drain, vanishing into the dark from above. The whirlpool spins the wreck down and down, further into the depths. Dawn breaks over jagged cliffs as the group washes up safe on a distant shore, the ordeal finally behind them. A boot finds solid ground at last, they made it. What's left of the kraken's power crumbles away into glittering dust. The last traces of the beast scatter into the wind, and it's finally truly over. Let's check out the subjugation reward items, Ayelet says, and the trio heads off to see what they earned. She holds up a skill book and offers it to Terry first. Does he want it? Terry declines flatly, he's just not feeling it. The book's power is revealed holy darkness, a skill that blankets an entire area in pitch-black shadow. Of course, Terry passed he can't stand the dark, so Ailette decides to learn it herself, no hesitation. Terry grumbles, just one measly skill book for taking down an S-rank boss, pretty lackluster if you ask him. Ailette just giggles it off, kind of boring honestly. With nothing else worth grabbing, she wonders if Ash should head home now, and just like that, an exit gate blinks open. Ash blinks, wait, just him, sister. Ailette tells him to head to the Grand Duke's castle and drop her name for a warm welcome, plus a nice bonus for his hard work. Ash wails her name as the portal sweeps him off. She shoves him through the gate without a shred of mercy. Heh, Ailette mutters to herself, no matter how close Ash, and she trails off, something clearly on her mind. She tells Terry she can't share any more secret stories, which only makes him more curious. Turns out there's one more Kraken reward waiting on the ground. Ailette lifts up a grungy old rum bottle triumphantly. This is it. Just an old bottle on the outside anyway. But the story goes that an alcoholic once picked one up by accident and got rich off it. Ailette's eyes go wide, as I thought it's a treasure map. The item's description spells it out. This map points the way to 3 different treasure rooms. A matching key comes with it, but it only works once. Terry examines the map, 3 treasure rooms to choose from, and with the key being a one-shot deal, they'll need to pick carefully. Option 1, the sinking treasure ship, stuffed with jewels and gold bars. Ailette practically drools over the idea of all that sunken sea treasure. The other 2 are the holy artifact ruins and the well of eternal life. Ailette shrugs, no contest, let's just go for the treasure ship. But Terry suddenly speaks up, he wants to go to the well of eternal life instead. His expression is dead serious, he's not joking around. Ailette's caught off guard, wait, what did you just say? Terry doubles down, please, let me go to the well of eternal life. He offers to hand over his entire salary as payment if that's what it takes. I'm begging you, he says, and he genuinely means it. Ailette's stunned, torn between all that glittering treasure and this rare, desperate side of Terry. Her composure melts into total flustered chaos at the sight of him pleading like that. Terry lowers his head and Ailette finally caves. All right. Let's go where you want to go, she tells him. Relieved, Terry thanks her from the bottom of his heart. Ailette sighs to herself, wondering if she's gone soft on Terry. She can't even stay properly annoyed looking at that face. Out on the water, a pair of mermaids splash and play, unaware they are about to have visitors. Ailette wades in and politely calls out for their attention. Excuse me. She explains they're looking for the place marked on their map. Could the mermaids perhaps guide them there? One mermaid answers easily, of course. After all, these humans are the ones who won their home back for them. But one mermaid adds there's a catch. Reaching the well means a long swim through deep water. Why? Terry starts to ask, and the mermaid leans in close instead. Don't you come a little closer? Before anyone can answer, the mermaid grabs Ailette and yanks her straight into the water. The current roars to life around them, dragging everyone under. Someone shouts the obvious, they're being pulled in. 1 second she's sinking through dark water, the next a hand shoots out of nowhere and grabs her wrist. Someone or something just caught her. Goodness, is this some mermaid's idea of a prank or an attack? She thinks, scrambling. Whatever it is, step 1 is obvious, hold her breath. A pair of huge eyes blink back at her through the water. Whoever's got her is hauling her deeper, fast, and she's got zero say in the matter. Wait, she's not drowning, can she actually breathe down here? Turns out their mystery rescuer slapped a breathing spell on both of them, handy trick to have. Their rescuer tows her through the current like it's nothing, clearly heading somewhere with a purpose. She relaxes into it, honestly starting to enjoy the ride. A whole school of glittering fish streams past, gorgeous down here, she has to admit. This is our home, her rescuer tells her, and the ocean opens up into something incredible. Another merfolk drifts up to greet them, and for a second it's just 2 shapes circling each other in the blue. Her guide grins, clearly right at home in these waters. They dive deeper still, down toward a hidden cave mouth cut into the rock. Something in the dark ahead catches the light, and catches her attention right along with it. She goes quiet, just staring at whatever's glowing up ahead. For a beat they just float there, face to face, sizing each other up. Then the current pulls her onward, deeper into the unknown. She breaks the surface, gasping for air like her lungs forgot the breathing spell was ever a thing. Air, actual air, she will absolutely take it. We have arrived, human, her guide announces, all business. Her eyes go wide, taking in wherever exactly here is. So this is the spot that beat-up old treasure map was pointing to this whole time. A glittering, glowing cavern stretches out ahead of her, like something straight out of a fairy tale. Crystal blooms line the path, lit up like the place installed its own fairy lights. What a beautiful place, she starts, then stops herself mid-sentence. Wait a second. She spots it and lights up. That's enchilada, a top-grade medicinal herb growing wild right here. Forget a sunken treasure ship, they've stumbled onto a whole field of rare herbs instead. Let's start gathering, she cheers, already elbow-deep in it. Meanwhile, on his own end of the search, Terry's scaling the rocks, tense and focused. He's chasing something too. He follows a glowing, flower-lined passage deeper underground, treasure map leading the way. A pendant in his grip flares to life, throwing off sparks of light like it's reacting to something close by. He turns the charm over in his hand, watching it pulse. This thing is definitely pointing him somewhere. Deep in the ruins, an old carved figure looms out of the gloom. Whatever this place is, it's ancient. And then there they are. Terry and Aylette's two separate searches finally collide in the same cave. Light spills through a tangle of dead branches ahead, marking the way into whatever's waiting beyond. And there it is, a stone basin glowing with strange green light, sitting dead center of the ruins. Is this, Aylette breathes, the well of eternal life? Terry crouches down and reaches for the glowing water himself, wanting a closer look. The water ripples and shimmers under his fingers, alive with light. That's right, he confirms quietly, and something about how calm he sounds feels a little off. There's a flicker of something darker behind his eyes that he's clearly trying to bury. Aylette leans over the water, curious. Should I try a drink too? Well, they do call it a treasure, Terry says, a little too breezy about it. She hesitates. Something in his tone makes her pause, because Terry's face has gone completely white. He lunges and grabs her before she can take a single sip. Hurry, someone shouts, and panic spreads through the whole cave in an instant. One of the merfolk teases him, did you get so greedy you can't spare a sip for the rest of us? Terry's answer kills the joke stone dead. No, it would be a relief if it were just treasure. This, he says, staring at the water he's already swallowed, isn't treasure at all. It's poison. The truth about this glowing little miracle well starts pouring out. Sip it long enough and it does stretch your life, but the fine print is brutal. Insomnia and nightmares first, then your emotions and memories erode, then you lose your own powers, and finally your soul just collapses. Bottom line, it's a slow, deadly poison that erases your soul completely. I said spit it out, Terry, throw it up now. Aylette is not asking twice. He grabs her hand instead, holding on tight. Aylette. It's okay, he tells her, way too calm for the situation. A single sip won't change anything. You don't have to worry about me, he adds, and that is exactly the wrong thing to say. She stares at him. Why are you so calm about this? Did you already know, she asks, that this is soul annihilation? Complete death, that's what she's realizing he was actually after. Was that your goal? Is that why you wanted to come here? Her grip tightens on his sleeve, like she can physically stop him from slipping away. To escape the regression, she asks, putting the pieces together out loud. No, he thinks to himself, unseen. This version of him, on his 17th loop through this exact nightmare, hasn't broken down that far yet. 17 loops of this same life, and counting. He grips his own collar like he's trying to physically hold himself together. Aylette watches him, something breaking behind her own eyes. She is not letting this go, not this time. Their hands stay locked together, neither one willing to be the first to let go. If you really came here to die, she says, voice shaking but steady, then you are going to do something else instead. I will, Terry answers, and it is not the answer she was bracing for. Her hand ignites with golden light, magic gathering at her fingertips. I will destroy this well, Terry declares. No more drinking it, no more chasing an ending like this. They are tearing the whole thing down. But the poison is already working through him, and this fight is only just getting started. Somewhere in the swamp, a pair of little monsters spot two humans going at it. "Oh, sister, I think the humans are fighting," one squeaks right before someone off-panel yells to break everything. "They look really strong, let's run away." The little creatures decide, wisely bailing before they become collateral damage. Dust settles over old ruins. Terry and Ailette are left standing alone, whatever just happened already behind them. "Do that, Ailette," someone tells her. She blinks, caught off guard. "That's what I came here to do as well," comes the reply, and the air shifts. Terry's expression goes still. Whatever he just heard, he is not shrugging it off. A memory surfaces. "Someone to prevent that from happening," a voice murmurs, half lost to the water. A hand dips into dark water. Keeps, the memory repeats unfinished. "Extending my lifespan," the voice finally says. "That would be a truly painful thing." Terry's face tightens. This memory clearly costs him something to look at. Water drips from a clenched fist. Something is about to give. "Blue holy fire," he says, and a younger Terry ignites like the word itself set him off. The flame wraps around his fist, hungry and blinding. An entire tree goes up in blue fire, roots and all. The ground itself seems to burn, stone and water swallowed by the blaze. One clean slash of flame cuts through the smoke like it owns the place. A little pink-haired girl stares up at it all, frozen. Young Ailette is watching, and she is not okay. Her hand goes to the cross around her neck. Whatever she just saw, it shook her. Was that really just an imagination? She wonders, unable to shake the image of his face. The fire settles around him, and for a moment he looks like a stranger wearing Terry's face. "I thought I knew everything about the Silid," Ailette recalls, but that face as he burned the entire well. She never finished that thought. Present-day Terry goes quiet, lost somewhere in that same old memory. Back to the here and now, the mermaids they need still are not coming back. They must have fled quite far, Terry figures. We need their breathing magic to return. Stuck in a glowing cave with no way out, Terry decides now is the moment. "Since it's just the two of us, let's have a serious talk." Ailette's whole face goes she was not ready for serious. They end up nose to nose, both a little flustered, neither backing off first. Ailette points a finger right at him. "You can hear Agnes's voice, can't you?" Turns out she has been sitting on this suspicion for a while. Cue the flashback, a bubbly blonde spirit gasping, "Really? Can you really hear my voice?" "So there's someone else to talk to besides Ailette?" She needles him. "Why haven't you said anything until now? Since when could you hear me?" The spirit herself shows up to scold him. "Why were you pretending not to know? How sly." Terry just bows his head. "I'm sorry, Saintess, I didn't intend to deceive you. I was going to tell you soon." Ailette, he admits. "Sorry for hiding it." She waves it off, half joking that hiding things is basically a regressor's whole personality, all while privately relieved she never mentioned her own secret to Agnes. Turns out the Celestial Watchers nearly caught wind of it too, some cosmic inspector of heavenly secrets clocking the near miss just in time. Fair's fair, Terry's got a question of his own. "Can I ask one thing too? I've always been curious. Why do you work so hard to save money?" The question lands harder than he probably meant it to. Well, she stalls. She weighs how much she can actually say, then just goes for it. "I'm under a certain curse, and it's a curse where I die if I fall in love." There it is, out loud, no takebacks. He goes quiet, a little too quiet. Saying it out loud makes me kind of embarrassed, he admits, which is not exactly the reaction she braced for. "I'm not joking, it's real," she insists. "It's a terrifying curse. Not just me, but the person I like will also die a sudden, violent death. Without fail, no pressure on whoever falls for her then." "I see, a curse from God," Terry says slowly, actually taking it seriously. "Understandable," he says. "Strict order and goodness sometimes demands very harsh things. Ailette, so that you can be liberated from God's curse." He lets the sentence hang there for a beat, already deciding what he's going to say next. "I will help too," Ailette practically short-circuits. Is earning money a topic that can sound this holy? Apparently coming from him, yes. She wonders privately if it is just because his face is stupidly holy-looking, then catches herself. Ailette," he says softly, saying her name like it matters. "What do you think are my good points?" Bold question for a guy standing in a flooded cave. So suddenly?" She recovers fast. "I figured there must be a reason you choose to stay with me. What merits do I have that make you help me?" She waits for the answer with a small, hopeful smile she probably does not realize she's making. Because you're kind, is that all? Because you have a good personality, that's the same thing. Smooth, Terry, real smooth. Forget it, stop, and there it is, folks, the world's most powerful sulk. Ayelet is delighted. First time she's ever seen him pout, and she is already plotting bigger compliments to milk it further. She winds up for a full-blown, hand-over-heart declaration. The reason I like you is that your very existence in this world is Somebody stop her before she hits peak cringe. She gasps mid-sentence, cutting herself off cold. Wait, what time is it now? Never a good sign when the mood breaks for a clock check. Ugh, it's midnight, a new day just started and they are both very aware of it now. He pulls her in without warning. I didn't want to welcome today in a place like this. What's wrong? She asks, caught off guard. Whatever today is, it clearly means something to him, and he is not quite ready to say what. Meanwhile, back at base, midnight strikes and one very unimpressed commander is watching the clock. It's past Saintus, someone wails while a mental image of a giggling Ayelet insists she is not staying out all night. Commander, do we have to keep waiting? Another night sighs. I don't think she's coming back until morning, one night mutters, already resigned to the worst. The commander is not having it. If she's a saintess, she should set an example for the Church of Order, but staying out overnight with a holy knight, the scandal writes itself. Don't worry, she'll return without any trouble, another knight reassures him. After all, her companion is Tessalid Argent. If it's that boring guy, no, the sanctified knight of the Holy Sword, he corrects himself even if a succubus danced in front of him, he'd be less responsive than a dead person. The knights are convinced their commander is the human equivalent of a locked door, they have no idea. That's true, another agrees, if it's Sir Tessalid nothing will happen, famous last words. Back in the cave, Terry suddenly scoops Ayelet right up, no warning at all. Whatever happens next, those knights back home have absolutely no idea what they signed up for, to be continued. Terry grumbles that it's just turned midnight, and honestly this dreary spot is not how he wanted to spend it. Ayelet catches something off in his mood right away and gently asks what's wrong. She holds out a neatly wrapped gift and tells him simply, take this. Terry blinks at the box in his hands, caught completely off guard. What is this? He asks. Turns out Ayelet remembered what he didn't. It's your birthday present, she says. It's your birthday today. Happy birthday, Terry, she beams, and for once the storm outside doesn't seem to matter. Terry just stares, quietly stunned that anyone remembered at all. Truth is, he admits to himself, he hasn't thought about his own birthday in longer than he can remember. Something in his expression softens just for a second. Can I open it? He asks, sounding almost like a kid himself. Ayelet stops him. Before you open it, she says, there's something I want to tell you. She's giving it to him just in case, not because he'll ever need it. Her real hope is that this cycle turns out to be his last. Her own words catch in her throat, more emotional than she meant to let on. The gift tag is signed off simple and sincere, sincerely. You've waited long enough, she tells him, you can open it now. He finally pulls the ribbon loose, smiling despite himself. Inside is the last thing anyone would expect. A battered old floppy disk wrapped up like buried treasure. The moment he actually looks at it, the whole mood in the room changes. His face drains of color, the easy birthday mood gone in an instant. Ayelet clocks it immediately. Whatever's in that box, it hit him like a gut punch. She rushes to him alarmed. Terry, what's wrong? Are you feeling ennui? He cuts her off, grabbing her wrist and saying her full name like it's a question he's terrified to ask. His grip is tighter than he probably realizes, his composure cracking wide open. Where did you get this? He demands, dead serious for the first time all night. It stirs up an old, uneasy memory, someone once teasing him the exact same way over a gift he couldn't stomach. Please, he says, tell me everything honestly. Ayelet admits she can't share every detail, only that it cost her a price paid straight to a god. She found the artifact buried deep inside an unnamed, unmapped dungeon. She struck the deal herself and carried it out of there with her own 2 hands. And when she'd said earlier that she risked her life for it, she meant every word. Something was lurking in that dungeon, something that made her feel real danger, but she made it out in one piece. Terry hangs on every word, dread building behind his eyes. Tell me more, he presses. What did that place look like? Ayelet hesitates. She describes total desolation and at the center, a massive hole swallowing every last speck of light. It sounds exactly like somewhere he knows. Terry goes cold. He knows that place, he's been there. An old memory claws its way back up, thorny and unwelcome. A memory surfaces from long ago, a small hand caught in his and the stunned realization it was you. He says her full name like he's only just now understanding who she really is to him, Ayelet Roadline. In the memory, a much younger Ayelet flinches, startled by the sudden embrace. It was her, all along, tangled up in every piece of his past he thought he already understood. Young Ayelet yelps his name in shock, clearly not expecting to be grabbed like that. Are you crazy? She scolds him. Do you want to die? Even as kids, this guy's already scaring her half to death. A couple of onlookers coo over the two kids, gushing about how young and cute they are, blissfully unaware of the weight behind that hug. In the memory, someone teases that his heart's racing like the death signal hasn't even come yet. Young Terry can only mutter, "I'm sorry." Young Ayelet brushes it off warmly. She was just that happy with the present and sincerely thank you. Back in the present, it all clicks into place behind Terry's eyes. For the present, Ayelet says softly now, and for everything else. Terry can only ask everything else. She waves it off as nothing, then half jokes that they should put some distance between them purely for survival's sake. In the old memory, young Ayelet hands over a present of her own and asks if he even knows what the artifact is actually for. You know the purpose of the artifact? Present-day Terry answers without a beat of hesitation. Yes, I know. The truth comes into focus. This artifact was made for an infinite regressor suffering from regression sickness, letting them rewind to the moment it's activated if they die, and there are only 14 uses left. Ayelet gasps, stunned. He even knows the exact count. Because it's written right here, he says simply, and she flushes, embarrassed. Terry admits the quiet part. He knows all this firsthand because he's lived it himself. In his memory, the world itself handed him a strange, cruel sentence to live out. A punishment for a so-called sinner like him, trapped deep in an abyss. Somewhere he could neither live nor die, only endure. Bound there alongside a well of eternal life and one small artifact, the very same floppy disk now sitting in his hand. He was locked away in a darkness he still can't fully put into words. Not for days, not for years, but for a stretch of time too long to even measure. Through all that agony, he says, he wished to die more desperately than he ever had in any life before. And then out of nowhere she appeared. It happens again and again in his memory. Once more, she's the one who shows up right when he needs it. Plain and simple in his own words, she saved him. Back in the present, Ayelet goes quiet, lost in a thought of her own. She admits, almost shy about it, that right now she feels like she could save the whole world. Their hands linger close over the little red disc between them. Is that so? Terry asks softly. Well, he adds, that's a relief. Ayelet just smiles back at him, warm and unguarded. For once his own smile actually matches hers. Because if she's here, he thinks, maybe he can actually let himself hope. Like she always would, no matter how many times it takes. Then comes the line that flips the whole mood. All he really wants when it's finally over is for someone to let him die. Behold the Felhimstein Duchy, the fairyland where the corpses of heroes are buried. Subtle, right? Down the grand stairs walks a horned figure, sword still dripping, while a body lies crumpled at the bottom. This isn't a ghost story, it's a coronation. Well, my vassals, did you get a clear look? She asks the bowing demons, casual as you like. Then the gut punch, father just died by my hands. She doesn't even glance at the twisted claw at her feet, just gets straight to business. From this moment on, this castle, this land, and you slaves belong to me, Anaxia Felhimstein, and there she is, your new demon duchess, freshly patricidal and grinning ear to ear. Word spreads fast. A demon barely 150 years old, practically a toddler by demon standards, just seized a ducal title by killing a high demon outright. Congratulations, Lady Anaxia, her whole court is already falling over itself to flatter her. The great Lady Anaxia's fame will extend far beyond this duchy, one horned courtier gushes, practically drooling. Meet Lilith, the succubus queen and Anaxia's right hand, just as eager to hype up her boss. The entire demon realm will praise and look up to you. Long live Lady Anaxia, long live the lady. The chorus of devotion is instant. Nothing says legitimacy like a good old patricide, apparently. Yes, hurry and spread this news to the entire demon realm, Lilith orders, already working the PR angle. Tell them the master of Felhemstein has changed, Anaxia says, and let's invite the demons to this castle. Nothing like a housewarming built on a body count. We are throwing a banquet, she declares, and rose petals rain down like the celebration's already begun. Lilith smiles into the falling petals. Everyone needs to remember my face vividly, don't they? Ambition looks good on her. Anaxia strikes her victory pose amid the petals, all fangs and confidence, soaking in her brand new title. The whole hall is dressed in blood-red roses for the occasion, thorns included, because subtlety was never really the demon aesthetic. But then the air itself warps, a strange crimson glyph burning into the dark like something or someone is announcing its arrival. A shadow rises out of pure red light, tall and wrong, right in the middle of the celebration. The figure steps forward fully now, draped in dark robes, radiating a presence that makes the whole room go quiet. Even Anaxia, drunk on her own triumph a second ago, freezes stiff at the sight of him. Lilith isn't doing much better. Her jaw is basically on the floor too. Dark hair, glowing red eyes, zero interest in small talk. This guy did not RSVP and everyone already knows it. Chaos evil, someone finally stammers and suddenly the banquet doesn't feel like such a fun idea. Lilith, to her credit, finds her voice first. What brings you here? Good evening, Duke of Felhemstein, the stranger says smoothly. By the looks of it, you were having a fascinating conversation. He looms there unbothered like he owns the place, and given what's about to happen, he might not be far off. How about a banquet like this? He muses. They say that in the ancient days, high demons would kidnap and lock up princesses and princes, lured heroes to their castles. Subtext, he knows exactly what kind of party this really is. He raises a single finger, and you can practically feel the air crack. A searing red portal tears open right there in the hall, not exactly standard banquet decor. Lilith screams as the blast catches her. Turns out this stranger doesn't do subtle warnings. Cut to the portal's other end, a hallway full of collapsed royal guards, a prince and princess crumpled among them. It's a dungeon burst, everyone protect the prince and princess. Too late for that though, Anaxia's already smiling at her new toys. To handle royal men so effortlessly, Anaxia gushes while the stranger just shrugs. I brought you what you needed, feel free to play with them to your heart's content. I shall return once the banquet begins, he says, and vanishes as easily as he arrived. For one flickering second his true form shows through, towering, winged, unmistakably something ancient and terrifying. Lilith, Chaos Evil himself came to find me, did you see that? Anaxia's practically vibrating with excitement and even her tiny minion is hyping her up. You know how formidable Sylvan the sculptor and Helcaen the magic beast became after receiving Chaos Evil's grace, right? Lilith reminds her. Right, perhaps I really could become the Demon King, and just like that her ambitions go from inherited a castle to conquer everything. Back among the captives, a loyal knight shields the terrified prince and princess. This can't be, you guys do something. Princess, please get behind me. If we buy some time, a rescue team will surely arrive. Anaxia zeroes in on one girl in the crowd. Wait, you over there with the black hair, why don't you raise your head? Ho, what is your name? Her eyes are lit with something between curiosity and hunger. The girl says nothing, not exactly the best move with a demon staring you down. Lilith isn't nearly as patient. Answer me this instant, before I tear the humans next to you to shreds. I am Bianca Gillette, a lady-in-waiting, she finally manages. Serving Her Royal Highness Princess Celestid, then flatly right to Anaxia's face, demon. Anaxia's grin only widens. Oh, she likes this one. Her fingers trail over her jeweled collar, already scheming what to do with her new guests. Miles away in a much brighter kingdom, someone's getting an earful. Your Holiness, you promised not to stay out overnight. His Holiness does not look thrilled to be having this conversation. Things in the world don't always go according to one's desires, he tries. This is the most insincere excuse I have ever heard, comes the instant reply. Then things escalate. Furthermore, who is this person? An unidentified mercenary joining the Holy Scripture's night order. Neither the church nor I can accept this. Your Holiness's night order must be appointed through a rigorous procedure. And don't even get someone started on those dual daggers. Real knights use longswords, apparently. This, everyone can already tell, is going to be a long lecture right up until someone comes sprinting in, shouting for both the Pope and Sir Rex. We have a major problem. Adjutant Edgar isn't one for dramatic pauses. Adjutant Edgar, what's the matter? There has been an urgent message from the Winchester Kingdom. Prince Hadale and Princess Celestid have been kidnapped by demons. Well, guess we know where this is going. The news lands hard. Even in the rain, you can see the resolve setting into her face. Sir Rex, call everyone. No hesitation, no debate, just orders. Whoever she is, she's clearly used to being obeyed. We are returning to the Elfenheim Holy Empire right this instant. Meanwhile, riders are already tearing across the countryside. This is an urgent proclamation. The call goes out to everyone who can hold a weapon, starting with the royal knights. A battle-scarred noble reads the summons with a raised eyebrow. Looks like his quiet week just ended. Next on the list, graduates of the military academy, anyone who's ever picked up a sword in training. And finally, every powerhouse in every nation capable of throwing a punch. This isn't a rescue mission anymore, it's a mobilization. Elsewhere, someone's having a much quieter morning, just a man and a very opinionated little bird. Yes, you want to go out too, don't you? He coos at it, then mutters, I couldn't care less about the survival of royals, but... Long teal hair, sharp eyes, zero apparent urgency. Whoever this is, he's clearly not rushing off to war just yet. Let's take a little stroll outside for the first time in a while. Somehow you get the feeling that stroll is about to get a lot more interesting. We open on the royal palace grounds, sunlight pouring over manicured gardens as someone hurries toward the estate. A young blonde prince lingers on the grounds, staring out with a distant, unreadable expression. Nearby, a pink-haired envoy grumbles that he's completely lost, sure everyone summoned here has already gathered without him. He hurries along, kicking himself for the delay and blaming it all on getting held up during his training trip. Then the reason for the summons steps into view. Golden-haired Prince Rodelane, sharp in a decorated white and gold uniform. The envoy startles and snaps to attention. Your Highness, the third prince, he blurts, stunned to run into a man who's usually impossible to find. Rodelane saunters over, teasing him about the training trip and needling that he's clearly been avoiding him. No, not at all, the envoy stammers, and the prince simply orders him to follow so he can guide him to the assembly point. The envoy thanks him, then gently brings up how worried the prince must be over his older brother and sister's safety. I will devote my life to rescuing both of them without fail, the envoy vows, dead serious. Rodelane doesn't even turn around. Forget it, he says flatly, I'm fine with things as they are. Since I can see you like this, Rodelane murmurs, something colder creeping into his voice. I think it's not so bad if a family member dies off once a month, he adds coolly, and the envoy can only choke out pardon. Don't talk about devoting your life, Rodelane warns. If you got hurt it would put me in a bad mood, besides. The envoy says his name warily, Prince Rodelane, as the prince's expression turns unreadable and grim. You resemble my late brother, Rodelane says quietly. You're a good substitute, so to speak. The envoy freezes, visibly rattled, as Rodelane adds, so make sure you come back in one piece. Smile a little more when you look at me, Rodelane tells him, the request landing somewhere between charming and unsettling. He tips the envoy's chin up, holding the gaze a beat too long. Then he's all business again, grabbing the envoy's hand with a curt follow me. Let's move to the assembly point, Rodelane says, leading the way across the palace grounds. Elsewhere at a grand hall of the Holy Empire, an official calls the briefing to order. Please report. The news lands hard. The demons have returned every hostage except the prince, the princess, and one lady in waiting. The subjugation team is taking shape fast. The kingdom's night order, the academy's elite, and Marquis Lecandro of the royal palace. Next on the list, Morpheus Marcellian, representing the Magic Republic. And rounding it out, Grand Duke Hispental will be joining on behalf of the Principality. The king himself sits in on the briefing, arms crossed, weighing every word. The strongest from every nation is attending, one elder notes, so we have to match their stature. The strongest of the Holy Empire. Your Holiness must step forward, he finishes, and every eye turns to Ailette. She weighs it calmly. Understood. However, there's one thing I'm worried about, she says, before revealing she'll represent both the Hispental Principality and the Holy Empire. The reason becomes clear. The Grand Duke of Hispental himself won't be participating. We're not exactly strangers, Ailette explains at the altar. I'm the Grand Duke's granddaughter and I told him to get some rest. A little bird flits past as the revelation settles over the hall. Both elders about fall over. Pardon. You're the granddaughter of the Grand Duke of Hispental? Yes, Ailette confirms coolly. That's not all either. A stern, dark-haired knight looks on, arms crossed, clearly not thrilled about where this is going. One knight blurts it out loud. Sir, the Silid is the husband of the Grand Duke of Hispental's granddaughter. Another hisses, stop it, Sir Rex. Anyway, Ailette continues, unbothered, that's why I'm going as a representative for both the Holy Empire and the Principality. We don't need a large number of people, she adds. Just myself and 5 of my knights, better for maneuvering across the vast territory of Anaxia. One elder wipes his face, exhausted. There's much I'd like to ask, but the situation is urgent, my questions can wait. Privately, the calculation is colder. If the captured royals die, the hostile third prince inherits the throne. Bad news politically. Protecting him now means the kingdom owes them a debt later. And the second reason your holiness must succeed, one elder adds, clenching his fist, is Morpheus Marcellian of the Magic Republic. We must humble that woman, he says darkly. His smile turns downright sinister as old grudges bubble up. That mad wizard looked down on the Holy Empire for far too long, he seethes. This isn't just a subjugation battle, it's a holy war. A holy war, the declaration rings out, framing Ailette as the Empire's chosen champion. Your Holiness, please defeat the Magic Republic overwhelmingly. They cheer, and Ailette can't help but note dryly how touched she is by such heartfelt support. Behind their smiles, she can practically see the horns. This whole meeting has been one long manipulation. This is a strange day, she mutters. I'll end the meeting here, she says, producing a spatial transfer stone she'd already prepared. Rows of knights assemble in silhouette, banners raised. The subjugation force is ready to move. The Kingdom and Magic Republic armies enter the dungeon. Tomorrow comes the order. I wish you luck, Your Holiness. The 2 elders see her off with stiff, formal nods. Yes, Ailette answers simply, calm and resolved. Hand in hand with someone dear to her, she promises not to worry, she'll finish this mission and come home. Something catches her off guard the moment she steps through, flanked by familiar faces. The transfer stone flares to life, and in a blink the group is swept off to the territory of Anaxia. They land in an empty plaza. Why is there no one here? Ailette wonders aloud, scanning the deserted grounds. Her companion frowns beside her. Ailette, this seems to be. Wait, Hestio, Ailette cuts in. Someone is here. A cluster of white-robed knights steps into view. Footsteps rustle nearby as the group closes in, and Ailette's guard goes up. She holds her ground, studying the strangers approaching. Who are you people? She demands, ready for whatever comes next. We open cold on a stranger with a long pink braid, back turned and someone's already barking. Who are you? Right at her. She turns around slow, calm as anything, green eyes giving away absolutely nothing. She opens her mouth like she's about to drop something big on this crowd. 2 knights close and fast in red and black dress uniforms, one of them already muttering a name under their breath. One of them blurts out the real question, are you perhaps Her Holiness of the Holy Scriptures? And somewhere in someone's head they're already picturing a hulking Grand Duke's granddaughter. This girl is definitely not built like that. The other one isn't buying any of it and demands names and affiliation, right now. So she just says it plain, I am the Grand Duke's granddaughter and the Holy Scripture's holiness. Her name lands like a gut punch. Ailette Road Lane and the knights just stand there going, what on earth, kind of. Two of her own men completely lose it. Nonsense, the Grand Duke's granddaughter, like they just got told the sky's a different color. Just how many secret identities are you hiding? One of them yells, her answer, I don't have any more, probably cold comfort. Meanwhile, one knight drifts into his own little daydream about marrying a rich noble lady and finally quitting this whole knight thing. Alet shuts that fantasy down instantly. That's an order, someone gag the blabbermouth. And just like that he's getting hauled off mid-sentence, muffled protests and all. The two knights straighten up fast and bow it out, so sorry, your holiness. Formal introductions, finally Chekli Lacandro and says Lenati, both from the Royal Knight Order. Turns out the plan was simple. The Royal Army and the Magic Republic's army were both supposed to enter the dungeon alongside her. Except the Magic Republic's archmage, a woman named Morpheus Marcellian, dragged her whole army in early, claiming she couldn't possibly fight side by side with the church. And the Royal Army just tagged along after them, on orders from the Third Prince Hadel. Alet's inner monologue is not having it. Third Prince, you brother, complex disaster, real diplomatic, this one. She grits her teeth, absolutely fuming under that calm face. Somewhere in her head it plays out like a cartoon. This is exactly the kind of mess that turns into a full-blown diplomatic incident. Because on paper, it now looks like the royal palace picked the Magic Republic over the church, and that is a very bad look. One of her knights bows low, apologizing they'll do everything they can to catch up with the army that already went ahead. Alet just waves it off. Never mind, they're going in on their own. We are capable of subjugation without the army's help, she says, dead certain. So the small group heads straight for the dungeon gate, no backup coming. One of the knights can't help but grin. Her holiness is bold, and he likes her already. Another one just goes quiet, clearly still processing everything. Road Lane, you say? That name is doing a lot of work in someone's head right now. A system message flares up. They've entered the SS rank dungeon, the land of fairy tales where the corpses of heroes are buried. Cheerful place. The group steps through, boots echoing, straight into the dark. And immediately an entire undead army. Why in the world are there so many of them? One knight practically screams it. Did the earlier subjugation teams even do their jobs? Hands tighten around sword hilts. Nobody here is relaxed. A sharp-eyed knight crouches down and spots it. Foreign bone powder, mixed right into the soil. Alet puts it together fast in her head. This reeks of sabotage, courtesy of the Magic Republic. Turns out this dungeon's soil basically works like an undead incubator. Scatter enough bone powder in there, and you get exactly this, way more undead than anyone signed up for. Alet frowns. Whoever did this clearly went to serious trouble collecting all that bone powder in the first place. One knight grips his sword, ready to go. Commander, just give the signal and I'll cut a path through. Wait for it. Instead, Alet steps forward herself, walking straight toward the wall of bones. Row after row of skulls stare back at her. Bone cracks somewhere in the dark, nobody moves. She keeps walking, footsteps steady, closing the gap on her own. Then it happens. Her eyes flare with light, and for a second she looks like a lot more than just a runaway noble girl. Ta-da! Basically, turns out she's been sitting on more than one secret this whole time. She strides toward the undead army completely alone and completely unbothered. Behind her the whole party just stares, jaws somewhere near the floor. I have a skill that I also went to some trouble to acquire, she says with a smirk, throwing their earlier line right back at them. Then she straight up starts drill sergeanting the skeletons. Stand up straight, and don't you dare talk back to me with all that clattering. The knights are floored. Is this really the power of a saintess? Even the most experienced among them admits it, never seen or heard of power like this before. Still, hey, it worked out. Terry just smirks, already relaxed at this rate. Breaking through this dungeon isn't going to be a problem. A pillar of blue light rips through the dark as her power surges. Part 1 of the trek begins, a path that's not exactly built to be taken easily. They cross a crumbling bridge. Next, Part 2 of that very same warning. Then it's shattered stone and ruin all around them. Part 3. The group pushes on through the wreckage together. In-world lore chimes in with a jab of its own. Apparently every researcher at that tower has personality problems, though the tower itself insists it's innocent. One knight watches her climb ahead and mutters she's so stubborn even the entire royal army probably couldn't stop her. Ash isn't convinced Morpheus deserves all those flashy titles. Is she actually just unhinged? Someone mentions the Archmage has been locked in her tower doing research for over 200 years. The reply 200 years, so she's basically a wrinkled old grandma. Ayelet sets the record straight. Morpheus will actually look very young, since she uses forbidden magic that eats away at her own lifespan to stay that way. And nobody can touch her for it, forbidden or not. Her family's influence and her own power keep her untouchable. So which family is she even from? The question hangs there a beat too long, and the air gets noticeably heavier. Terry and Ash both go rigid, clearly not liking where this is headed. Ash turns to her slowly, Ayelet, and that's exactly where this chapter leaves us hanging. We open on Ayelet, flanked by Terry and a sharp-eyed knight, closing in on something big, bloody, and very much still breathing. This is not a friendly house call. Say hello to tonight's monster, jaws the size of a doorway, dripping and chained up like something that should not exist. Its reflection in the blood-soaked snow says it all. This creature has already been through hell. Chains dig into rotting fur while its eyes burn a furious, corrupted red. Something twisted this poor thing into a weapon. Scattered around it, a pile of dead wolf pups. Whatever happened here, it happened fast and it happened ugly. Judging by its fur, the blonde knight mutters, sizing up the mess, it looks like a forest spirit corrupted by demonic energy. Terry freezes mid-step. Wait, he says, spotting something everyone else missed. I think I know what that collar is, the blonde knight says, going very still. Cue the flashback. This exact restraint was built by none other than Anaxia Felhemstein, the duke everyone already loves to fear. It is a subjugation collar, purpose-built to force familiars into obedience. Disobey the collar's order and it kills you, simple as that. I see, Terry says quietly, already doing the math on what that means for this wolf. The knight puts it together in real time. This spirit is currently dying, punished for refusing an order. Then what about the corpses of those wolf pups? Morpheus presses. Turns out those little ones were not collared or corrupted at all. Someone's math lands harder than expected. This reeks of sabotage, courtesy of the Magic Republic's military, or so they think. Ayelet turns away, jaw tight. She has heard enough for now. The pieces click into place. The mother wolf must have known she could not fight while shielding her pups. So she stood down and let the so-called subjugation team walk right past her, trusting them to keep their word. But Ayelet says, and you already know that word is doing a lot of heavy lifting. They slaughtered the pups anyway. Promise broken, trust weaponized, exactly the kind of stunt that turns a grieving mother into a monster. Ayelet just stares at the small, bloodied bodies. No jokes here, this one actually hurts. The plan was simple and cruel. Butcher the pups, let grief and demonic energy do the rest, and use the crazed wolf as a living roadblock. Aha, humans indeed, Terry mutters, and it is not a compliment. They're so disgusting, he adds, it's no wonder assassins never run out of work. Dark but fair, honestly. Then the wolf lunges, and Ayelet's calm evaporates in an instant. Chains crack and dark energy sparks. That roadblock just woke up furious. Ayelet plants her feet. She is not running from this one. It's okay, she says, I'm not going to hurt you, and she means it, already channeling a heal spell instead of a weapon. Golden light pools over her hands and onto the nearest pup, the one everyone assumed was already gone. The light swells, and for a second hope actually looks like something you can see. Fortunately, this one was still breathing. The pup wobbles back onto its feet, alive and confused, while Ayelet finally lets herself breathe too. But the crazed mother wolf is still coming, and this newly healed pup is standing right in her path. Up close, those red eyes are pure agony wearing a wolf's face. It roars, chained and corrupted, and there is nothing left in that sound but pain. The mother finally collapses, her strength giving out right beside her surviving pup. Ayelet walks straight toward her anyway, footsteps steady despite the danger crackling off those chains. She does not slow down, not for a corrupted spirit twice her size. You'll be all right, she tells the dying wolf, gentle as anything. I'll make this land safe so the one who survived can live well, Ayelet vows. Even the humans from the Magic Republic won't be able to touch you. The wolf's furious red eye finally starts to dim. Lightning white magic rips through the cursed chains, Ailette tearing the collar's grip apart by force. The broken collar hits the ground dead and powerless. One less monster maid, one pup left alive to remember her. Back with the group, someone drops the news and Terry's brows shoot up. He's actually insane, doing something this horrible just to get in our way, Morpheus mutters darkly. It wasn't him, Ailette cuts in and every head turns. What? It wasn't Morpheus who did this, she says plainly. He doesn't lay a hand on cute animals. Then she pivots, quietly asking about the family Morpheus mentioned earlier. Morpheus's surname, she says slowly, is the same as the cruel Lady Odalite's. It's Marcellian, the blonde knight finishes, and just like that, this whole mess gets a lot more personal. Cut to a very different family reunion. An ancient, teal-haired mage greets his tardy granddaughter without an ounce of warmth. "You are late," he says. "Where have you been?" "I apologize, great-grandfather," she replies. "I went to set up more traps for the Holy Empire." Then the gut punch? "Since I slaughtered all the pups, the wolf will surely rampage properly now." So much for the Magic Republic theory. This was House Marcellian all along. Elsewhere, a blonde commander is already done with somebody's nonsense. "Can you stop doing that?" she snaps at a smug redhead. "You're planting obstacles instead of helping our allies," he fires back, not remotely sorry. Apparently, there is also a fresh dispute brewing over mana bloodstones between the two countries. The old mage, unbothered as ever, just tells them both to act like adults. The redhead blinks, genuinely out of the loop. Mana bloodstone dispute, did something like that happen? "I have no interest in the affairs of disgusting humans," the mage says, waving the whole thing off. "Humans are all the same," he sighs, "predictable and utterly boring. But look at these beasts," he coos, cradling a small bird-like creature like it is the only good thing in this world. "Each one has personality," he insists, "very cute," right before he casually mentions dragging them to his lab to experiment on with magic. Cute and horrifying, folks, pick a lane. Turns out his lab work produces things like this. A massive, glowing-eyed chimera towering over the tree line. Even cuter chimeras, he grins, then casually orders it to torch the bushes in their way. Command given, fire answers instantly. The whole tree line goes up in one furious wall of flame. A horned beast rears up inside the blaze like it was born for this. "How is it?" the mage grins at the inferno. "Isn't it much more fun than humans?" He raises his arms, and the fire practically bows to him. Watching from a safe distance, the redhead does the math out loud. One chimera hits like an entire elite unit. This lunatic might genuinely be one of the strongest people on the continent. Then what actually is this mana bloodstone dispute? He asks, still trying to catch up. There is a simple solution though, the mage adds, and the blonde commander's whole face goes wary. A solution. "Kidnap the Saintess," he says, casual as ordering dinner. Someone turns away into the flames, already thinking through how to pull it off. Apparently the Holy Empire lost a Saintess to this family once before. And they were so desperate about it, truly entertaining, he recalls, then remembers something useful. Word is the current Saintess is headed to this very subjugation battle. "Yes, I will help you," comes the reply. "Let's go kidnap the Saintess." Well, that escalated fast. Back with our girl, Ailette has no idea she just became somebody's target. "Somebody warn her, please." Chapter's over. We open on Duchess Anaxia admiring her own reflection with a smirk that says she is already thoroughly impressed with herself. Getting ready for the day, she muses that the humans in the lead keep dodging her executor of the sacred pill. Cute little nickname for whatever nightmare that is. She dissolves into delighted giggles, thoroughly pleased with herself. Villain era or just a Tuesday, hard to say. Leaning in with a knowing little smile, she purrs that humans really do love to fight, split up, and betray each other. Rich, coming from a demon. With a lazy snap of her fingers, something dark sparks to life at her command. Chains spill out of the shadows, coiling around a figure conjured straight out of her magic. She stretches out, thoroughly satisfied with her handiwork, while the chains keep spinning tighter around her chosen prize. "Bianca," she calls out, cold and sweet all at once, to the figure chained up in the dark. The chains cinch tighter around Bianca's wrists, glinting like some twisted piece of jewelry. So why don't you just squeeze your eyes shut and betray your principles too? Anaxia coos, needling at exactly the wrong nerve. I keep telling you just say the word and become my lady-in-waiting, she offers. I will turn you into a demon myself, generous if you like eternal servitude. Bianca just glares back through the pain, refusing to give her the satisfaction of breaking. Anaxia's grin only widens at the defiance. Apparently she finds it charming. To think you can still make a face like that when you're right on the verge of fainting? I absolutely adore it, Anaxia sighs, way too fond of watching people suffer. Enter Lilith, Anaxia's right hand, breezing in to announce that construction on the new boss room is finally finished. Priorities, right? Behold the finished product, an absolutely over-the-top throne room dripping in gold and drama. Ah yes, this is it, a beautiful throne, Anaxia gushes, arms wide like she's already been crowned. Lilith drops in with the hype, calling it the perfect seat for someone about to become Demon King. Hurry and try sitting on it, Lady Anaxia, Lilith urges. Anaxia demurs though, insisting the timing just is not ripe yet. A first seating holds deep meaning, she explains, so I want to sit when as many people are watching as possible. Never let it be said this woman skips a good entrance. Her smile sharpens. The heroes haven't arrived at this castle yet, have they? Ah, I can't wait, she's practically vibrating at the thought of her audience finally showing up. Come to me quickly, you foolish heroes, she sings out to nobody in particular. Manners, optional. Cut to the thorny woods outside where two silhouettes are already picking their way through the dark. Careful what you wish for. One of the knights is elbow deep in thorns, grumbling that no matter how much you hack at this wall, it just grows right back. A sword is useless here. Ayelet squints at the wall of vines, wondering out loud if the advance party seriously managed to break through this mess. The advance party, she figures, must have already pushed on ahead of them. Must have already moved past, she mutters, eyes narrowing at the wall. Ash crouches down, pointing out heaps of phosphorus powder. Looks like someone torched the vine wall just to get through. Wait, they burned all of this down. Then how is it completely fine like this, he asks, staring at the fully regrown wall like it personally offended him. Cue a cheeky flashback. The advance party torching the vines with a cheerful dye already, only for someone else to regrow them just as fast with an equally cheerful live please, mixed messaging much. So they grew it right back with magic too, thorough as ever with their little obstacle course. Problem is, this group does not have the firepower to burn through it themselves. Ayelet just smirks, no we do. Something shifts in the air, a quiet buildup right before the storm. Enter Terry, stepping up in full dress uniform, Ayelet right behind him. Looks like she's got exactly the trick up her sleeve she promised. He strides forward, steady and unbothered, straight toward the wall of thorns. He raises a hand toward the vines, and the air practically crackles in anticipation. Light gathers around him, cold and blue and very much not what you'd expect from holy fire. Blue holy fire, the spell announces itself because subtlety was never really on the menu today. It erupts into a wall of searing blue flame, tearing straight through the thorns like they're nothing. Terry stands dead center of the blaze, completely unfazed, like scorching a magic forest is just Tuesday for him. Ash throws an arm up against the blast, letting out a very undignified ugh as the heat rolls over him. The flames die down, leaving nothing but scorched, smoking ground where the wall used to be. Terry walks calmly through the wreckage he just made, not even bothering to look back. We can pass now, he says, like he did not just torch an entire forest wall single-handedly. Ash eyes him sideways, somehow you seem a lot stronger than the last time I saw you. What exactly did you do? The last embers of blue fire flicker and fade behind them. The path opens up into something new entirely, a sprawling green maze stretching out below. Row after row of hedges, all identical, all equally unhelpful. Ugh, a maze this time, someone groans, because apparently a regenerating thorn wall was not enough of a warm-up. One of the knights peers around the corner nervously, warning that one wrong turn could have them wandering in circles for a very long time. Ahem, it is time, someone announces grandly for the commander to step up. Ayelet looks thrilled to oblige. "Oh, Commander, are you going to show us another miracle of the Holy Scriptures?" one of the knights asks, practically starstruck. "Huh, what are you trying to do with paper and a pen?" someone asks, deeply confused. "Shh comes the reply, those who believe shall witness a miracle, behold. The miracle, she announces solemnly, of a possessed soul. And the big reveal, she is just copying down the game system's dungeon map by hand. Divine miracle, my foot, this is a transmigrator's cheat sheet. Incredible, is this for real? One of the knights gasps, completely buying it. "I believe the miracles of the Holy Scriptures are simply the best." Ayelet cheers, milking the bit for all it is worth. "Now then, all troops advance," she calls out, pointing the way like she's been reading the map the whole time, which, to be fair, she has. "Yes, follow the commander," the troops roar back, morale fully restored by one very convincing piece of paper. "I can't believe it, to actually escape the maze so easily," someone marvels, none the wiser about the cheat sheet. They push on through, the maze finally behind them. "Everyone, look over there," one of the knights calls out, pointing towards something looming in the distance. Terry's gaze sharpens on the horizon, already bracing for what is coming. And there it is, a Gothic spire of a castle looming dark against the sky. "We've arrived at Anaxia's castle," someone confirms, no turning back now. Shadows pool thicker the closer they get, like the castle itself is watching them approach. Inside, something small and dark slips through the halls, already alerted to the new arrivals. A gloved hand plucks a spray of blood-red spider lilies. Somebody is decorating for guests. Lilith, meanwhile, is still stuck on the real mystery. What does Lady Anaxia even see in that broody Demon King wannabe anyway? "Lady Lilith, it's humans," someone bursts in, cutting the gossip session short. It seems the humans have finally arrived in front of the castle gates. Lilith's head snaps up. Humans. All around her, the castle's maids lift their heads in unison, eyes flaring red. Humans? Turns out the household staff is not exactly human either. "Hee, perfect timing," Lilith purrs, delighted the guests finally showed up. "Rise, my children," she commands, and her demon maids snap to attention like puppets on strings. "This is no time to be doing chores," she reminds them. "There is fresher work waiting. It's been a while since we've savored the painful screams and hot blood of humans," she muses, and it is decidedly not a compliment to the guests. Now she breathes, and the whole castle seems to hold its breath with her. "Let's go show them a captivating terror," Lilith grins, and the chapter cuts out right on the edge of chaos. Somebody's leaning hard against a locked door in the dark, waiting for it to budge. The castle gate is sealed tight and this blonde brother is stumped. "How do we even get in?" he mutters. Footsteps echo closer. Here comes their brother, and someone greets him with a hopeful big brother. "I have a brilliant idea," he announces, radiating way more confidence than the situation calls for. Everyone whips around, stunned. Hold on, the youngest one has the brilliant idea. All eyes land on the real culprit, their baby brother, working up the nerve to speak. "It's simple," he squeaks, blushing right along with the flowers behind him. "Just trust our sister." On the other side of that gate, someone's rolling her eyes. These guys have completely lost their minds, but I guess it's also true, they know me. That someone is Ayelet, and right now her own troops are singing her praises, as expected of the commander. But her attention's already elsewhere. Something huge and inhuman is looming just past the window. She catches herself staring and clears her throat loudly, playing it cool, very cool. Turns out that monster has a title now. The crowd's already chanting, "Lady Anaxia Felhemstein, congratulations on your succession to the dukedom." This new duchess does not exactly look like she does paperwork, all fangs, ice, and unsettling glow. Something flickers behind that glowing red eye and one word settles it: confirmed. Whatever just got decided, it's decided. I will open the door. And with a groan of ancient stone, the gate those brothers have been begging to open finally gives way. In they go, the whole party stepping through into the dark together. Wind howls down a corridor that swallows the light hole. "Welcome everyone to the aptly named Castle of Winter, cozy." The lead brother calls it out, "Everyone stay sharp from now on. No stragglers allowed, do not get separated from one another." They fall into a tight single-file line, footsteps echoing through the gloom. Something's burning up ahead, painting the whole hallway blood red. A candelabra flickers over a room decked out like a gothic wedding nobody asked for. And somewhere in that fire, something is definitely moving. The flames crackle louder, closing in from every side. The whole corridor's lit up like it was expecting company. "What is this?" the blonde brother mutters, easing forward. He's surrounded, mirrors on every wall, throwing his own face back at him from every angle. "There are mirrors on all sides," he says, not loving it. The stairwell ahead sits pitch black and dead silent, which is somehow worse. Terry's face says it all: something's grinding and it is not a good sound. The floor and walls are vibrating, someone reports, flatly stating the obvious nightmare. Alet snaps into commander mode. "Everyone stick close to me." Somebody else just mutters a very sincere "damn it." The whole place shudders like it's waking up. Cracks of red light tear through the dark as the rumbling gets worse. "What? The castle is moving," she shouts, and yeah, that tracks with the whole periodically changes its layout thing. Terry looks up mid-grind, bracing for whatever comes next. This is. The whole structure is rearranging itself around them in real time. The space is being reassembled. Everyone grabs onto something as the walls churn like a blender. Even the shadows out here seem to be growing teeth. Metal grinds against stone somewhere close by. Jagged shapes rain down like the castle is shedding its own architecture. Something detonates in the distance, and one very reasonable voice asks, "What is happening?" Quick refresher: Anaxia's castle is built like a video game dungeon, tougher enemies the higher you climb, boss waiting at the top. Except the floor plan resets itself whenever it feels like it, so good luck not getting lost. Up front, the blonde brother keeps the group tight. Be careful not to get separated from the party. Meanwhile, way back with the main coalition force, one officer sighs. "An army this size through a shifting maze is a nightmare, and where did that advance party even go?" Two of their own officers are the ones grumbling, still scanning empty halls for their missing scouts. If they'd arrived earlier, they could have laid siege and forced the gate open themselves. But there's no sign of that. Guess they just walked straight through the maze without breaking a sweat. One officer just laughs it off, lucky them. Elsewhere in the war room, another dead end. This path isn't it either. Back with our actual heroes deep inside the castle, the air turns thick with something demonic. A system-style announcement drops right on cue. Demon Realm ranking 3054, Incubus servant Zion has entered the chat. Zion struts in, all horns and confidence. "To think you'd come this far," he purrs, clearly enjoying himself way too much. Right behind him, succubus maid Cena makes her entrance too. "Not bad, humans, will be your opponents." Terry sizes them up, thoroughly unimpressed. The first mid-bosses, he notes, already bored. Blade drawn, someone's ready to wrap this up fast. Let's finish them off quickly and move on. Except the demons are suddenly very distracted. "Wait, he's handsome," Cena gasps. "What a windfall, totally my style. Come here." Not exactly standard boss fight dialogue. The demons are ready to get real friendly with Terry, and Ailette is having none of it. "Terry, step aside for a second," she says, in a tone that means trouble. 1 second later, the walls cracked open and something clearly did not survive the encounter. "Kill Ailette," orders flat and final, and that is that. Both demons go down in a shower of sparkles before they can even finish their pickup lines. Someone spots something left behind in the wreckage. It's a loot item, she notes. Turns out it's an incubus leather harness, a costume that lets you disguise yourself as a dream succubus when worn under your clothes. The stat sheet is a whole mood. Charm up 200%, but grace, dignity, and charisma all bottom out. A bit indecent, Ailette admits, but it might come in handy for infiltration someday. Her party's just staring at her like, what did we just witness? She pockets it anyway, priorities. Ahead, a doorway of pure light waits for them to push forward. Beat the mid-boss guarding a room, and apparently you get a mirror waiting on the other side. And this one likes to ask riddles. Ailette steps up first. "We just need to look at the reflection," she says, easy enough. Simple as that, just guess what the mirror's showing you. Someone gives the frame an experimental knock. Why isn't anything showing up? Is it broken?" she asks, baffled. Before anyone can start throwing punches at ancient magic mirrors, Ailette steps in. "Hey, hitting it won't solve anything. Someone suggests trying one at a time instead. Come stand in front of it. Does anything show up? Nothing. That's strange. Nothing's showing up at all, one reports. Same for Tessalid, says another. Then it's someone else's turn, and this time the glass doesn't stay still. A ripple spreads across the surface like something's waking up inside it. Wait, somebody blurts, and you already know that's not good news. The whole party freezes, eyes locked on the glass. The reflection in the mirror is changing, and that, dear viewer, is exactly where this chapter decides to end.